Alrighty. What's good, everyone? Joining the stream right now. What's good? How's everybody doing? Let me go into the YouTube stream. Let everyone know that we're live. What's up, everyone joining in the stream right now? What's up, Luis? How you doing? What's up, Jenna? What's up, Secret? What's up, Courtney? How you doing? What's good, everyone joining in the stream? What's up? How's everybody doing? What's up, Storm? What's up, Molly? What's up, Zombie? How you doing? What's up, Dominant? What's up, Jambo? How you doing? What's up, Amanda? What's up, Hazel? How you doing? What's up, Thomas? What's up, Carly? What's up, Roseanne? What's up, Evie? What's up, Alex? How you doing? What's up, Tara? What's up, Tiffany? How you doing? What's good, everyone joining in? Abby, how you doing? What's up, Angelina? What's up, Kim? Alrighty, let me make sure to get everything set up here on the stream. What's good, everyone joining in? If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It helps get it out to more people, as always, everybody. But what's good, everyone joining the stream? Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far. We're going to start getting the debates up here very, very soon, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria that'll be listed up here on the TikTok screen here very, very soon. Alrighty. Let's get everything going. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Let's get everything going. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Alrighty, let's just try to get going right away. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, make sure to send a guest request right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 43, Parker.
And do you support Trump?
I have a predicament. So I am from a demographic that is very conservative, right? The Bible Belt. So but most of my family is very liberal, and I lean more to the moderate. I've been in sales for 25 years. Um I support less sense of entitlement. I feel like the Democratic Party, it's kind of like a Bill Maher take, right? That sense of entitlement. So I'm more to the moderate.
Okay. But
Um,
like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, would you still vote for Trump?
I think that I would
Okay. Alrighty. And why would you do that? Why do you still support Trump?
because I have 25 years of sales experience, and I understand there's a trade-off, right? Like I understand the financial literacy aspect of it. I understand there's some social injustice by my perspective. And I know the Liberal Party is typically more concerned with social issues. Um, and that's what I typically find.
Did you know that Trump's administration is adding more to the debt than the Democrats have? If you compare the Biden administration to the Trump administration and the first administration, Trump added over $4 trillion more of debt-related spending signed into law under his administration comparative to the Biden administration. We can also point to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget did an analysis over the campaign promises of each administration, the Biden administration or the Harris administration and the Trump administration, and showed on a central estimate that Harris would have added $4 trillion less over the next 10 years comparative to Trump to the debt. So it seems like Trump isn't very good for this, and also that was accounting in tariff revenue that we would get, which by the way Trump is having to give up. So we're not getting that same type of revenue. Trump is massively cutting taxes for the richest Americans. Kamala Harris would have increased taxes on the richest Americans. So that would have been a dramatic change in the budget. Now you can say that Democrats want to spend. Well, it seems like Trump's wanting to do that with the military. Seems like Trump's wanting to do that with massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires, and that inevitably hurts our bottom line. And that's not considered for some reason by people, but it's considered more for us providing access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability. Like we're always going to have the money for war in this country, but we're never going to have the money to provide access to healthcare, childcare, and things that people need. It's ridiculous to me.
And I completely respect your opinion, and I'm probably not the right candidate for this debate. As I'm not a stout Trump supporter, I would vote conservative if the right individual came along. But I'm not going to go out here and say, well, blue no matter who, right? I want somebody from the conservative party to step up. And I'd like to see Tallarico. I'd like to see Tallarico make some moves so that he's there in 2028.
So if you like
Uh,
Tallarico, why wouldn't you say that you like Harris over Trump?
because I'm not blue no matter who. Usually I'm voting for the individual, you
Yeah.
know?
Okay. So like, what about Kamala Harris is worse than Trump?
I don't think she has a track record that really stands out to me. Like I was a huge Bernie Sanders supporter, right? Huge Bernie Sanders supporter, but I've watched the political process kind of fall apart as far as who I wanted to vote for over the last few years. Um, I believed in democratic socialism. I believed in a lot of those philosophies. And I feel like we missed the boat years ago. But I also feel like the liberals have really became a overly sensitive party and not a steadfast, definitive purpose. They went way too far left during the Bernie campaign. Um, and that's kind of where my stance is at. I'm sorry, I'm
So
not a
you,
stout
so
like
what
Trump
position of
supporter.
hers is too far left?
Uh, I don't believe that she is. I just don't believe that she's been fully transparent. And this is my lack of political knowledge, right? So I don't feel like she's been like fully transparent
Do you
with
think
every
Trump is more
interview that she's
transparent?
done. No, absolutely not.
Okay, so the idea
No.
that she's not fully transparent on her perspective is not a red line for you. So I don't know why you'd use that as a reason as to why you say that you couldn't support Kamala Harris, right?
Right. No, I get that. I get that. I feel like Trump lies to the American people and tells the American people he can do stuff that he
Like significantly more
thinks they
than
can
you could
do.
assign to Kamala Harris, right?
Sure, and I think I think that would be a valid point. So, but to leave it up to Trump or Harris, I'm kind of like, well, I don't really want Harris either.
Okay, you could say that you might not necessarily
Honestly,
want her to be the president, but she's preferable to Trump. Would you not at least acknowledge that?
I mean, I think you're trying to influence me into that direction now,
Of
but
course.
also, yeah, and respectfully, and you're educating me. I'm not coming here as a stout Trump supporter, but I'm here for you to educate me, and that's why I'm listening so much. But yeah, I would say it would probably be Harris, but without justification. I don't really have a justification for why I vote Trump. But I believe in cultural diversity. I believe in the right to protest. I believe in, but I feel like there's policies that need to be put in place that nobody's bringing to the table on either side of the aisle.
Such as
Gun control. Well, gun control is one,
you want more
right?
gun control?
I want bigger background checks,
Okay, Kamala
but
Harris
I,
supports that.
yeah, and I conceptually understand why there's so much. Like, this is a valid point, and nobody ever brings it up. But the reason there's so many guns in Chicago is because they're the center of the gun trade. Nobody on the Democratic side ever speaks on that. They never talk about the red states that surround Chicago, that surround Illinois, but they're the center of the gun trade, and that's why there's so many guns there, and the socioeconomic suppression that's gone on for the last 80 years. But we don't talk about those talking points as Democrats. We avoid things like that are tough, like gun control, abortion. We don't talk about these things with a steadfast movement. And those are the real issues. Those are the things that need to be brought to the table to help build the Democratic Party. I feel like we avoid those issues a lot of times because they're hard to talk about. Either that or we don't have an answer or a resolution.
And by the Democratic Party, who do you mean? Because I think that we talk about these things. Like I think there are
Yeah.
plenty of individuals that talk about these things.
Well, I
Okay,
mean,
all you're really representing is that you haven't seen this, which is okay. Sure, if you haven't seen it, that's fine. But there are plenty of these conversations that do exist from the left.
yeah, yeah, and you're probably 100% right. I don't hear those talking points out of you. I don't hear them out of Destiny. I don't, occasionally I hear them out of Dean
When it comes
Wizard.
to abortion, I talk about abortion all the time. I don't talk as much about gun control because I'm not hyper specific in my understanding about guns. But I have a very clear position on gun control that any particular gun control legislation or piece of legislation that would reduce the amount of people that are going to die, I'm going to support that, right? The only notion
Yeah,
that's protected under the Constitution of self-defense is literally like a pistol access.
right. Wow, is that true? I didn't know that.
Yes.
Never knew that. Okay. So that's why there have to be limitations on guns and what type of guns, right? I mean, obviously. But yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, I need to further educate myself. I do enjoy listening to you. I do watch you a lot. You and Dean were on once before. It was probably about a year ago. I tried to get on, my mic wasn't working. But I always watch the Jubilees. I want to see more debates like that going forward. Like I want to see, you guys really get in front of individuals and talk about the specific issues that pertain to the American people. The war in the war in Iraq was a mistake, but also the war in Iran is a huge mistake. And it's hurting us badly right now. Rising gas prices, inflation. There's a lot going on in the world right
So it seems like
now.
you don't support Trump anymore.
Well, I would say that I don't support him at all. I mean, very mildly. You know what I mean? Like, I think January 6th was a nightmare. I don't think we talk about that enough, right? That's probably one of the worst moments in U.S. history. But I want a business minded individual from the Liberal Party to step up. I felt like Bernie Sanders was that individual. I felt Bernie was a supporter. You don't think he was a business minded individual?
No,
Oh
no. When I
man,
think of Bernie, I don't think of business-minded. And I'm sorry, I
no,
feel like that was like not what I was expecting. I thought you would
well,
say someone like Mark Cuban. Like that's what I thought you were gonna
okay.
say. Like, like, come on. When you think of someone
No, no,
business-minded, I wouldn't first think about Bernie Sanders. When I think of Bernie Sanders, I think of someone who's advocating for access to healthcare, childcare, the needs of the population, to help out people, to provide for community. Right? That's what
yeah,
I think of when I think of Bernie Sanders. I guess I don't think of like he's business-minded. That's not the
but
first thing that comes to mind.
he had a financial plan for it. He had a
Sure, I'm not
financial
disputing
plan
that.
to
I
support
agree.
Democrats.
He definitely had a financial plan for things, but I guess the first
But,
thing that comes to mind when I think about Bernie, which I like
okay,
Bernie by the way, is not that
yeah,
he's business minded.
but
That's
no,
not the
no,
first thing that came to mind. So,
dude. But it's so awesome that you brought up Mark Cuban because I've been thinking that for the last 8 years. I'd love to have
I'm
somebody
I'm
like
not
him.
even saying I'm a huge fan of Mark Cuban myself.
I
I was
mean,
just that's what I expected you to say.
he got well. Mark got lucky, right? He got lucky in the stock market. Let's just call it what it is. It was a one-time instant
That's like
gratification.
every single person who's rich,
I know,
right?
I know.
Like they
Um,
all it all relies on luck.
with the exception of Warren Buffett, who
There,
has probably tons of people underneath him day trading every single day.
Yeah, but that's
Um,
because of he got lucky into a position, well, whether it be timing, whether it be based upon prior things that happened to them, like there are countless things. Basically, every person who's successful has to acknowledge an element of luck within the content of their success. It's not solely just their effort or their work. Once it gets to those levels of success,
yeah,
like
I,
there's
I, I would,
absolutely like there's timing there, there's like where you were located, what you were into, what you ended up learning. Like all of those things are hyper specific.
they
And
are,
that led
they
to
are,
them engaging in the actions they did, which allowed for them to gain their wealth. Or it's like they had inheritance. That's all lucky as well. Like you spawned in at a wealthy spawning point. You know?
yeah. So what are your thoughts on? Would you ever vote conservative? I know the answer to that, but do you think that there would ever be anybody that ran independent that you may vote for?
Yeah. If someone is a better candidate, regardless of their political party, I will support them.
What do you feel like this
But
country needs
it's
right now?
very unlikely that someone would be a conservative and be the better candidate. I don't think that would ever really happen. But if it's possible, yeah, I'm not party or partisan. I'm not party affiliated. It's based on what their ideology is, their character, their effect on the country, what they're advocating for.
What do you feel like? Wow, I don't know how old you are, but do you remember I mean, were you in the Bernie Sanders like when he was running? Were you in that at all at that time?
When like in 2016?
Yeah,
No, no,
about
no,
10 years ago. Okay, yeah,
no.
yeah.
I
Okay,
was a Trump supporter
time
back then.
shot. Yeah,
I was
you
in
were a
high school.
you really were a Trump supporter.
Hmm.
So you and
I
Dean
grew up in a
both
Christian conservative household.
understand. Wow, that's crazy. That's wild, man. Um, but yeah, man, really appreciate you taking out some time to talk to me. I think one major other point we don't talk about is single fathers and what they go through every
Okay.
single day,
Wait, but
man.
like, let me get us directed more into our
Yep.
conversation. So,
Sure,
do
man.
you, at this point, would you still vote for Trump if the election were held today over Harris?
That's a hypothetical, but yeah, I mean, respectfully, man, I would definitely vote. I would probably vote for Harris, man.
Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate you
Yep.
coming up then. Thank you very much. I appreciate the conversation. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. We're just looking for debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. I do apologize. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everyone. It really helps get it out to more people, as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm good.
Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How
Hi.
old are you?
Okay, so, sorry, I'm a bit nervous. I'm going to give you my speech, okay? So,
Do
my
you support
friend.
Trump?
No, no, I'm going. Let me explain something, okay?
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to join.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody.
Put your wrappers
Yo,
up
what's up?
there.
How old are you?
Getting them and eating them. Please put it on the table.
Hello?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. I don't think we have like any guest requests right now. I think that like actually MAGA's dead, chat. Well, I thought I would go over this. I haven't gone over the stuff overnight. I've seen it's categorized that MAGA paid $59 million for the Trump phone, and we're now a year later from when the Trump phone dropped, and no one's got it yet. And they actively on their website changed it that like if you spend $100, it's really just that you're securing the ability to buy it in the future. Which, by the way, I don't think that they would restrict it from other people. So it's just like you're putting $100 for nothing. And I don't know. It really is seeming like people are never going to get the Trump phone. Seems like it's not going to happen. We make fun of MAGA Mobile, but in order to be able to make fun of it, that would have to exist in the first place. Like they can't even make it exist. They can't even get it together. That's why. That's why they can't even get it together, bro. So we can't even make fun of people for MAGA Mobile anymore because it couldn't possibly have existed in the first place. Like they're not competent enough to even set that up. Oh my gosh! All right, we're gonna start getting some people up here. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. We are just looking for debates. Alrighty, I think I just have a bunch of trolls in my box right now. Vintage, thank you so much for the budding heart. Thank you very much. This person said in the comment section, this guy's trying to be Dean Winters, but shallow? Question mark, question mark, question mark? Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. Ron, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to get this next person up here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
I only support him because he put in a ceasefire.
Aaron, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you very much. I don't even know what they said. I think that they were just trolling. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 57.
Do you support Trump?
My family does support Trump, and that's where I get most of my information from. And I'm in California like you with the election, and I kind of want to be able to get the right information.
And
And
would
so
you
I
support
wanted
Trump
to
if the
see.
election were held today?
At this point, he. I don't know how to go against my family so much, but I mean, mostly, I mean, probably, I mean, everything that you've said has made a big difference for me, and that's why I want to know how you would vote in California, because I want to be able to go against the things that I hear in my house.
Like how I'm voting for governor?
Yes.
I'm voting Steyer.
Okay.
He's
I
the most. I think
appreciate
he's the
that.
most progressive on the ballot. So.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, alrighty. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up, Paladin?
Hey, I'm 23.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I did when I voted for him.
You don't support him anymore.
No, because there's a lot of controversy.
Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Let's get this next person up here, everyone. Ron, thank you for the Night Star. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
52.
And do you support Trump?
100%.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I don't know why you're still even talking about Harris, but I definitely wouldn't vote for somebody that couldn't even have a conversation.
Me and Trump?
So I would not vote for her. I would vote for Trump 100%.
You would vote for Trump over Harris? Okay. Horn Cats, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm also going to, sorry, before we do this, I'm going to respond to people in the comment section. I think Steyer has better policies. Look at where all the corporations are spending money to. They're sending money to people against Steyer. Steyer supports abolishing ICE. Steyer supports universal access to healthcare, childcare, right? He supports expanding access to housing affordability, right? There are countless things that Steyer is preferable on. Now, I think there are legitimate concerns for things that he's obviously invested in the past. I think you can change your mind over time. And then also, I do think that there are legitimate concerns of a billionaire, buying their way into a position. But I do think that, he's more progressive, and I think I would prefer the idea of being more progressive otherwise. I would still vote for Becerra over a Republican, but I do think that Steyer is better than Becerra economically speaking. He's the only one on that stage, actually, that supports a continual billionaire tax. I just want to clarify that as well. So that's also something to consider. But yeah, all right. So why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because he wasn't a politician as much as you like to say he was, but he wasn't, and he isn't. I like his policy. I wouldn't say policies. I like his stance on immigration. I like his stance on ICE. I like his stance on the number one. I don't know, killer coming into this country as far as drugs. I like his stance on Iran. I like his stance on putting America first.
Okay, how's he putting America first?
Well, first of all, he respects. I think he respects that people have lost so much in this country. I mean, people have lost family members. People have lost money. I mean, all kinds of things. I mean, I support him for it. I mean, I don't know what else you want to say. Why do you not support him? Why is everybody constantly negatively attacking him? Why is this party not giving him the 4 years he deserves that he earned? Like, why are you always putting him down and not giving him a chance? You're right now, you're basing everything off of 16 months. Like, why can't we give him the 4 years he deserves and then judge him? That's not fair. I mean, do you think Harris, she couldn't even have a conversation? Her word salads were like, and you all are still talking about her like she's the better candidate. She couldn't even answer a question without going in circles.
I don't think you could be able to give me any actual example of her not being able to answer a question. I think that I can give you countless examples of Trump not being able to do so, alongside literally Trump saying incoherent things, such as the Climate's going to start cooling. Science just doesn't know it yet. Windmills are causing whales to die, numbers never seen before. If Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote against Joe Biden. He said that we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. We should look into nuking hurricanes to fight them. He said he drinks Diet Coke because it kills grass, meaning that under his view it kills cancer. So I think all of those things are like evidence of him being... Wait, hold up, let me please finish. Those are all evidence of him being cognitively declined, having insane positions, and being absolutely unhinged. The fact that you would try to compare that at all to Harris's at all is crazy, right? Because there's nothing at all you'd be able to point to of her actually not being able to answer a question to the standard that you would want from a typical politician. Because obviously there are going to be situations where you don't fully answer something in a certain moment, but that I don't think that you're really saying that that's going to be evidence of like someone never being answer or doesn't have the capacity to answer, right? I think that every single situation, there's for every person who's going to be running or any person who has like a platform, there's always going to be a point where they're asked a question where they haven't directly answered it. And that could be due to like them misunderstanding the question, them thinking about something else or trying to address something else in the conversation. It can be due to countless things. So the point that you could then say is that you're making the claim that she couldn't answer, which is just objectively not true. She answered questions all the time. She actually went on adversarial interviews, right, such as Fox News, right, and even so 60 Minutes, right, and whatnot. And Trump wouldn't even do that. Trump's interviews, he went on like nice interviews to him, not people that are adversarial to him. Was he hopping on and debating people who were like liberal interviewers all the time? No, he wasn't doing that. And I doubt you'd be able to name me a single interview where he did that.
They're extremely biased. Come on. Like seriously, like if he didn't even mention that he was going to run for a second term, they would have never filed charges against him. They would have never did what they did. That is a fact. You can clearly see that's how it went. We can see, look at man, I was a Democrat my entire life. I voted for Obama. I voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. I've done all that, man. I switched in 2022 because of the way this country's going. It is so negative. I left the Democratic Party because they are so negative. They beat down everybody. So what makes Trump any different? They beat down everybody. What do you mean we're so
negative? What do you mean? Can you be specific at all?
What do you mean? You're judging his presidency off of 15 months. You're judging everything.
We can judge it based upon what he's done. Like, do you want me to explain why? Because he's imposed tariffs that have made conditions worse off. According to a Federal Reserve report, we'd be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation right now if Donald Trump never imposed the tariffs. He started a war with Iran, which objectively has us in a worse position, where we have less political concessions from Iran than what we had a decade ago under the JCPOA, under Obama's administration. So Trump is putting us in an objectively worse position. It's a political blunder, a foreign policy blunder. Okay. It's ridiculous at all to look at Donald Trump's policies here and be like, oh yeah, we can't judge it at all. Right?
So we can just
we can see the effect.
So we can just take Kamala Harris and say, oh well, after the Conservative Party sat there and said that Joe Biden was completely out of his mind, you guys denied it, and then all of a sudden you're going to throw her into like you guys didn't even get it.
I don't think I ever denied it. I think that I actively advocated for him to drop out before he dropped out.
But definitely many people denied it. Okay, that there was anything wrong with him.
Wait, but like acting like that's at all comparable? That's like one little teeny thing as a issue with Trump in the first place. Is that a lot of people aren't going to acknowledge his cognitive decline, his utter incoherence, and his absolute bullshit constantly, and the fact that you would say that just that one thing is a criticism that would get you to stop supporting Democrats when you would never, ever once look at the incompetence of Trump as a reason as to why you would never support him. When, by the way, anything that you can mention with Joe Biden is just literally him unintentionally doing things wrong, right? That's the cognitive decline that you're referencing. Whereas I'm referencing with Trump as him just having utterly batshit crazy beliefs that he's intentionally upholding. Like that, like you could not give me anything about like what was happening with Biden as like an actual negative implication on the country in a meaningful sense. But I can give you how Donald Trump doing this actually negatively impacts the country. Big difference. Okay.
I
would support Joe Biden on his fucking deathbed over Trump. Are you kidding me? Donald Trump is that much of a threat to the country that if you literally did nothing, that we'd
That's
be
the
better
thing,
off
though,
right now.
is you're predicting. You're predicting that he's a threat to the country without giving him the
I'm
opportunity
telling
to
you
do
how.
what he's
I
doing.
told you the policies he passed. I said if you literally did nothing as president, you would do better than Donald Trump. Literally.
Honestly, I wouldn't want the responsibility. First of all, I mean, to be put in that position is off the charts. To even want to go at it as much as he has, and been beat down and still coming back and showing.
So by the
all,
way, you never would say this about Biden. Never once would come out of your mouth in reference to Biden.
Considering I had to run from the state of Delaware to Alaska because of the Democratic policies in Delaware.
What Democratic policy?
It's off the chart.
What Democratic policy?
I mean, I had such horrible experiences with the court system, the Democratic court system in that state.
What Democratic policy did you disagree with that made you leave?
That it would be more the court system than anything.
What about the court system?
Okay. My family court system. I don't know if you're aware of who Dr. Earl Bradley was. You probably should look that up. But Beau Biden, Biden's son, of course, had several complaints of this guy. Several, as he was the attorney general of that state. Several complaints about this doctor, and he did nothing. He did nothing at all. Okay. And then my judge in my situation happened to be the prosecuting attorney for Dr. Earl Bradley. Again, in my situation, I wasn't being listened to. The evidence was there that I was having my problems, and they continued to overlook that stuff on purpose for money.
Overlook what problems?
Overlook. Let's see, my ex doing all kinds of crazy shit in front of the court systems, like well-documented police reports and this and that. But yet they said that since I couldn't pay for a lawyer, that I wasn't going to win again.
So by the way, he's saying him dealing with the law is going to be a representation of Democrats.
100%, man. It's the same. It's the same.
What does this have to do with Democrats? What Democratic policy is this? Are you saying this is not a Democratic policy that did this? What are you talking about?
It's the trait of the Democrats, is what I'm saying. I never said it
what
was a
trait
policy.
of Democrats?
It's craziness, man.
What craziness?
The crazy behavior. The promises that the Democrats make in the past, they've never always come through.
He's going to build the wall and make Mexico pay for it. He's going to release the Epstein files. He's going to repeal and replace the ACA. He's going to end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. He's going to bring down prices by half in a year for gas prices and for energy prices.
Gas prices definitely came down over $1 from the minute he took office. It's funny.
No, they didn't.
Honestly, I live in
gas
Alaska.
Prices are higher right now.
They are now 100%,
Yes.
and for good reason, and for 100% a good reason. 100%.
Yeah, and what's the good reason?
Iran.
Yeah, can you name one political concession we've got from the war with Iran?
Yep. I think that when this was all taken care of, gas prices are going to be lower than they have since.
Can you answer the question?
Early 90s.
Can you name one political concession that we've got from the war with Iran?
That's the thing, though, is it's not over. You act like a war is going to happen over 24 hours or overnight. Wars take time, man. That's a strategy. You're just going to have to sit back instead of judging them within 90 days or 120 days. Why don't you give them some time? Like the other day,
why is Trump sending a 15-point plan to Iran to end the war?
Because they don't want any more death.
Oh, okay. I mean, so then, what political concession have we got from the war with Iran?
What political concession?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say we got any political concession yet.
None. So we're near the end of the war. Trump's claiming, "Oh, let's end this. I'm done with this." But we've got no political concessions. So what do we do this for?
Honestly, he made a great point. They were going to use the straits as a leverage. They clearly showed that they're going to do that. They bombed the hell out of their fucking neighbors. I mean, like it continues to go on. I mean, the things that they're doing are the threats that they made, which is worse than a nuclear bomb, if you ask me, economically. Way worse.
So am I going to get a response to what I said? So, like, what are we doing this for if we got no political concessions?
What are we doing this for? We're doing
Yeah.
this for the Iranian people, the Persian Iranian people.
But Trump said he's done. So he's not going to do it for them anymore?
He's not done.
Well, then why do you send out a 15-point plan to end it? Does he not care about the Iranian people?
Have you seen this 15-point plan?
Does Trump not care about the Iranian people?
He does.
Okay, so then why is he sending out a 15-point plan to end the war? You're saying the only way to care about the Iranian people is to go to war with Iran, and he's wanting to end the war. So are you saying that he doesn't care about the Iranian people?
He does 100% care about them. So don't you think that, like, people, especially during the Democratic Party, there was a lot of leaks in the government and stuff like that, top secret stuff being leaked out, such as all that stuff. Don't you think that stuff needs to come to an end? Don't you find that to be treasonous? Do you honestly think that we know exactly what's going on?
What are we pivoting from? What's treasonous?
Leaking top secret information. That's a treasonous.
You mean
act.
the signal chats? You mean the signal chat created by the Trump admin, where they talked about classified war plans and they had a random journalist in there?
Oh, that was when was that?
Like beginning of the Trump admin?
The beginning of the office that they accidentally sent something. Accidents happen. I mean, that's no different than Hillary allowing all her fucking information to be emails to be read.
You mean subpoenaed and gone after by the government?
Well, you used on her personal phone, not keeping it a secure line.
Okay. I mean, I don't even know what this comparison is, but so
that didn't happen.
I mean, did she discuss classified war plans?
I mean, what's classified? Like what? As far as what?
So you don't think that in that Signal group chat that they discussed classified war plans?
I don't.
They did.
I don't,
hint. They did, sir.
What was it? What was
I'm not going to. You want me to tell you the classified war plans and go over all of the messages?
No,
you just look it up and read them yourself.
I clearly remember the situation. Obviously, it didn't turn out to be too horrible. He still has a job, right?
Well, Trump literally still has Howard Lutnick on his administration, who, actively speaking, was caught on picture with Epstein on his island.
Oh God. Yeah, I mean that's pretty horrible.
Yeah, and he hasn't been fired.
I don't know what to say about that. I really don't. I think it's disgusting. I think it's a horrible situation. However, I don't think Trump's involved with that shit like you.
So then why is he not firing them?
I don't know.
Simple thing, right?
That's a question you asked him. I didn't.
I have a question. I have a question for you. If you were running, let's say, a 7-Eleven, right? Would you fire an employee that literally did this? Like, you found out there was a picture of them with Epstein on the island?
No.
You wouldn't fire them?
Not unless there was some sort of trial that said that he did anything wrong. No, I wouldn't. Needs to be a trial, man. We have a criminal justice system. Like, there's a huge difference between civil and criminal.
So if they said before they were never on the island, and then you saw a picture of them on the island, and they're like,
people said they didn't have any ties.
Okay, well, actually, I was on the island.
Jeffries said he didn't.
I was on the island.
Know
actually,
him, but he took money from him. I mean, like, seriously. Like,
so I'm asking you. So in that scenario, you wouldn't be like, "Yeah, let me get you out of my business." You would be like, "You know what? I need a criminal conviction." That's what you need. That.
I mean, honestly, isn't that due process?
Well, the thing is, you're not the
That's the
government.
problem with this country. And
You
quite
know what's something
honestly, that's the
crazy?
problem with
You're
the
not the
woke system.
government. You're not the government. You don't need to wait for due process. Like, for example, if you saw someone murder another person in front of you, right, would you keep them hired? Because there hasn't been a court
I mean, that's a
adjudicated
different
process.
situation. That's a different
Wait, hold on.
situation. If I saw them murder, to me, I convict them.
So
But if
the
I
point
see
that
a
I'm
photo,
making, the point that I'm
if
making
I
with
see a
this,
photo in today's world,
dude, now the
what-
point that I'm making is that the you would at least say that there can be a basis for you believing that they should be fired without a court adjudicating that. Which, by the way, you don't believe in courts adjudicating things anyway. In typical, I would bet. Watch this. Do you believe E. Jean Carroll? She held Donald Trump liable for sexually abusing her in a civil court amongst a unanimous decision of all 9 people in a jury.
no, I don't believe her.
You see what I mean?
However,
You see what I mean?
If it was a criminal court and they were having and she filed criminal charges right away when it
Okay,
happened.
so watch this. Do you believe the felony case against Trump? Do you believe that he's guilty, like truly, of those felonies?
Nope.
That was in a criminal court. That's a criminal conviction beyond a reasonable doubt.
In a democratic court system, yeah. Like why
Democratic
why
court system, actually, that's not a thing, bro.
that
There's no
bullshit.
democratic court. There's no
Bullshit. You're
only
24
Democrat
years
court
old,
system,
man.
actually.
You've never
That's
dealt
not a
with it.
thing.
When
That's
you
not a
deal with
thing.
it, let me know, bro. Let me
What do you
know
mean?
when
What do you
deal
mean
with
the criminal court was a democratic court? What are you talking about? What the fuck does that
it.
mean?
New York's
The
not
Democrats
all
did not
Democrat.
control that courtroom.
That's like sending them over.
Wait,
to
you think
California
every
for his
single
trial.
person on that jury was a Democrat?
Every single person on that jury was a Democrat, you said?
No, is that what you think?
No, I don't think that.
Okay, so there are obviously people who are apolitical, there are obviously people who are independent, and Trump's lawyers are part of the jury selection process, meaning anyone that they sniff that's a biased person that dislikes Trump, says anything bad about Trump, they can just get him out of there. Next
I
person.
mean, you act as if there are other political figures that didn't do things behind closed doors.
You said
Do I
you would
think
believe
that-
if there were wait,
like,
pause.
what-
Pause.
all right,
Pause. You said you would believe it if there was a criminal conviction. I gave you a scenario
I
where
don't-
Trump was
I
criminally
don't-
convicted, and you're
I
like,
think
I
it
don't
was
believe it
biased.
actually, okay?
I think it was a biased situation because he was rerunning for president.
Yeah, so anything against Trump is just something that you don't believe. Do you see what I
didn't
mean?
vote for him the first time around, man. I didn't vote for him
If
the
it's
first time.
if
I
it's
voted
against
for him the
Trump,
second
you
time
don't believe
around
it. That's all it
because
is.
he was being singled out, man. Like, why didn't all these
No, he
charges come
wasn't.
up so? Yes, he was, man.
No,
Are you
him
kidding
being
me?
called out and held accountable for his actions is not him being singled out.
Why wasn't he held accountable years and years and years before?
Because
Like, why did
the
they
felonies
wait?
that he committed when running for the election process. Because he
Inflate-
falsified. Let me
inflating
explain,
property
sir. Let me
value
explain.
is, like,
That's a different
is
case.
like such a
You're
white
mixing up
collar-
sir. You're mixing up the cases. The felony case was when he falsified business records to hide the hush money payment that he made to Stormy Daniels, so that she wouldn't speak up about the affair that he had with her while his wife was pregnant. That's the reason. So he falsified business records to prevent that from happening, so it wouldn't affect his election prospects. That's why it's a felony, because he falsified business records, committing a predicate crime to conceal, right, a story that could obviously impact the election results.
I guess that's no different than what the Democrats did with Russia, right?
Oh, come on, that was an investigation.
Oh, come on, right? Yeah.
Wait, and you know that Trump literally said that he's glad that Robert. Wait, I have a question. Are you glad that Robert Mueller's dead?
Yes, I am.
You are?
Yep.
Why?
Because I think that the taxpayer paid way too much money on that situation. I don't really care for him. I didn't care for him. I think it should have been a lot quicker of a result. I think.
Wait, so because he investigated your guy, just because of the investigation, which by the way they indicated he didn't collude with Russia, you're saying just because of that, you're glad that he's dead?
I mean, I don't really care that he's dead or not dead.
Wait. No. You said you were glad that he's dead, bro. I asked, are you glad that he's dead? You said, yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad he's dead.
Okay, so do you realize that that's a sick thing to do? You're glad that someone's dead simply because they investigated your political guy. That's it. That's a sick thing to do. That's a person. You know that, right?
Democrats were doing with Charlie Kirk. They were celebrating.
So do you think it was justified for them to say that they were? Wait, so do you think it was justified for anyone to say that they were glad that Charlie Kirk died?
He died of natural causes. Dude, there's so many people.
Wait, no, do you
I've
think it's
seen
justified?
some.
But do you think it's justified?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so if you don't think that's justified, well, your own reasoning that you just used to justify saying that you're glad about Robert Mueller's death, that now just justified them doing the exact same thing. I just want to let you know that.
I think karma is a way to. I don't think he liked Trump. He was
Wait, can you
judging
address what
Trump.
I'm saying here? Can you address what I'm saying? That your justification for that just justified everyone saying that about Charlie Kirk. I'm serious. Your same justification that you just used for being glad about Robert Mueller's death
One died
now
of
justifies
natural
any
causes
left-wing
and one
person
was
for thinking the
murdered
same
on
thing about Charlie
live
Kirk.
television.
What's up?
One was murdered on live television in front of millions and millions of people, and one died of natural
Can't you say in
causes.
both scenarios it's bad?
Death sucks, man. It
Yeah, why
sucks.
would you say that you're glad that they're dead?
I should have. I misspoke. I shouldn't have said I'm glad. I'm not
Okay.
glad anyone dies, for that matter. But do I give a shit? No, yeah, I really don't. I
Okay.
really
And
don't.
by the way, no one's saying you have to give a shit, right? Well, I mean, obviously, I would say as a person, obviously, you should, look, at some point,
Do I think it was
say that you
hurtful?
give a shit.
Hurtful
But the
way
point that
I
we're
see
saying is that
people?
you shouldn't. Trump was saying that he was glad that Robert Mueller's death, and the point that we're making with that is that he is perpetuating political violence
But just
and
like
violent. Let me
I
please finish. Let me
misspoke,
please
don't
finish.
you think
Let me
maybe
please
he could
finish.
have
Let
misspoke?
me please finish. He's perpetuating violent rhetoric, sarcastic
Oh
terrorism,
my
and
God,
justifying
dude.
people's deaths in the public eye. After just saying that it was justified that people would lose their jobs because they made a joke about Charlie Kirk's death. It's
It's
absurd.
like call me 86 the president over there, right? Come on, man. Like, let's talk about inciting violence. I mean, 86 the president. Like, I mean,
I
that's your
can't
own.
hear what you're saying.
I said that's you want to talk about inciting violence. Our own federal FBI retired FBI agent, puts things that 86 the president. I mean, like, come on.
Come on. Doesn't that just mean remove him from office? Wait, doesn't just mean remove him from office? Isn't that all it means? It's not a kill reference. It literally just means remove him from office, like impeach the president, right? That's literally all it means, right?
Well, that's your interpretation.
Well, is that what he meant? Is that what he meant when he said it?
In many ways, right?
Is that what he meant when he said it?
I don't. Quite honestly, I don't think he meant it that way at all. I mean,
Okay, why not?
Because he hated Trump. I mean, it's clear as day. He covered shit up. It's
Wait.
clear. That's why Trump got rid of him.
So to clarify, let me ask you this question: you think if someone calls for the death of someone else, they should be put in prison?
I don't think he should be put in prison for it. No. However, I definitely think an example needs to be made out of him. So that kind of
in what way?
Stuff. I definitely think
should he lose his job?
He should be heavily fined.
Should he lose his job?
He already lost his job.
But would you say that if he has a job, he should lose it?
I don't think he should lose his job for speaking his mind. I think he should definitely get fined. I definitely think that he should.
Fined? How much? How much should he get fined?
For being the figure that he was, I think he should be heavily fined for that.
How much?
Kind of $1 million.
$1 million just for saying that we should get the president out of office? So much for the First Amendment, right?
Why wouldn't he just write that? Why wouldn't he just write that? Like, why wouldn't he just write that?
Because 86 is like a known term for like out. It's used in like restaurants and bars a lot.
I know. I worked in the restaurant industry many years, but
dude, it's literally just like a typical term that's used in food service, my guy. That's all it means. And it's like Trump takes that as like, he's calling for my execution. Okay, let's get him imprisoned. Okay. And then, by the way, he called for the execution of some Democrats like literally like a few months ago.
Yeah, I know. I support that 100%.
You support that? The calling for the execution of those Democrats?
If treasonous behavior, yes, I do.
What treason did they engage in?
Well, first of all, that's inciting his military to not listen to his orders, lawful orders.
No, they said unlawful orders.
What makes them unlawful? I mean, as a
listen.
military soldier.
Listen. Let me tell you what they said, sir. Let me tell you what they said. They said if you're given an unlawful order, don't follow it. They never said this lawful or this order is unlawful. They said if you're given an unlawful order, do not follow it. And by the way, it's
Okay,
not just your military; it's
and what
our
makes you
military as a
think
country.
what makes you think they know what is a lawful and what's an unlawful order, as far as the president's order?
Well, obviously, that's going to be the determination made by the soldier in that
At
circumstance.
that
But
point, it could be
this
too
is
late,
this is a remember to the oath of to the Constitution. If it's an unlawful order, you should not follow it. That's all it is. Now, that's completely legal for them to say. That's not treason, and to claim that that's treason, and to say that they should be executed for that is fucking disgusting.
I mean, they
The fact
definitely
that
should
you
be
said
put
that
on
you
trial
defended that
and let
is
the jury
disgusting.
decide,
It's
right?
disgusting. Okay? This is not normal political discourse. This is not, oh, we disagree on a little infrastructure policy. This is you straight up calling for the deaths of people that politically disagree with you. For a normie take, might I add, it's literally just saying if you're given an unlawful order, don't follow it. That's the same thing Mike Pence said after January 6th. It's the same thing that Pete Hegseth said in 2015 when he was referencing the ethos of the military, that you should not follow an unlawful order if you're given it. That's the ethos of our military. So, by the way, there are countless examples of people on the right, of people on the left saying this for spanning back decades. This is a very normie position. This is not some extremist position, okay? This is not treasonous. To say that this is treasonous is saying that Mike Pence committed treason when he said that he cared more about the Constitution than he cared about Trump, and that he was going to put his oath to the Constitution over Trump and not listen to Trump's unlawful order, that he should literally, certify the false slates of electors. You know what I mean? That's you would be having to concede that you think he's treasonous.
I definitely don't think that. I think Mike Pence made the right call on what he did. That was his decision. He's number 2, right? So,
Wait.
in that situation, he had a job to do, and he did his job. You know, the investigations and stuff following is what took place, right? I mean, there was so many investigations after he left office, and you don't think there was any sort of I mean, I know your thoughts on it, so I'm not even going to ask that question, but I mean, I definitely think it was shady.
Okay, so
Shady
Mike Pence said, I was given an unlawful order, I didn't follow it. And all these people said is, if you're given an unlawful order, like Mike Pence was given, then you shouldn't follow it. Why is that so complicated? That's not treason.
Mike Pence is number 2, and he's also knows what's a lawful and what's an unlawful. If you're asking your military men and women to not make to decide on what's a lawful and what's an unlawful order,
wait, that's already something that they have to do. That was something that pre-exists them making this video.
Dude, when those statements were made, when those senators made those,
can we just admit it's not treason? Let's stop with this fucking gibberish.
No,
seriously, I think it's so harmful to this country for you to try to act. No, I think it's so harmful for this country for you to try to act like that's actually legitimately treason. Because no way, within any scheme of any other context, would you call this treason. That would
be a military tribunal to court system, right?
What's up?
To decide. Do I think they should be brought up in front of a military tribunal? 100%. If they find that that's not a treasonous behavior,
it's obviously not treasonous. That's why it would never go to that in the first place. But the point is that this is stochastic terrorism. It's justifying like Mike Pence's death, and it's something that Trump is using not only to try to pressure the people in his administration to act in the way that he wants, but also because he's just trying to justify violent rhetoric against liberals and people that are against him.
Okay. I'll accept your opinion on it. You know?
Okay, it's not just accepting my opinion. It's just like, why do you justify that? Why did you say that you agree that they should have been executed? Like, that's so fucking crazy, dude. That's like people who are on the left arguing for you guys to be executed for saying the same thing. Like, if someone on the left argued for Pete Hegseth to be executed, right, in 2015, would you have thought that's justified?
I mean, if he was found guilty for what he was being accused of, 100%. I mean, in a military tribunal, 100%.
They're not going to be found guilty in a military tribunal because this is not obviously something that's treason. But the point I'm saying is that you shouldn't even be allowed to go around and just say things like this and normalize this behavior. That's a sick thing to do. It's disgusting, and the defense of it is crazy. And you would never accept a liberal defending behavior like this. Hold yourself to that same standard.
I'm watching the liberals lose their shit constantly in this country.
Okay, on what?
Let's talk about ICE, like the way they're handling ICE. Like these people, these officers, these ICE agents, these border patrol agents, they all have an order to give. They've been all given an order. Now you're going to say it's an unlawful order, but it's not. They're ridding the country of murderers, of people that came into this country illegal, and you're saying they're doing it wrong. But yet you got these protesters, you know, like Petty, for instance, kicking out tail lights, you know, bringing, even though it's his right, bringing guns to to demonstrations and protests.
Yeah, do you think Alex Petty was murdered?
I kind of do. I kind of think he was murdered. I think it could have went a different way for sure.
Okay. So you think he was murdered? Obviously, he was murdered. Okay, so I don't know why you try to bring up those circumstances of like this is how people are responding. We have a First Amendment right. You can protest against your government. There's nothing wrong with protesting, and especially like when you're doing stuff like for example, like many people are doing, is where they're recording ICE. That's completely within your rights to do.
To kick out taillights.
I didn't say to do that. I said specifically to record.
He wasn't just recording though.
I'm not saying that Alex Petty was just recording, right? But on the day that he specifically was murdered, the only thing he was doing was trying to prevent, right, a woman from being attacked, right? By literally just standing in that position. He wasn't harming anyone. He didn't hit anyone. He didn't do anything. He didn't reach for his weapon, and he was shot in the back after he was disarmed. Okay, so like I don't understand how you could defend that. It's on video. We saw him murdered in broad daylight. No one can defend that. You have to acknowledge it's murder.
I mean, he was definitely murdered. There's no question. But
it was unjustified. Do you agree it was unjustified?
No, I don't.
Oh, so murder means unjustified. So I thought you were saying it was unjustified. Oh, you don't think it was so you thought it was complete. You thought it was completely justified for those agents to shoot him in the back?
As many times as they did, yes.
You're fucking disgusting. You're actually, dude, you're disgusting as fuck.
I think shooting him in his leg or something and just dropping him down.
You're fucking disgusting. Answer this question. What imminent threat did he pose against the agents in the scenario?
His crazy ass erratic behavior.
What? Like what? Tell me what behavior?
Well, just days before he kicked out a taillight.
So because days before he kicked out a taillight, you think it's justified to shoot him in the back after he's disarmed? Okay, so I have a question, buddy. All the people on January 6th, they weren't listening to lawful orders, right? To get out of to not go into the Capitol. Do you think it would have been justified for the officers that day just to gun them all down?
They did gun down one.
I'm asking you, do you think that was justified, for example?
That they just gunned down people, unarmed people?
Yes. Do you think that would have been justified?
No.
And by the way, I just want to let you know, Ashley Babbitt had a knife. It wasn't brandished, but she had a knife. So under your view, do you think it was justified to shoot her?
You saw her with a knife, or?
No. I didn't. I said it was not brandished, but she had a knife. Now, can you answer the question? Do you
No,
think do you think it was justified to shoot Ashley Babbitt?
No.
Oh, even though she didn't listen to a lawful order to stand down, and she broke in still.
I mean, shoot to kill.
Which, by the way, was determined by a court to be a justified shooting.
Shoot to kill? I don't think so. I don't think they had to shoot to kill. They could have tased.
Did they have to do that? Okay, did they have to do that with Alex Petty?
They could have definitely tased Alex Petty. They could have done other things.
Okay, so it's not justified to have shot Alex Petty.
Honestly, I heard he had another gun. I heard
he
had more.
He did not. Gun. You just made that up.
How do you know that, though?
How do we know that? Because there was no evidence of it. And it was not even reported on by the DHS. It wasn't even reported on by any of those agents. It wasn't reported on by anyone that there was a second gun. That's just a lie. He was disarmed. So what was the justification to shoot him?
I mean, I thought he had another gun.
Nope. Where'd you hear that? Facebook?
I can't remember. I don't look at Facebook. Been a few years on that kind of information, but
So did you see it on Fox Entertainment, Newsmax?
No, I didn't. I don't know where I saw it. I can't remember. It very well could have been on here.
From who? The Trump supporter I'm debating?
You saying
Pixie, thank you, the galaxy, thank you. No fucking way, dude. He said it might have been from here. Are you serious, dude? Dude, you're unhinged.
There's no difference than Abbott trying to run over the cop and you guys deny it. I mean, he clearly was hit. That's not
You mean Renee Good?
I mean Renee Good. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Renee Good was not trying to run over the agent in that scenario. Renee Good was turning to the right, away from the agent. So you understand that we saw from the first-person footage from the agent's phone that she was turning away from him,
Wasn't she given a lawful order to get out of the car?
She was given a lawful order to. She was given a lawful order to leave. She was given an unlawful order to step out of the car. So she listened to the lawful order to leave and then got murdered.
What was the unlawful? Why is it an unlawful for her to get out of the car? At this point, they want to arrest her.
Because they have no justification to detain her. She was allowing for people to go around her. That was not preventing anyone from going through. And she was only in that position for less than 3 minutes. There was no jurisdiction for them to pull her out of that vehicle in that circumstance. So it was completely justified for her to listen to the lawful order, not the unlawful one, and rather leave the scenario in the circumstance. She was trying to not hit the agent. The agent, by the way, could have stepped back to a greater extent, but decided to plant his feet in the position he was, reach for his weapon before she was even moving forward. You could see from the cell phone footage of the agent that she was turning away from the agent, and said to him prior that she wasn't mad at him. It is ridiculous to believe in that scenario that you think that she was trying to run him over or trying to murder him. It's absurd. The third shot is the one that killed her according to the autopsy report, which was taken multiple feet to the left-hand side of her driver's side of the vehicle, meaning the car was not going near him, towards him, or at risk of even touching him, meaning there was no imminent risk of a serious bodily harm and or death in the meaning there was no risk of serious bodily harm and or death in imminent risk of serious bodily harm and or death in the scenario. Therefore, it was not justified for the law enforcement officer to utilize lethal force, because a reasonable officer, it would have to be a reasonable officer would think that there is a imminent risk of a serious bodily harm and or death in the scenario applicable to someone.
But at what point do you not think you say it was unlawful to tell her to get out of the car, but impeding on a police investigation or a federal agent's investigation is breaking the law, and like they're trying to prevent their job. They're trying to prevent people from doing their job, and that right there is probable cause to arrest them. There's no question there. Like I don't see how you don't see that. Like
so there's something called officer-induced jeopardy. You can't put yourself in a position that would then require lethal force to be able to get out of, and then use that as a justification for self-defense. So it is literally the duty of the officer to get out of the way if they can in the scenario, which he could have done, and it's also the duty of the officer to not put themselves in harm's way of possibly being in front of where the vehicle could go. So those are two things that the agent should have done in the scenario, which he chose not to do. Thirdly, I also want to acknowledge that he had the ability, right, in this scenario, to fucking jump out of the way. A GTA 5 NPC would have jumped out of the way to a greater extent, but he decided not to do that. He decided to reach for his gun before she even moved forward.
And she punched it.
No, she went 1 to 4 miles per hour maximum.
Dude, her tires were spinning like crazy.
No, they weren't.
It. Yes, they were.
No, they weren't. The spinning like crazy was after she was murdered, genius.
Oh.
Yeah, that was after she was murdered, because it was going 1 to 4 miles per hour maximum.
You're speaking as if you have the facts. You don't.
I do. I've watched this video a million times.
So have I. I mean, everybody has. How can you not? It was over and over and over.
Well, then you would know that I'm right.
You're not right, man. You're completely wrong.
Let me answer this question. Did he have the ability?
There was a lawful order for her to stop and get out of the car.
Not true. It is not lawful. That is not lawful.
That is
I'd already told
lawful.
you
They
she
were
was in that
impeding
position
on.
for less than 3
You
minutes.
can't.
She
They
let
were
cars go
impeding on
past
their
her, and she
investigation.
was
That is
going to leave the
definitely a lawful
scenario.
order.
What's up?
They were impeding on their investigation on what they were trying to do.
What
And
investigation?
that is, they were going after a sex predator. That was
Not
an
true.
illegal area.
Not true. There was no investigation towards a sex predator at that time that those agents were engaging in. That's just not true. Plus, they also allowed for agents to go past. So Renee Good didn't prevent the flow of traffic completely. And she was only in that position for less than 3 minutes.
I think it's a sad outcome no matter what, but I definitely
She
think
was murdered in
murdered.
broad daylight, and you should acknowledge that. And you should advocate for accountability. And by the way, Jonathan Ross, who murdered her, just got relocated to a different area and is working again. It's fucking disgusting. This guy's a murderer and deserves to be behind bars for the rest of his fucking life. That is disgusting that anyone would sit there and defend that. It's obviously murder. Sammy, think of the Desert Blitzy.
I don't. I definitely don't think that she should have died, but neither of them. I don't think neither of them should have died but for their actions. I definitely think that it was a lawful order to detain them.
So it wasn't justified to shoot either of them. Therefore, you think they were both murdered.
I can't say they were murdered.
You can't say that they were murdered, but they
I
were.
wasn't
They
there.
objectively
I
were.
don't
Like
have
there was
all
an
the facts at
unjustified
hand. I'm not-
unaliving of a
I'm not
sentient
there
person.
In the police, I'm not at the police point of view. I mean, you make it sound like these guys that have families and have this and live in America, and they're here to protect us. That
The people in those
are wrong
videos,
for doing
Jonathan
their
Ross
job.
and the people who shot Alex Preddy, were not protecting us by doing that. They were
Yes,
doing
they
the
are.
complete opposite of protecting us. They are putting more of our lives in danger. They're putting more of
Have you
law
ever lost
enforcement
a
officers'
sister?
lives in danger.
You ever
Tina,
lost
thank you so much for the
a
Unicorn
sister to
Fantasy. Thank you so
fentanyl?
much. I just want to let you know
I
that puts
lost my sister to fentanyl.
Okay, so
I
and I
lost
got
my
to kick you
sister
because
to
it's
fentanyl.
TikTok TOS. You can't say that on the stream. You got to say F drug. If you have a second account, you can join on that one and we can finish the conversation. But you can't say that on the live. I have to go on to the next person. But this is just that entire conversation was fucking ridiculous, dude. That was so absurd. They were not protecting us. Us holding people accountable will protect us to a greater extent. And by the way, not only do they put people who are civilians' lives at a greater risk, but also law enforcement officers as well, right? So you understand that them acting that way in abuse of power doesn't do any good for our society at all, and it only does bad. Leaving that without accountability only does bad. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Why do you hate Twitch fetus?
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Trump? Okay, all right. Let me thank some people real quick, then we can go on to our conversation. Alicia, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, that is exactly what the oath is for. Exactly what the oath is for. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Peter, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said Trump's rant about childcare will forever be the most incoherent ramblings from a politician. Thank you so much. Jesse, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, he would have more favorable. Yeah, he'd definitely be more favorable. That's very true. Eden, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's so funny. Jesse, again, thank you. I appreciate it. Olivia, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Pono, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's so interesting. I could be. I'm not quite sure. I'd have to look into it more. Alicia, thank you so again. Thank you so much. And Darling, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. That's literally what they're trying to say. Literally that they're going after a violent sex offender, but wouldn't acknowledge that in other contexts. Fossey, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $7. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Always good seeing you. Always good seeing you. I appreciate you as always. Kenneth as well. Thank you for the $17. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. No, I haven't seen this. Where can I find that? Let me know. I'd love to be able to look into that more. Thank you very much. By the way, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. I help get it out to more people. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen as always. Let me make sure to go over to YouTube and thank the people over on YouTube real quick. I have some more people to thank. No Syllable, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. Kim, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That is very true. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Exactly. We can see her trying to turn left and that she was just trying to drop off her wife. Exactly. As well as Brand. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Brand. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sarah, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Deela, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. King of Golden State, thank you so much for the $10. Sarah, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's just literally the title of the stream. It's also stuff to talk about, and we do talk about on the stream. It's also, there are limitations of characters. Jackal, think of the $5. Thank you very much. Horror, think of the $10 as well. Thank you very much. Kala, think of the $5. Thank you very much. Jackal, think of the $5. And Brand, think of the $2. Thank you very much. Gris as well, think of the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I very much disagree with you. But there's no basis to say that he's Epstein class. And also, many people who are progressive, I think including her, have said to vote for him. So you should check who they have endorsed. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
Pretty much for everything. Everything that he ran on, all his campaign promises, he fulfilled or tried to fulfill them. I know a lot of it has yet to turn into fruition. I'm not thrilled with gas prices nor inflation, clearly. His no new wars policy, which myself and him and others have referred to it as a war at times. I don't view it as a war. In 2017, we dropped 60,000 bombs across 3 countries, Iraq, Afghanistan, and Syria, in the pursuit of ISIS. It wasn't constituted as a war then. So I don't see why 13,000 bombs against Iran would be constituted as a war today.
Did Obama call it a war?
I don't think he did.
Did Obama need to develop a ceasefire and a 15-point plan with all of those countries to prevent the further conflict?
No.
So I think those are very big distinctions. Not only did Trump acknowledge this as a war, Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, and the entirety of the administration acknowledged it as a war. They also acknowledge it's a war when they say that we want a 15-point plan to end the war.
Sure. I mean, that's terminology that can be used. I refer to it as a military conflict more than anything.
It is a war, though, by their own definition. So when Trump says no new wars, and then in the same sense of his term, says that he started a war, do you believe that's contradictory?
I don't believe it's a war. I view war as this: Iraq, Afghanistan, Vietnam. Doesn't need to be approved by Congress, obviously. Neither was Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan. Those I constitute as wars. There was boots on the ground, severe loss of life. You know, in comparison, and there's 15 service members that have been lost in Iraq so far. And I don't say that lightly, but in the withdrawal of Afghanistan, there was 13 service members that were lost. You know, so I don't constitute this as a war, not in the normal term that as an American. I don't view this as a war. We are dropping bombs like we've always done.
Okay. Well, you can say whatever you want. That doesn't change that based upon Trump's own sense of the term war, that he said no new wars and then started a war based upon his own sense of the term. Call it what you want. He has contradicted himself.
Yeah. Trump says a lot of things. I mean, he talks a lot, and I look at less words as opposed to actions. You know, so like one of the things that I really did enjoy seeing a benefit of was the tax bill when it was reformed as a small business owner and a father. You know, I did get a little bit more money back, not much, but a little bit more. Now, you know, the question is, how far did it go? That's the real denominator there, right? But I believe the direction that we are heading in is the right direction, economically speaking, and as a whole.
We're worse off economically, and it's still not acknowledging that he contradicted himself in that respect. These are one of his campaign promises. And even so, I think that, let's actually ask you this question. Can you name one metric that's got better off since Trump got in office economically?
I think housing's gone up 2%. Inflation's gone up, 3%. Economically, no, we're kind of just flatline. We're kind of just staying status quo. We're not status quo, but staying the same. which is unique considering all the tariffs that we've put in place and the ongoing military conflict. I'm honestly astonished we haven't had a recession, and I'm not saying that in regards to Trump's term. I'm just saying in general, as a whole, going back over the years. How we've been able to weather that, I'm not sure. But no, I feel like the economy's kind of stayed the same. To be honest, I've gotten a little bit more money back while paying a little bit more at the same time. So, but I think for a future standpoint, I mean, he's been in office less than a year and a half. His policies that he's enacted take time to turn into fruition. Had the Supreme Court not ruled that it was unconstitutional under the IEPA law, we would have seen some tariff return, as opposed to it going back to the corporations. Not thrilled about that, but that was again the Supreme Court.
So, can you name one economic metric that's got better off since Trump got in office?
It's pretty much stayed the same as of right now, in my opinion.
Basically, everything's gotten worse. We have lower real GDP growth. We have lower real median wage growth. We had lower real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration. The worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We've seen unemployment increase.
The unemployment number's gone up a little bit, but I mean, overall, it's been relatively, I mean, considering the circumstances with the tariffs and the influx and cost of petroleum, gas, yeah, it's pretty much staying the same. The thing
Nope,
is, I'm
it's
not a
not.
knee-jerk.
Because
Well, I'm not
again,
a knee-jerk.
according to the Federal Reserve report, we'd be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation right now if Donald Trump never imposed the tariffs and never started this war with Iran.
Okay. Well, here's my thoughts on this. So I didn't just vote for him for these things that are happening. Clearly, I didn't vote for him to go into the Strait of Hormuz or to go into Venezuela or any of those things. Those are entirely outside of why I voted for him. The things I did vote for him, though, was the anti-woke policies, the America First agenda, which constituted, safer borders, which even though the deportations are low, the influx, we don't see caravans anymore. You don't see people just crossing over the border willingly without upholding the law. So you do have safer streets in that regard. And I know that you were talking about this with the last caller in regards to the numerous events that have transpired with ICE. I don't agree with the enforcement policies, or not the policies, but the over egregious amount of force that has been used in certain circumstances. But the same thing could be said on an individual level with the police. You have good cops, you have bad cops, and it's unfortunate that there's been circumstances that have arose where people have lost their lives, but that doesn't discredit an entire institution, an entire department. So I mean, I want to say that I believe that we are doing the right things, and sometimes the wrong things happen, clearly. And so you have to move about it moving forward to make it better so those things don't happen anymore.
So you agree that there's no economic metrics that are better off. Trump's worse for the economy, and you support him because of the border and because he's anti-woke.
I think economically speaking, his policies are going to, once they turn into fruition fully, with everything that is being done, we will have a windfall here. I mean, it takes time. So, for example, just from the small aspect, you have 50% tariffs on aluminum from Canada. That's resulting in an aluminum factory being built in Indiana. I mean, it takes time.
We already had aluminum tariffs under Biden's administration. So if you want to look over overall, or not aluminum, it's steel specifically that you're talking about. So if you want to reference tariffs overall, they've been harmful to our country. Targeted tariffs are okay. Democrats agree with that. But overall, universalized tariffs have been harmful to economic relations with countries around the world, diplomatic relations, harmful for consumers within this country, etc.
Right. But I mean, the thing is the future. So like everybody's so, hell bent on, my gas price today, my cost today. So like we have policies, a new president to get enacted, it takes time.
Like it's not like if you would think that like, it's going to bring back jobs to the future, well then we would see an increase in investment for manufacturing. But we've seen declines every single quarter of Trump's administration. Plus, I want to ask you, can you name a single anti-woke policy that you support of Trump's?
Anti-woke policy?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just in general, just the rhetoric. I mean, I don't know about policy, but I mean, okay, let's just go with, I guess you could say the gender affirming care of children. You know, how he enacted policy on that.
He enacted policy to give more access to gender affirming care for children.
No. I mean, you know, gender mutilation is what we would refer to it as.
So that wasn't happening.
Well,
so by the way, so he's prevented something that wasn't happening in the first place.
Well, I mean,
I prevented a Viltrumite from completely destroying the planet. Good job, Parker. Can we get some W's for Parker in the comment section right now for preventing the Viltrumites from destroying the planet?
So when you're saying that it never happened, you're saying that there were no children underage that were getting gender care transitions.
You're specifically saying they were chopping off genitalia of minors? No, they were not. You're talking about gender affirming care and gender affirming surgery are two different things.
Well, what I'm
right, gender affirming surgery is a type of gender affirming care, but it's not applicable to minors. Minors don't get gender affirming surgery.
Okay. All right. Well, there was transitional. That's why I said the word transition. So you have the word transition. So whether that be medicinal purposes or whatever, I think that if you're a child, you know, there was reports, and
should I have been able to get Accutane through my doctor, through my parents? That affects my hormones. How's side effects that could possibly come from it, and it's for my psychological benefit as a person.
If it's specifically in regards to gender transitioning as a child, no, you should not.
No, wait, why only specifically in relation to gender? Because I was specifically saying it was in relation to acne. Accutane is for acne.
Well, that's like comparing apples to oranges. So, I mean, if it's for acne...
But it's for a psychological benefit, is it not?
If it's for acne, then there should be no problem with you getting it prescribed. But if it's for transition,
exactly. Do you see what I mean? Like you're just applying a double standard here. You're saying kids at that particular age.
It's totally different. Totally different.
How? You're saying I can consent as a 16-year-old to getting Accutane?
I mean, when in regards to gender transitioning. So when you're a child and you grow up and you like pirate films, you know, maybe you like Captain Jack Sparrow or something. It doesn't mean you're going to go get your hand cut off and get a hook installed just because you're a kid and you really want to, you know, be a pirate. You got to wait till you grow up a little bit to determine really what you want to be in life. This is the best way to describe this here on TikTok Live.
Do you just like get off on fear mongering about trans people? Because like that's just not something that exists.
To each their own.
Like
that's the thing. That's the beauty.
How many more times do I need to describe to you? Kids are not chopping off their genitalia. What the fuck are you saying, dude?
You can do that. You can do that, hormonally speaking. With
well, no, you can't. That's not. That is. Wait. Stop trying to compare cutting off like a particular limb to taking hormones. Because like I took something Accutane that affected my hormones. There are countless things that children take that affect their hormones that they're allowed to get access to. So if a doctor determines this to be in benefit, and with the parents and the kid, they should be able to make that determination for what's beneficial for them. Why are we involved in this? Why are we involved in this? This is not our determination. You don't know fucking nothing about this. You don't know nothing about the medicine or the science as it relates to this. These are not your kids. Okay? Are these your kids? No.
And children in general should not be even questioning their gender.
What the fuck? You could just say people can't be trans. Like, I'm sorry. No, people exist who are trans. There are trans kids. Stop denying that they exist just to make yourself feel better. It's fucking ridiculous.
To each their own. I mean, literally.
If it's to each their own, stop being in trans people's business.
Trans people's business does not constitute children as young as 8 or 9 getting medication to alter their gender.
Yes, it does. Because those are trans. There are trans kids that are 16 in those circumstances that need access to things that will be benefit for them psychologically. That's determined by a doctor, by their parents. Both their parents and the doctor are involved in that process.
What was the medication that you said you took for acne? Psychological purposes?
Accutane.
Is that what happened to you?
What? That it affects my hormones and psychological impacts?
No, I mean, is that how you got to be this way, Parker?
How to be what way? Better than you at debating?
You're not understanding. When you have children, they're not of age. They don't know right from wrong. They don't know what they're doing when it comes to their bodies. They're too young. 8 or 9.
I think that trans kids can determine that they're trans. And with consistency, persistency, and a continual drive specifically on that path, that's obvious indication that they are trans.
At 8 or 9 years old?
I think after multiple years, yes, that is indication that they're trans. But at 8 or 9 years old, you're not getting hormones.
Life, Parker.
You're not getting hormones at 8 or 9 years old.
I'm getting off. Bye-bye.
You're going to run away, scared. You're scared. You're a coward, can't debate me. You're not
I'm not a
intellectual.
coward. I just
Yeah,
can't
you're
believe
you're a
you actually
coward
said
that's
that.
running away because you
I
can't engage in
cannot
intellectual
believe you're
civil
saying that.
discourse about your own positions,
It's
politically speaking.
insanity.
And that when
It
I
is
explain something
delusional.
when I explain I disagree with you politically, it hurts your feelings so badly that you have to run away. You can't talk to me about it.
I'm not running anywhere. I don't
You're
want to
running
have
right
this
now. You just said
conversation
you're
with
about to
somebody.
leave because I literally disagreed with you politically.
It's not about disagreeing with me politically. It's disagreeing with common sense, which is
This
another
isn't
reason why
common
Trump's
sense.
not
What are you
elected.
talking about? Okay, so
It's
if you want to
another
talk about
reason
you're
why
going to
Trump's
leave
in
because
office.
disagreeing with common sense, why do you support Trump when he said that windmills are causing whales to die numbers never seen before? He drinks Diet Coke because it kills grass, which means it kills cancer. He said that he looked up an eclipse twice with his bare eyes. He said we should look into nuking hurricanes to fight them. He said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote against Joe Biden. This guy's fucking delusional, says that shit all the time. You'd never bring that up.
Oh, I'll bring it up. Ready? The reason why Trump is in office is because he is slightly psychopathic and slightly narcissistic.
And you like that?
Exactly
And you
why
like
he's
that?
in office.
And you like that?
And isn't that crazy to think that that's a better candidate than anybody on the left could ever
It's
produce?
not. It's not.
It is.
It's
It
not.
is.
You're just delusional.
No, we're not delusional. The
You
reality
are.
is,
You
I don't have to
actively
wake-
are.
I don't have to wake up. I don't have to wake up in America today to a world that's an upside down world, where right is wrong and
Yes,
wrong
you
is
do.
right. And,
You literally
no,
do.
not anymore. I don't.
That's exactly what it is right now. You're just maybe you're upside down, and that's why you don't realize that the upside down world is happening right now.
See, the thing is, you're still adhering to your same core beliefs, values, and or lack of values and
What
principles.
lack of
that
values?
you stand on.
You think I lack values when you voted for the adjudicated rapist?
8 and 9-year-olds are transgender transitioning. Give me a break.
Yeah, there are 8 and 9-year-olds that know that they're trans. Yes.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, I knew that I was not trans when I was 8 or 9 years old. I knew that I knew that about myself, and there are kids that are trans that know that about themselves. Now that doesn't mean that they're getting access to hormones. At that age, you're not getting hormones, but they
Yeah,
can
they're not
identify that they're
normal.
trans. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to say this though, just to clear the air here, because I believe in to each their own. With that being said, don't ram it down
Oh,
people's
but
throats.
if a kid dresses the way they want, or you're just called the name that they want, that's too much for you. That's your business.
I never said that. Where did I say that?
Well, you were saying you have a huge issue with 8 to
I have an
9 year
issue with
olds.
medication.
You're saying you have a huge
medicinal-
issue. You're saying you have a huge issue with 8 to 9 year olds being able to identify the way they like, being able
There's
to wear
no
the
age
clothes they
limit.
like, right? Being able to be referred
I
to
never
the
said
way that
that.
they like.
Never said that. I said in regards to gender transitioning medication.
Yeah, that's
and so
social
forth.
transitioning at that age.
Okay. Now, I never said about what they're called, how they identify.
Well, that's
themselves.
all
I
it
never
is at
said
that point. 8-year-olds are not taking medication for that. Okay, unless they have precocious puberty, then they would be taking puberty blockers, but that's because of a medical reason.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, too complicated for your brain to think about. By the way, you
No,
tried
I
to
need
say
to
that I don't have common
I'm out of
sense.
beer. I'm out of beer here. I need another one.
Yeah, and it's of course you do. How many beers have you done so far?
Not enough. Just a 6-pack. It's,
I could tell.
drink socially. No, you can't drink it socially. No. So, anyways, in regards to what's going on right now, I don't think anybody has a clue. I don't think you have a clue what's actually going on. I think you actually believe that we're in Iran just for the sole purposes that because we were told to do so, like puppets on a string at the behest of Netanyahu in Israel. Right? Is not real. Right?
Well,
right? That's what you believe.
Well, I mean
No?
and also he's trying to deflect away from the Epstein files. You forgot that one.
No. So if you think for a millisecond that we're over there sitting there occupying the Hormuz Strait and there's no underlying game plan and the sole purpose was to either remove their access to nuclear bombs, I mean that's one of the reasons. But no, if you think we're there for no reason whatsoever other than to deflect or to have a diversion tactic, again, you're wrong. Where do 90% of Iranians' oil exports go? What country?
You tell me. Are you saying China?
China, yeah. 90% of their oil exports go to China.
What's the source?
Any source. I don't know. I'm not looking it up in front of a computer.
know.
Look it up. It's the facts.
So you know who you're
Anyway.
making a lot of money right now? Russia. Russia is making a shit ton of money right now selling their oil all around the world for very high costs because they have lower transportation costs. So they're selling their oil to China, they're selling their oil to the IRGC, they're selling their oil to all these countries that have increased costs because of the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. So by the way, in trying to go against Iran, you're propping up Russia. Nice job, bro.
Well, what's Russia's GDP at right now? How are they doing economically?
Well, that's because of Biden getting the entirety of Europe to help defend Ukraine against NATO, or sorry, not against NATO, against Russia. And Donald Trump
No, you
actually
said it
originally
right. You
tried
said it
to
right.
undermine that when he first got in office, and he failed, and then realized he was wrong because he couldn't get an end to the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours like he said he was going to do.
Yeah. That's one of those things where you're like hoping for the best, preparing for the worst. You're going to try and go into it with a good mentality type. Anybody that actually fully believed it could end it within 24 hours, I don't know what you would call that, naive at best. I mean, I had high hopes that he would be able to end it for sure well before now. Clearly, it didn't happen. Where'd you go?
So you think that Trump was naive?
No, I think anybody that believed that the war would actually end within 24 hours
Which was
is
him.
naive.
Which was him.
No, he did not firmly believe it would end within 24 hours.
So he was just
He went
lying
into it
purposely?
It's his Trumpish way of saying things. He's I mean, we know him very well now, don't we? With his words.
So you mean just lying. Trumpish way just means lying, right?
He goes into it hoping for the best, preparing for the worst. That's what it is. He goes into it with the mentality, hey, I'm going to end this war. I'm going to get it done. It's going to take a day. I'm going to be able to sit down and make some moves and do some things behind the scenes that'll make everybody happy. And when he sits down to do it, then he realizes, okay, Vladimir Putin is an idiot. I mean, that's what happened. So,
yeah, he rolls out the red carpet for Putin, and then he's like, Putin, I'm giving you this red carpet, Putin, actually, sorry, Putin, and I want you to stop the war, actually. Putin says, no. And Trump's like, fuck, I couldn't do it.
Trump was trying to make some economic trade, with Russia. He was trying to open up their economy, trying to get them to see the light at the end of the tunnel. It didn't go.
I thought Trump was this businessman. He's the top negotiator. He's going to get into office, and he's going to be getting deals done like you've never seen before.
Yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, he went into it with the best intents. He tried to end the war.
He is going to be winning so much that you're going to tell him to stop winning.
Well, we are winning, aren't we?
No, we're not. We're losing.
We have the White House.
We are losing so much.
The House. Well, the Democrats are. Granted, outside of your special.
No, we as a country are losing, sir. We as a country are losing.
As a whole, we're not losing, though. Moving forward,
yes, we
in
are.
the trajectory in which we're headed, we're not
Name
losing.
one way in which we are benefiting as a whole country materially.
Okay. With every move, okay, you got me off my track here. So,
can you name one way in which, as a whole country, we've benefited materially?
I think, as a whole, with the America First mindset, right? You can't go wrong no matter what ethnicity you are, what color you are, where you live.
No matter what ethnicity you are, no matter where you come from, we are proud to be an Americans. America! This America First mindset. Can you name one policy that's actually put America first?
Yeah, like I said, I love the big beautiful bill. The tax bill really helped me out as a father.
The big beautiful bill. So most of the tax policy went to the richest Americans and not to the average American.
I know a lot of it went there.
So if most of it went to the rich, that's not for the average American. That doesn't seem to be America first. It seems to be the rich first.
Well, I got extra money back as comparable to previous years, so I mean, I'm not going to dispute that. As far as the biggest of the richest of the rich getting tax breaks, yeah, that happens. Yeah.
Okay, but that's because of Trump's policy. So if you acknowledge that because of his policy that benefited the richest Americans but not the average American, that's not America first, it's the rich first, like I said prior, meaning that you're not really providing an America first policy. You're just showing how Trump is trying to benefit him and his own rich friends.
I mean, there's some medications that are cheaper. I know Ozempic off the top of my head is, because I was looking into getting it. It was $1,300 at one point. Now it's not. I mean,
if you want to reduce pharmaceutical prices, Kamala Harris was advocating to do that. She wanted to do a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket for everyone, not just for people on Medicare. And Donald Trump specifically has literally just slapped his name on GoodRx and said, oh, there we go, we're done.
Yeah. I mean, another thing, too, this is also back to the big, beautiful bill, which was the biggest thing I really have, is no taxes on tips or overtime, which did help a lot of people in the overtime industry, big time. Maybe not so much in tips, but especially single individuals. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so that's a small portion of the big, beautiful bill. and it was a bipartisan support. So meaning that it would have likely got passed if the Democrats were in office and put into the tax policy that we would advocate for anyway. Kamala Harris actually wanted to maintain all the tax cuts in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year. And she only wanted to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year. She also
wanted, if I'm not mistaken about this number, she also wanted to give, I believe, $25,000 to every new home buyer, first time home buyer, right?
For new homes, for specifically new homes, to help stimulate the building of houses in this country. She also wanted to do a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, like I said earlier. She advocated to expand access to healthcare through like a public health option, healthcare option.
Yeah.
Like what other countries already have all around the world.
The $25,000 gift to first-time new home buyers is just another way to inflate prices. And before you say it wouldn't, it's just insanely unacceptable to believe handing someone $25,000 for their first purchase would not inflate the cost of the market further.
That's actually purposeful for new homes to help stimulate from the supplier end, the building of more houses, which will make the prices for already built homes go down because it will increase the supply of already built homes.
Yeah, prices never go down when you hand people that much money or any.
Did you listen? Repeat anything I just said.
That we would bring the cost of prices down for new homes due to the.
Wrong.
You said it would bring the cost down of new homes.
No. It's going to put costs up for new homes to then incentivize the supplier side to build more new homes, which will increase the supply of already built homes, therefore reducing the price of already built homes.
Okay. It still would have inflated the market with used purchases.
With used? What does that even mean?
Well, if you're saying that for her to have actually reduced the cost of the market by forcing new homes to be built because the $25,000 were going to be used to buy, in a sense, not new makes and model homes, right? They're going to be buying older homes, whatever. They're still going to cause inflation because people everywhere are going to have $25,000 that they didn't have on top of whatever down payment they were coming with. So therefore, there'd be an influx and an inflationary cost attributed to that.
On
then
what?
You're going to have a
new
ton
homes.
Of that maybe. Then you're going to have a ton
purposeful.
Of people. Imagine that. Imagine all the first-time home buyers being given $25,000. Imagine the bidding wars on those homes.
That's
purposeful.
Everybody's going in
$25,000. That's insanity.
Dude, that's purposeful.
Ugh.
The reason why that's purposeful is to then stimulate the building of new homes.
I just don't see the
logic.
But
it doesn't make it less affordable for people who are buying new homes. Why? Because it gives you a tax credit to offset the lack of affordability.
Yeah.
And it's not for people who don't qualify. You have to qualify before, and then this just gives you extra help on top. Tina, thank you for the Viking Hammer. Thank you so much, Tina. I got a harassment and bullying violation? How? What did I do?
Wow, that's usually me. That's crazy.
No, it's actually me somehow. I don't know what I did.
Really?
No clue.
I know this much. The last time I got off of Isaiah's live and Dean's live, which was last week, I had on Dean's, obviously, he's got more viewers. It was like 15,000, but I had at least 40 to 60 very not so friendly, unaliving messages. I'm sitting back scrolling. I'm like, man, what is going on here? But anyways, yeah. Here's my thing.
I promise you all 60 messages were not unaliving threats. And then secondly, yes, of course, there were people that on the internet do things that are horrible and atrocious. We'll condemn in any of those circumstances where it's legitimate. I don't know why people try to act like this is a point against us. Tell me, what could I have done to prevent that? What could have Dean done to prevent that? Other than just condemn it.
No, it's not anything that you do. No. I'm not. No. Hold on. I'm not in any way insinuating that this is directed or messages are directed from you at your behest. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay. So I guess what was the point of bringing it up?
I guess my question would be, do you ever receive threatening messages?
Yes.
You do?
Mm-hmm. You think?
I don't know. I feel like, just from my perspective that the extremists are on the left.
Okay. Well, that's probably because you're biased.
Well, no, it's
because
not
most of the violent rhetoric comes from the right.
Well, here's why I say that. When you had an assassination attempt most recently, there was 100,000 people estimated that made TikTok videos, Facebook posts, status updates about how they were so upset and better luck next time. Like, that is just insanity. That's not a joke. That rhetoric, that mentality is just wild to me. Like, if
Donald
like,
Trump
for
quite
argument's sake,
literally
some
said he was glad that Robert Mueller's dead. He said he's glad that Rob Reiner's dead. He called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. Do you not remember any of those? He pardoned violent rioters,
No,
beat
I
police
do, I
officers,
do.
and he called them patriots. Barbara, think of the galaxy.
I do recall that. Yes, I recall that rhetoric. I don't agree with the rhetoric either. So, like, and here's the problem. So Trump, when he has his back against the wall, or if he feels like he's being afflicted or whatever, he pushes. He's relentless. He just keeps on going and going and going, as we've seen. He doesn't stop, right? So, like, if he sees, for example, when Charlie Kirk, was unalived, then you had the rhetoric that was based upon that. And then then you have his other assassination attempts and the rhetoric surrounding that. So then he's in a position.
Can you name any specific people? Or is this just random comments in a comment section?
You want me to say Jimmy Kimmel? Because I'm not going to say Jimmy Kimmel. Well, as far as specific people are concerned, I mean, there has been, I'm sure that you are well aware of what I'm talking about. There are thousands and thousands that rejoice at the near success, or the thousands and thousands that are hoping it'll happen soon. It's just crazy. So I want to say this. If Biden or Kamala, let's just say for all intents and purposes, Kamala was in, and she had attempts on her, I wouldn't be saying that. It's the president of the United States.
Okay.
There's no joy to be had.
Okay. So I'm confused. Can you explain to me, like, any specific Democrat that did this, or is it just random comments in a comment section?
It's not just comments in the comment section. It's actually people making TikTok videos, over the course of time. I mean, this has been
so random TikTok
rhetoric.
videos. So by the way, you're holding random
Not
TikTokers
random.
to the same accountability as the president of the United States?
In regards to the president and unaliving individuals on the right, yeah, it's overwhelming. Absolutely.
Okay, well, I'm talking about how this is a top-down approach from your side, and you're saying, oh, there are random TikTokers that have made videos saying that they're glad
It's not random.
they were sad, or actually that they were sad that the person missed or something.
Well, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, what I said was, the left comes across as severely extremist.
Okay, but like,
when it
who
comes to
on the
rhetoric.
left? No politicians you can mention? No big content creators such as myself, or Dean, or any of the people you just said that you went on their live streams to debate? Is there any debate bro that does this?
I mean,
any
okay,
debate
listen,
person on the left?
Over the course of time, Democrats have incited this rhetoric against Trump.
Name
we
one
know
debate
that.
person on the left here on TikTok that does that.
Outside of a political activist, we can go for members of Congress. Senator Chuck Schumer.
Chuck Schumer has
has
not
called
done
for
that.
people to come up with.
Chuck Schumer has
said,
not
and
done that. I
quote,
can't believe he just said that. That is so ridiculous, dude.
Yeah, look it up. Senator Chuck Schumer did call on supporters to forcefully rise up against Trump. Forcefully.
Yeah, so did he? So is that saying that he wants people, or he's glad that, or he's sad that someone missed? I think you're changing the claims here, and also they want him to rise up against Trump.
Yes,
that's not him
he
calling
has
for
said.
violence.
Okay, well then you have that followed up with Governor John Shapiro saying heads need to roll inside the Trump administration, or Hakeem Jeffries saying we're in an era
Dude,
of maximum warfare.
he's like the examples he's providing are the most centrist milquetoast Democrats that are like not making violent statements at all, and they're literally just like, yeah, hey everyone, we need to get back against those Republicans. We need to fight against them. That's all they're saying. Like, you're just grasping for straws. These are the most milquetoast centrist Democrats you could be mentioning. They are not advocating for violence. What are you talking about?
But when there's acts of violence that are taking place against your president around the time in which you're saying these things, what do you think that they're really saying?
Oh, come on. Dude, I literally can give you a tweet of Donald Trump reposting someone saying AJ&G them, George Washington Wood, him saying, I'm glad that this person's dead, right? And like, what you compare to that is like, oh, they said we should fight against Trump, actually. What? What? We should rise up against Trump. Rising up against Trump, that means that they're gonna kill him. Like, what?
I just
or
feel
like
like
this whole thing about 8647 that's literally just saying give get president out of office. That's all it means. It doesn't mean
That's
kill
not
him.
what it means. That is not what it means. Comey knows that's not what it means. Everybody knows that's not what it means. Everybody
86,
that knows.
86 is a typical restaurant, right? And like food service type of thing of saying like, get out of this. Not like you're going to get murdered.
So that's like saying he could have drew a Target and then put a picture of Trump behind it and been like, yeah, I was just talking about going to buy some Trump merchandise at Target. Come on.
No, obviously, I would say in that scenario that that's going to be like a kill order. Like, I can acknowledge that, okay? I think that that's different than, like, saying 86-47, or it's different than saying all of these other things. Like, you have to acknowledge the distinction between that. Otherwise, you're just going to be the boy that cried wolf. I'm just letting you know that.
The problem for Comey is, though, that he has had in his history, and I guarantee you this, I can promise you this, he knows what 86 means, to 86 someone. And it's probably been used, it's probably been referenced in many court cases that he's had before. Maybe not reasons for prosecuting, but I bet you anything that he knows exactly what it is. He knows what it means. And they're going to pull up those testimonies, those transcripts from anything that he ever had any hand in. And be like, look right here what 86 meant in this case. And look what 86 means over here.
All
You
it
know,
means
and
is
I-
remove him from office. That's all it meant.
That's what he could say. But I mean, you know what? He should have just been honest with it. Yeah, I put some seashells out. I was having a good time. I'm miserable over this guy that I don't particularly care for. He ran my name through the mud, whatever.
Dude, I'm sorry. The fact that you're grasping for straws for this is hilarious when the president
I'm not
reposted
grasping
someone
for
saying
straws.
HANG them George Washington Wood in reference to some Democrats in Congress. Like, are you just going to completely ignore that? Is that okay rhetoric?
No, I'm trying to give him a defense. He should just say it's an artistic. That's what he should. His defense should be. It was just art.
What's art?
That should be his defense.
Calling for the
artistic.
execution of people?
So now you admit that that's what he was doing.
Trump, yes.
Oh, I thought we were still talking about Comey.
No, I'm talking about Trump calling for the execution of some Democrats. That's what I was saying.
Okay. You know, we live in a world where we do tit for tat, and I don't know how we're ever gonna come together with things. Oh man. I'll say this. I just want to say this. I know we have a
Can
very
you address my points, or?
Well, I guess we could just go the old Comey route. You know, Trump wasn't meaning that. Those abbreviations could mean a multitude of things.
Hang them George Washington Wood. This is treason, punishable by death. Tell me how you can interpret that. Do you see how this is not a good argument? Like, you have to... Can you stop acting like everyone's an idiot? Can you stop acting like you yourself are an idiot and don't realize this? Like, actually, like, why are you doing this to yourself?
Doing what?
Acting like
What am I
you're an
doing?
idiot. Acting like you don't see the difference between those two things.
I see a big difference. One's the president of the United States that's being told to be 86th.
And
who's
the other one's
person?
the president of the United States saying to execute members of Congress who just said to not follow an unlawful order if you're given it, which is the same thing Mike Pence said after January 6th.
Yeah.
Seriously, tell me. Like, answer that. Like, why are you doing this? You're talking about random
I will say
TikTokers
this.
versus the president of the United States.
I will say this. I'm going to say this. I'm going to answer you. I do not agree with everything Trump says. In fact, he said statements that are even worse than that in regards to Iran about ending an entire civilization.
True.
I don't agree with that at all. But, you know, when you have a situation with the guy that's putting seashells out there that knows what 86 means, I don't know what to say. Should he be charged? I guess that's up for the jury to determine if he's convicted or not, huh?
The
Yeah,
double
if
standards
there's
are crazy. Are you really that dumb, or are you just acting that dumb? I'm not trying to be rude. That's fucking insane that you don't see that. Are you serious?
Can Trump get charged criminally with his statements?
Do you think that Comey can be charged for those statements?
I think that you can be charged with just about anything. It's a matter of whether or not you're going to have enough evidence to convict somebody.
They're not going to. But like I'm saying, if you think that's enough evidence to convict someone, well, then you think Trump should be convicted himself. The only reason he's not is because he's president, and you're just saying he should be able to get away with it because he's president. Okay, I'm sorry, the president should be held to a higher standard than a typical American. Like what? I would think that we would do that. They're in a position of power like the presidency. Of course, they're going to be held to a higher standard than the typical American.
I would say yes to that. It should be held to a higher standard. Yeah. And Trump says things I don't agree with, such as what I mentioned in regards to ending an entire civilization.
So then why can't you say that that's so bad that you would stop supporting him if you're willing to say that Democrats saying these things is a reason why you can't be on the left?
I never said that's a reason for you not to be on the left. I just said that there's a huge proportion of those on the left that are seriously exhibiting extremist viewpoints when it comes to unaliving fellow Americans.
Like Trump. Like literally Trump. The president of the United States. I'm sorry, what?
Okay.
You're comparing
You
Trump
don't see
versus.
the-
I'm sorry. The fact that you don't realize that you would then be doing that when you're supporting Trump over Harris is crazy, because Harris never has advocated for this violent rhetoric. She's
Do you see
always
the
condemned
rhetoric, though?
this. So then explain
see
to
the
me,
sa-
explain to me why you didn't vote for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump if you actually genuinely care about that.
Oh, there's no way that I could ever vote for her over Trump.
You see what I mean? Why
Just
not?
because of the way things were. I don't have to
Tell
wake
me.
up in a world. I don't have to wake up in a world anymore that doesn't give a crap about Americans, that cares more about illegals, for starters, has our streets flooded, fronts of schools, inside of police departments with illegals, sleeping everywhere, cities running rife with crime and pollute and just whatever they're doing in the streets. Insanity. Chicago, New York, you name it. You don't see that on the news anymore. You know why? Because it's not happening right now. For starters, our cities were being destroyed. Do you agree with that?
No, I think you're fucking crazy. The reason why it's not on the media right now is because Trump's not profiting off of it. He was putting it in the media to fearmonger people like you into believing that Democrats want open borders, crime, and destruction of our cities. No, Democrats never advocated for that. Democrats prioritized going after people who have committed violent and serious offenses comparative to just going after people who are working in this country for a better life. The Trump administration is prioritizing going after the average person just working within this country. 5% of those detained under the Trump administration right now have a violent criminal record. Under the Obama administration, it was 20% that were deported that had a violent criminal record. So we were prioritizing going after violent criminals to a greater extent under the Democrats' administration. We also were advocating to make the legal process go quicker. But you want to know something crazy? Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill that had unprecedented levels of negotiation and compromise within the context of Congress that hasn't happened within decades, by the way. And he undermined that so that he would be able to run on the border being an issue, right? Rather than the Democrats getting a win there. And the argument that Democrats care more about undocumented immigrants than Americans is ridiculous. We spend most of our money here in America on American citizens. We're not spending it on undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants do not qualify for any federal benefits. If you're referencing people that were seeking asylum, coming to our country through the legal process and being supported by state governments, right? That is legal immigration, and it's by the state. I thought you guys were up to states having all these choices, leaving it up to the states to make some of these determinations. But now we don't want to leave it up to states to make these determinations?
Okay, well, the states did get back some of their power in regards to certain things, such as pro-choice, which had been put on ballots across numerous states, as opposed to the federal government just having a complete oversight over everybody's lives. They've left some of the power back to the states. You just you rambled off a lot of stuff that was on that computer screen there, so bear with me on my response. I don't have
I
a
didn't
computer
ramble
in front
anything
of me.
off the computer screen. I wrote down your statements so I didn't have to cut you off, sir.
Anyways, the
I
future.
have like
the
it's a
future.
notepad I wrote down where I put "wake up in world that doesn't care about Americans and not illegals more crime, cities destroyed." I wrote down those three things so that I would remember what to respond to. That's it. And this is me on the
future
screen.
is-
I'm looking at myself on TikTok.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know. Look, we can agree to disagree all day, every day here. Nobody's ever going to have anybody in office that they fully support. The reason why I did not support for Kamala to go in or anybody on the left is, like I said, the border situation. Even though Obama may have deported, he did have good deportation numbers. Underneath Biden and Harris, what we saw was an unlimited influx. So you can't even track the people that are coming in with criminal records or not. You can't. And they went all over the place. And to be honest with you, it's for the sole purposes of modern day slavery. It really is. These are people that are going to come here. They're going to work for an illegal wage that we otherwise wouldn't. And that's why they get busted around the country. And that's why you saw the likes of Don Lemon himself saying, who's going to tend our crops? Who's going to clean our toilets? I mean, this rhetoric that is utilized to support these people that come here, I mean, it's just insanity. You know, you give them a place to sleep, you give them some food, go tend our crops, go pick our fields, whatever. That's crazy mentality. Well, who's going to do it? There's no Americans willing to do it, right? So just let them.
Are you willing to provide a pathway to citizenship for all those undocumented immigrants who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes or serious crimes? Or are you
No,
just going to sit there and virtue signal and act like you care about getting them out of those conditions?
no. I'm not. I'm not willing to
No,
provide a
you're not
pathway for
advocating for
all.
that. So
Not for all.
then are you
I'm answering your
pro-slavery
question.
under your own view?
No,
Are
hold
you
on. Let
pro
me answer your
modern day
question.
slavery under your own view?
I am anti modern day slavery.
Okay, if you're anti that, how do you actually prevent that? What's the solution? Providing a pathway to citizenship where they'd actually leave the country, or where they don't have to leave the country and go through the legal process, because that would ensure that they actually get market wages. Whereas right now they're not getting market wages because they're under the threat of deportation. If you keep
And that's
them
why you
under
have
the
a
threat,
legal.
if you keep them under the threat of deportation, that ensures that they are going to stay in the country and they're just going to hide even more, and also gives them less bargaining power within the market, which reduces their labor standards and how much they're going to get paid. So actually, if you want to increase their standards, if you want to ensure that they're not exploited, you would advocate for a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent or serious offense, because that would ensure that they're not going to be exploited, and it would ensure that we have a greater time for law enforcement to focus on those that are actually a threat to the safety and security of our population, because those that will be left over that have not applied for the citizenship would be those that have committed violent or serious offenses, because they wouldn't meet the criteria that would allow for them to apply.
I don't have a problem with people coming here legally, but the ones that came here illegally, especially those in recent years, should be deported.
But you realize that your process ensures that they're
Long-standing ones.
exploited. But your process ensures that they're exploited.
That's no, my process doesn't ensure it. If we would
It
have
does.
upheld the laws, we wouldn't have it to be even having this discussion of why they're here in the first place, to be exploited.
Okay. So then, but like that's still blaming them for being exploited.
So we're going to send them back to where they came from.
Wait,
Since they
all you
broke the
did there
law.
was say that you're blaming them for themselves being exploited, rather than
I'm not
saying, "Oh,
blaming.
we want to
I'm
prevent
blaming
them
them
from being
for breaking the
exploited
law.
by engaging in this particular policy." You're perpetuating the continuation of their exploitation, and then saying you care about it as a reason to deport them, which, by the way, is not a justification to deport them. It's actually an argument against mass deportation of undocumented immigrants who haven't committed violent or serious offenses. That's actually an argument that serves my position, not yours.
My position is that they broke the law to get here, so they need to leave.
Okay, so do you
There's a-
think that
there's a
if someone
system that we
violates
have.
the law, they should be held accountable in all scenarios for violating the law?
Well, isn't that the purpose of having a law?
Okay, so then why did you vote for Donald Trump? Because he wasn't put in prison because you guys voted for him. He's a convicted felon that wasn't put in prison because you guys voted for him, and because you voted for him, that ensured that he wasn't put in prison. So then explain to me why you decided to vote for him, considering
Is
that
it
fact.
against the law for us to vote for a felon to be president?
It's
So
not against
because it wasn't
you're not listening. It's not against the law, but you're ensuring that he's not held accountable for violating the law. You said everyone who violates the law should be held accountable for violating the law. You
right, so
ensure that he wasn't held accountable for violating the law by literally voting for him for president of the United States to ensure that he wasn't put in prison for the felonies that he was convicted of.
Do you think he should have got prison time for his campaign finance manipulations that he was found guilty of? For
You don't even
Stormy
know what the
Daniels?
violation's for. The violations is for falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class D felony in the state of New York because of a predicate crime, because he was trying to conceal this particular violation or conceal
While his
the
wife was
payments of
pregnant,
hush
yeah.
money to Stormy Daniels, right, by falsifying business records to hide the story from coming out affecting his election prospects, which is why it's a felony, because that is the predicate crime.
Okay, so you're saying he would have got prison time for that?
Yes, very likely.
No, he wouldn't have.
Yes, he would. That's a felony.
Okay, well, guess what? He's not barred from running for president. He's obviously not barred from holding office. So that's why he's elected, and that's why we
But
voted
you just
for him.
said that you wanted to hold people accountable in every single scenario where they violate the law. But then I give you a scenario where Trump has violated the law, been convicted of it, and you don't want to hold them accountable. That's called
Trump's not an
that's
illegal
called you
immigrant. He can't be
thinking
deported.
you think that Trump is above the rule of law. You want to
No, I
apply
don't.
the
He
law
can't
to
be deported.
everyone but Donald Trump.
He's an American citizen.
You have
He-
TDS. You have Trump devotion syndrome. There's nothing Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting
You
him.
have
The
Trump
law doesn't
derangement
only
syndrome.
apply to undocumented immigrants and not to U.S. citizens. The law also applies to U.S. citizens.
You know what? You're right. And so I'll tell you this too. When somebody comes here and they knowingly break the law and violate the law, even though their system's already established to where they can gain entry, whether that be through a green card, visa, or actual citizenry, and they don't take any of those avenues, right? That's called breaking the law knowingly and with intent. So they need to go because they violated the law. Just like if I were to take my
Just like how
children-
Trump did.
Okay, but he can't be deported. We're talking about
But he
two
could be held
different things here.
accountable. He can be put in prison instead of specifically going after him and saying that he shouldn't be put in prison and then instead you should vote him for president. Plus, we could say the same thing for the violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th, who Donald Trump, by the way, pardoned. We could say it for the fact that the person Donald Trump pardoned who was convicted of trafficking over 400 tons of sea drug to our country, the ex-president of Honduras, convicted of doing that, a narco trafficker, and again, Donald Trump pardoned that guy. All of these people, you could say it for all of those people, but Donald Trump decided that they were above the law.
Presidents give pardons all the time, and they're not usually to good
But
people.
we're talking about for narco traffickers. We're talking about for violent offenders, right? That's not typical.
That is absolutely.
Can you name a narco trafficker that Biden pardoned? And by the way, you can't say any specific DRUG name. I just want to let you know.
Right. I can't name it off the top of my head, but let me use Google to look it up. Hold on.
Go ahead. Actually, wait. You know what? I could hit a restart on my live actually, because I do think that I got a flag back a while back, and it's limiting the push in the stream. Do you want to just come back real quick on TikTok here, and you can be my first guest, just restarting the stream real quick?
Yeah, no problem.
And we can continue our conversation? Alrighty, for sure. I'll be right back. It will literally take me like 15 seconds. So, yeah, I just got another hate speech, so I had to... Actually, you got that one. Do you have a second account, sir?
I don't.
You don't? Okay,
I just got one. Well, I'll take a break then. It's fine.
Yeah, you're welcome to come up a different day. We can't finish our conversations today because you got a second flag for... Or another flag for hate speech and hateful behavior, so it'll probably carry over to my next live if I brought you back. But yeah, I have to restart my live anyway. So we'll be right back. Funny timing, so I have to restart anyway. If you're here on YouTube, I'd really appreciate the thumbs up for the 3,600 people here on YouTube. Make sure to hit that thumbs up, everyone. It really help get out to more people. For the 4,900 people here on TikTok, we're just going to come right back, everyone. Just give us a quick second. Literally just click the profile picture in the top left. Click it again when it gets larger. Refresh my account by scrolling down. And I should, within 10 seconds, be live again. You should see a live around my profile picture. All you have to do is click it back on it again, and you'll be back in the stream. We'll be right back, everyone. Give us one quick second. You're on TikTok. For the people on YouTube, we don't have to leave. Don't worry. We get to stay here on YouTube. YouTube is so much better because of that. Don't worry. W's for YouTube, because we don't have to do that for YouTube. Let me thank some people over here on YouTube while we get the stream set up again. Get some W's in the YouTube chat for YouTube not having to hit a restart. Greasy Goblin, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, it is really cringe. Thank you so much, though. I really appreciate it. Thank you, as always. Kenzie, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Palpa, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's really ridiculous why they think that that's even more than that. Brand, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Because there are W's for them in the comment section right now. Seriously, though. Joe, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Brand, again with the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, that's exactly what he did. As well as John, thank you for the $20. Thank you. Get some W's for John in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kim with the $20. Again, thank you very much. No Slow, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. And Zumba, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, I don't understand why people can't acknowledge that. I think it's simply just because they can't empathize with another person's experience. Colin, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. For 86 in restaurant means to take it off the menu. Not the chef should trash or destroy the item. Literally, though. Leonie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I would like a proportional voting or ranked choice voting in our system. That'd be great. Molly, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you very much. At some point, I'll have to show people that. Sarah, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, and that's also true. Thank you so much. As well as Allison, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. And Theo, thank you for the $2.50. Thank you very much. Don't worry, I just really appreciate you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. As well as Volner, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I'd really appreciate it. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Misty, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Misty. Didn't you get dog walked yesterday and you're still coping?
Nah, bro, I destroyed you, bro.
You got literally dog walked yesterday and you're back again to lose?
I find this debate, so I still believe in that abortion should be illegal. Try to convince me otherwise, dude. Come on.
I've already dog walked you on that. Are you scared to acknowledge that you were wrong?
What are you talking about, buddy?
What?
What are you talking about?
We talked about abortion, and I already explained how you're wrong. So I don't know why you want to go through the same thing. Is there anywhere you can go to a different area with less background noise?
Dude, you said it's not a human. Dude, you said it's not a human being. It is, though.
Okay, you're just like saying you disagree with the way that I define the term.
What species is a fetus? Tell me.
We already had this conversation. I'm not doing this again.
So what do you talk about? So
can
let's
you,
talk
can
about
you,
economy.
can you go to an area with less background noise? If not, I'll just go on to the next person. Monique, thank you for the $10, by the way.
Can we talk about economy then?
Yeah, we can, but can you go to an area with less background noise?
Dude, I'm at like a library right now, dude.
That's a library? Really? That's kind of diabolical. I've never been to a library that was library that was so loud. Jeez, that's a loud ass library, bro. If you're on YouTube here, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Thank you so much for the speakers, by the way. We are just looking for debates. We're trying to get some debates right now. Yo,
Paka, you're the best. You're the best, Paka.
Appreciate you very much. Let's get this next person up here.
Hi.
Yeah, do you support Trump?
No, I wrote fan fiction about you.
Okay, I appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yeah, how old are you?
Hello, how's it going? I'm 29.
Do you support Trump?
I voted for him, but like I'm against like what his thing is that he's doing with Israel. Like I really don't agree with that.
And do you support Trump though? Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
So I voted for Trump because of the immigration policy issue, and that was the main factor. But if it was happening today and it was still like a factor, that would be like the main reasoning. But honestly, like
so you
to
would
me,
still
they're
vote
like
for Trump?
both. After like the last few months, I'm thinking like they're both just two sides of the same coin. So I'm thinking like it's kind of like ridiculous to vote because they don't really listen to us either way.
So you wouldn't vote?
Probably not. No, I just.
See this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
67.
Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
51.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I wouldn't vote for Harris to save my daughter's life.
Are you actually literally saying that?
I wouldn't. Look,
like if your daughter was actually going to die, you wouldn't vote for Harris?
I would watch her pass away.
Dude, that's a diabolically horrible take. What is wrong with you? Why?
You asked.
I didn't ask. You just randomly brought it up.
Well, I wouldn't vote for Harris to save my... Okay, I ain't going to repeat myself, but, like, I'm not a Harris fan. Just accept it and move on.
Okay, but, like, why is it that... Okay, what did Harris do that is so bad that makes you, like...
Because she's...
Or do you just not care about your daughter?
Allow me to answer. Yeah. Allow me to answer. She's criminally incompetent. She's just a secretary for the deep state. Her loss was the greatest thing to happen to America.
Okay, so she's criminally incompetent. What makes you think she's incompetent?
Because she doesn't have any confidence in herself. She doesn't believe in the crap that she's spewing. All she believed in was, okay, it's my turn to play Santa Claus and dole out money to migrants, dole out money to voters. She has the California mentality. That California, Minnesota mentality is what we're fighting against. It's nothing personal.
Okay, so you said she's a director of the deep state. How do you know that she's a director of the deep state?
Hell no, she's not a director of the deep state. I said she's an office manager of the deep state. She's a secretary.
Okay, what makes you think she's a secretary of the deep state?
Because she stutters when she tries to spew out deep state's crap.
Okay, I don't know what deep state crap you're referencing, and also I think she explains her positions mighty well.
When she's not drunk?
There's no evidence that she was ever drunk in any of her speeches.
You haven't seen her later photos.
You know that Trump literally said that we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote against Joe Biden. He looked up at his eyes, or looked up with his bare eyes at an eclipse twice. He said that he drinks Diet Coke because it kills grass, meaning it kills cancer. Do you understand that that's literally like criminally incompetent?
I don't care. He's not a deep state shill.
How do you determine the difference? Determine whether or not someone's a
Okay.
deep state shill or whether they're not? Because I would
It's
argue
very
if
simple.
you think that everything that you think that is bad about the deep state is more true about Trump than it is Harris. I promise you that.
Yeah, okay. It's very simple. The principles, the founding principles of America is pro-capitalism, pro-individual liberty, and pro-religious tolerance. The far right is moving towards anti-Semitism, Marxism, and ultimately nihilism and stuff. Donald Trump has more of the values that I want personally for America than Kamala Harris, who doesn't even know what her values are because she's always drunk.
I think she knows clearly what her values are, and she can describe it a lot better than Trump can. Can you tell me what Trump's values are specifically?
I told you, Donald Trump is pro-liberty, pro-religious tolerance, pro-capitalism. I said it. You need to pay attention.
Oh, okay. Wait, I thought you were just saying that's what America's values were. I think there's a distinction between Trump's values and America's values.
Yeah.
So let's go through this. Trump's not pro-religious tolerance. He quite literally has called for a complete and total shutdown of all Muslims entering the country. And yeah, says me, I believe in secularism. I believe in religious tolerance as an atheist.
That's all fine and good, but you're still kind of at the opposite ends of what I believe is good for the country. I don't believe that we necessarily need to be anti-religious. I just think that we should have tolerance for religion instead of the left, who are becoming incredibly anti-Semitic, incredibly anti-Christian, incredibly anti-natalist, incredibly anti-American.
I think it's bad to be anti-Semitic. I think it's when you say anti-Christian, do you just mean like we disagree with Christianity, or like what do you mean?
No, I think you guys are playing the game of using Christian nationalism to attack Christians, when in actuality you mean all Christians. The only time I've seen the political left
I'm attacking the use of Christianity in the context of the law. I'm not attacking all of Christianity. I'm attacking the use of theocracy.
So you say, but the only time I've seen progressives happy is when a Christian father gets unalived in front of national televisions, or there's a mass unalivement at a school or at a church with Christians in it, or when
When have
young
leftists
children,
ever celebrated a mass unaliving of Christians?
the school shootings.
Name one that was celebrated by leftists.
There was a trans child. There was a trans child that went inside of a school and started unaliving Christian kids.
And I've
this
seen
was not
no
just one
defense of
incident.
this.
I have. You're
Where?
not looking.
Where?
You're not looking. You're on TikTok, sir. This is
Okay,
the
so
foundation.
where
of it.
do I need to look?
You want to go back in time and start looking at messages? Because like we could do this as a correspondence. I could walk you through it.
I'm genuinely just asking, where should I look to find this? If it's not here on TikTok, where should I find it?
Well, look at the news. Look at the news of how people reacted to the mass unalivements in schools, the drownings of the children in that Texas town. The only time I've seen progressives happy is when Christians are dying.
I've never seen a single. Can you name one single progression? Can you name one single progressive that's ever been happy at that?
Anyone who did a Charlie Kirk response video celebrating what happened.
By the way, those are two separate things. But can you name a single person?
Two separate things. Okay, two separate things. Okay, look, you want me to go through the entire media scape, the zeitgeist of people who are
no, I just asked you for one person.
Of the
one
person?
progressive.
No, that's myopic. That is myopic. I don't even want to justify that.
Okay, so if you won't be able to give me any examples, can you at least acknowledge that I don't?
If your media stream,
can you at least acknowledge that I don't?
Oh, fine. But if your media stream is you going through the news of a mass unalivement, because you know the term trans Tifa came out of the fact that a lot of trans individuals were conducting unalivements. If you're going through the news and you're going through the comment sections of
that's
people
just
saying,
literally fear mongering from the right.
Ha, ha, ha. Look,
wait, hold up. Trans Tifa is a thing created by the far right to fear monger about trans people.
It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
So Antifa. I'm Antifa. I'm Antifa. Are you Antifa? Of
course you are. Hell fucking no.
What? Okay, so are you pro-fascism or neutral to fascism?
Yeah, sir, I'm not a child. That's called a composition fallacy. I do not accept the fact that you are pro-fascist, that you are anti-fascist, so there's no need for me to reconcile my beliefs and your beliefs.
No, Antifa just means anti-fascist. So if you're not anti-fascist,
that is a composition fallacy. I don't believe that you're
neutral
anti-fascist.
On fascism? It's not a composition fallacy. Can you tell me what a composition fallacy is?
Fallacy.
How?
If A is not true, then if the first statement is not true, then the second statement isn't true either. I don't believe that you're
That's
anti-fascist in one iota.
that's not what a composition fallacy is saying. Because some parts of a particular object or thing work a certain way, that means all parts of it work that same way. That's what a composition fallacy would be.
It's you just described that argument of, oh well, I'm Antifa because I'm anti-fascist. That is exactly what you're doing,
Antifa
sir.
means.
Yes, sir. The definition of the word doesn't. How about this? How about this?
So
You're
are
a
you
smart guy,
pro
right?
or neutral to fascism? Are you anti-fascism?
Sir, sir, do you understand that words have both prescriptive and descriptive meanings?
I'm not sure of the prescriptive meanings that they would have. Like I don't know how a definition could be prescriptive.
It's called semiotics, sir. There's the there's the signifier and the signified. You say that anti-fascist means I am anti-fascist. I'm not seeing it that your way. I'm seeing Mangione. I'm seeing young men burn down factories. I'm seeing young men burn down the Palisades. I'm seeing young men go run up in front of embassies and unalive Jewish kids. I don't call that anti-fascist, sir. According to me, the signified, it is
I'm
fascism. What you're doing is fascism. And I'm fighting you.
Wait, you said I'm doing is fascism?
Yes.
What am I doing that's fascism?
You're promoting lies, saying that you're being a propagandist for violent extremists.
Okay, how am I being a propagandist for violent extremists? What violent extremists am I a propagandist for?
You're giving them safe cover by making shitty arguments like, well, anti-fascism means anti-fascism. So unless you're it's called a composition fallacy. You're just not there, son.
Oh,
you're not
okay.
there
So are you
yet.
trying to say that I'm arguing that all of Antifa is just anti-fascism and that there's no person who's Antifa that have bad ideological beliefs? So obviously there are people that can be Antifa that have bad ideological beliefs that I disagree with, but Antifa in of itself is just describing that you're against fascism. Now that does not make me a propagandist for violent extremists, because I acknowledge that Antifa means against fascism. And that's the way that I'm using the term. That's not promoting lies, that's not propaganda, that's not supporting violent extremists. By the way, you're the one that's engaging in propaganda for a violent extremist, like Donald Trump, who's a violent sex offender and has called for the deaths of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. That said he's glad that Robert Mueller's dead, and with Rob Reiner as well. Right? I can give plenty of examples of his violent rhetoric that he engaged in. He's a violent extremist that promotes violent extremism, and you're a propagandist right now that's defending him and promoting lies on the internet in defense of him.
Yeah, that's all well and good, but we're fighting. See, Donald Trump has cussed out the people who are wishing death upon him. So everything is fair game when it comes to insulting people personally. He did not cause the death of Rob Reiner. That was liberal policies.
That's not what I said. I said he was glad about it. He said he was glad about it.
Sir, well, he has every right to be glad about it. People are waiting to celebrate his passing.
Wait. So then would you say that people were right to be glad about Charlie Kirk's death?
You know what? At that point, I don't care anymore. Those are my mortal enemies, and of course, my mortal enemies are going to celebrate what harms me.
But wait,
are
they justified in being glad about Charlie Kirk's death?
In their sense, yes.
You just justified them doing that, by the way.
You're talking no. We're talking
I'm
about
asking
moral
under
enemies.
your view, is it justified for them to say that they're glad that Charlie Kirk died?
As a part of their value structure, possibly. As a part of mine's, no. Do you understand the nuance of that?
Dude, this guy just justified people saying that they're glad about Charlie Kirk's death, and then you're trying to criticize it. You're criticizing the very behavior you just said was justified.
If you hate Christianity, Judaism, Israel, America, of course you're going to celebrate Charlie Kirk's passing.
Okay, wait. Why are all these points put together? So let's go through this. So I don't hate America. Right?
Sure you don't.
I don't. Okay, so explain to me why you think I hate America.
Because you're trying to surrender American values to a anti-Semitic, Marxist, nihilistic, anti-natalist, I ain't gonna say religion, but ultimately a belief structure.
So I'm neither Marxist or
Sure you're not.
anti-natalist. So what makes you think I'm anti-natalist or Marxist? I
just think that you're waiting for. I think that when push comes to shove, you're going to find out that you are actually anti-natalist.
No, I want to have kids. I want to have kids. I want to have.
Sure.
I want to have like 2 to 3 children.
Sure you do. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure you do. The time
Yeah,
will
I
tell.
do. I do want to have kids.
Time will tell.
Yeah, they will tell.
Yeah, and also, do you
Okay,
know what a
so
post
hold
hoc
up, hold up.
rationalization is?
So wait, pause. You said I'm a Marxist antinatalist. I'm neither a Marxist nor an antinatalist. Given that you acknowledge now that you're wrong, are you the one promoting lies?
No, wait. You jump into conclusions. I'm not saying that I'm wrong. I'm saying time will tell the truth. Time will tell.
So okay, so can you tell me? Okay, so you're saying I'm not an antinatalist right now, but I will be in the future.
I'm saying time will tell.
So I'm not an
jury is
antinatalist
still
right now,
out.
but I will be in the future.
Time will tell. The future will play
So
itself
as
out.
of right now, I'm not an antinatalist.
You're gonna
As of right
repeat
now, I'm
yourself.
not a Marxist. Can you agree with that?
No.
What? What?
No. You ever heard the term? You ever heard the expression?
No,
better
I
read than
can't.
dead?
I'm
I
going to
think-
tell you
I
what
think-
your ideological beliefs are,
Yeah,
even when
yeah.
you're telling me you
Like I
don't
said,
hold those ideological beliefs.
anti-natalist,
And you provided no
anti-Christian,
indication that you
anti-Semitic.
have those ideological beliefs. I'm still going to say it.
I'm just judging you by your friends. Your Antifa friends.
My Antifa, who are these Antifa friends?
You're self-identified as Antifa, right?
Yes.
And Antifa is an
And by the
anti-American,
way, and let me tell you,
anti-natalist, Marxist.
Antifa means just against fascism. And by the way,
Pro-violent.
wait, pause. What you did was
That's
a
called the composition fallacy.
Actually, what you just did was a composition fallacy. You're trying to say that because I'm Antifa, that means I'm like all of Antifa. You just did a composition fallacy without even realizing
No.
it.
That's called that's called guilt by association. But you
Dude,
yourself have said that you
Stop. No, seriously, you didn't even
Go ahead,
realize that.
go ahead.
Pause, please. Let me explain this to you. A composition fallacy means because some properties of this particular thing operate that way, that means all properties operate that way. So what you're saying is because because some of Antifa is this way, that means all of Antifa is this way. That's actually a composition fallacy. I can't even believe you just said that without even realizing it was a composition fallacy. You don't even know what you're saying right now. These are just buzzwords to you.
That's called guilt by association. But you yourself identified as Antifa, and like I
Wait,
said,
do you agree with guilt by association?
Wait, stop. Guilt by association. You specifically said that you are Antifa, and I'm like, you are part of an anti-American, anti-natalist, Marxist, nihilistic structure.
Just wrong. Antifa does not indicate any of those other beliefs. It just means you're against fascism. But can I ask you a question?
No,
do you believe in guilty by association?
Sometimes.
Only
That's what RICO for.
So then,
that's
how about
what
with
RICO
Trump and
charges
Epstein?
are for.
How about with
racketeering.
Trump and Epstein?
Show me the court case that I should condemn Donald Trump when it comes to Epstein.
Yeah, so there's
what's the court case number?
Yeah, look up NPR.
No. You should have had the notes ready. Give me the
I
court
already am
case.
telling you. NPR investigation into DOJ scrubbing files associated with interviews against Trump, allegations against Trump. That's
So
what you need
you're
to look into. And it has court documents specifically about Jane Doe 4's accusations, specifically where she got a settlement with the Epstein estate, and the accusations that she engaged in also then implicate Trump. Because she said that Epstein trafficked her to Trump.
I don't buy that. I don't buy that though, because Jane Doe number 4 got a settlement from Epstein. She didn't get anything from Donald Trump. Donald Trump didn't pay any
I'm
settlement.
not saying that Donald Trump
especially
paid
to that
anything.
person.
I'm saying that if we believe her accusations to be true against Epstein because she got a settlement
We
with the
have to
Epstein
do-
estate, then
if
those
Donald
accusations, because they include Donald Trump, would also then implicate him.
Yeah, Donald Trump had to deal with paying out settlements to a woman that he had a possible non-consensuous relations to from 1993, and the woman who's made that accusation against Donald Trump allegedly hasn't gotten any money from Donald Trump. What do you think? What would you think that entails?
Wait, E. Jean
Because
Carroll,
she tried in
for example,
2016.
Wait, E. Jean Carroll, for example, has gotten money from Trump because she won the case against Trump in a civil case against him that determined that he sexually abused her.
Yeah, I know. Let's not worry about Eugene Carroll. Let's talk about your
Eugene
Jane
Carroll.
Doe.
Why
do you?
Okay, why are we pivoting to a million different things?
Because I'm saying that New York was out to get Donald Trump, and they were able to resurrect the Eugene Carroll case from 1993.
Eugene Carroll.
Why can't? Why?
1996.
I don't care. What? Yeah. No. Well, why cannot? Why can't they resurrect this Jane Doe chick? You don't suppose that it's because that it didn't happen, right?
So wait, are you supposing that with E. Jean Carroll it did happen?
I don't want to talk about you.
Wait, your argument supposes that.
No,
Your argument,
no.
Your
I
argument supposes that the only reason this wasn't quote unquote brought back. Wait, pause. Your argument here supposes that the only reason it wasn't quote unquote brought back is because it didn't happen. Okay, well, the Eugene Carroll one you believe was brought back, therefore you believe it did happen.
Sir, yeah, sir. No. Here's the problem.
Dude, you are just owning yourself. You're tripping on your own feet. You're tripping on your own feet.
You said your speech. I said specifically, I don't even want to talk about the Eugene Carroll, which is still being processed. I don't care. It's being processed and is going through the Supreme Court right now. I said that using her case as a standard and the millions, the hundreds of $millions that the Democrats are willing to spend to prosecute Donald Trump, why can't they get Jane Doe number 4
The
up in front
Democrats
of
are
the
not the
stage?
ones spending money to prosecute Trump. What are you talking about?
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Eugene Carroll did not. She did not finance her own court case. A billionaire did.
Yeah, but that's not the Democrats.
Yeah,
a billionaire is not the same as the
it's
Democrats.
Of course it's not. Of
course it's not.
Look,
like what?
You have.
Do you realize that those are different categories of things?
No, I don't.
The DNC is not the same as some random billionaire.
No, I don't. How you know that he's not a Democrat? He's a Democrat supporter.
Wait. Him being a Democratic supporter doesn't mean anything. Do you hold Donald Trump accountable for the KKK supporting him?
That's not even germane to the issue. I'm talking about real support.
Do you hold Trump accountable for the KKK supporting him? Can I have an answer to that question?
You're monkey branching to another topic. I'm talking about putting hundreds of $1 million into a court case, as well as changing the laws
and that's not the
to
DNC.
make it possible
not
to
the
sue
DNC.
Donald Trump in the first
not
place.
The DNC.
It was the DNC.
That was not the DNC.
It was in 7
Reid
districts
Hoffman
of
is
New
not
York
the
that
DNC.
is pure Democrat.
Reid Hoffman is not the
Democrat.
DNC. Reid Hoffman is not the DNC.
Bro. Eugene Carroll's being propped up by the Democrats. Eugene, I don't care.
The DNC did not fund her campaign.
Fall on your sword.
Not campaign.
Fall on your sword, dude.
Sorry, the Eugene Carroll did not fund her court case. Sorry, I can't speak. Eugene Carroll's court case was not funded by the DNC.
You were right.
You probably think I'm funded by the DNC, so I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't care. I'm not making those accusations. I just think that you're an anti-natalist, Marxist.
I'm not a Marxist or can you define? Wait, hold up. Can you define? You think I'm anti-Semitic? Can you define Marxism?
Marxism is the belief in a classless, stateless society, or a Democrat, basically.
So Democrat equal Marxism. Is that what it is?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Because y'all keep asking the exact same statement. Define Marxism.
Wait, I have a question.
Wait. Let me
Was
land.
Trump ever a Marxist? Was Trump ever a Marxist?
No.
Well, he used to be a Democrat. So then, under your view, he used to be a Marxist.
He was a capitalist, though.
Wait, so you don't think that all Democrats are Marxists?
I think modern Democrats are Marxists. I think modern Democrats are anti-American,
when is modern Democrats?
Anti-Christian, anti-Semites.
Okay, so I'm an anti-Semitic. So what makes you think I'm anti-Semitic?
Yes.
What makes you think that?
Because I think you hate all societies that achieve more than Marxism allows them to.
I'm not a Marxist, and I don't hate all societies that are outside of Marxism.
Sure you don't.
No, I don't.
Sure. Okay. Look, let me say from the beginning.
So I'm anti-Semitic because I hate everything out of Marxism when I'm not a Marxist? What?
Well, look. I'm just gonna put out the premise right here and there because we're monkey branching from 16 different topics.
Okay, I'm gonna thank some people real quick and then we can continue with that conversation. I need a minute. Heather, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously though, literally a composition fallacy. Am I right? JC, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you. Lois, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Michelle, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Well, thank you for letting me know that. I really appreciate it. I definitely won't. Thank you so much. As well as Avon, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. Leonie, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Rachel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Greasy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as always. Ashley, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Make sure to catch up fully on YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. Let's try to hit 3,000 likes. I'd really, really appreciate it for the 1,300 people here. I think we could easily do that. And if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Bridget, thank you for the $5. Lucy, thank you for the $5. Ashley with the $5. And the King of the Golden State, thank you for the $10. I think I'm fully caught up already. Noel as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Already. You can continue with your point, man.
Yeah, I think that America is shifting towards at least, I'm going to call it republicanism, small government, pro-capitalist, pro-religious tolerance, pro-individual liberty, versus a Marxist, anti-religion, anti-individual liberty, anti-Christian, violent sect. That's what I think. That's pretty much where I think we're headed to. Like, that's where the line in the sand is. Like, you could be called a Republican just because you're like a Spencer Pratt who believes in safe streets and that homeless people shouldn't be giving free needles. So yeah, I think we're caught in a schism.
No, a Spencer Pratt has a bunch of MAGA ideologies on top of that. It's not just those two things. Secondly, how am I anti-Christian? Can you explain that one?
You're just running you're running defense for the anti-Christian platform of the Democratic Party.
Like what specifically? Just disagreeing with Christianity? Like I'm just not Christian myself?
No, I think if you look at your the people that you defend, you're going to be defending anyone who attacks Christians. You're going to be doing, what was that damn? Like I said, there was flood. There was a school mass unaliving. There was an attack at the church, and every time you go down the comment section of the news report, you see people celebrating that was
I don't want to hear other people. I want to hear Parker.
That is the new mentality.
You know what? Pause. I want a criticism of me as a person. I don't want a criticism of other people right now. I want you to tell me why you think I am anti-Christian.
Because you're getting financed from individual anti-Christians, not anti-Christian institutions like the DNC, but you're basically, this is a capitalistic endeavor for you. This is a financial endeavor. Like,
so now I'm a capitalist. Now I'm not Marxist.
No, I said that what you're doing right now is a capitalist endeavor. You're trying to finance
which is
your
not
lifestyle
Marxist,
through,
right?
Well, it's not, but I mean, you ever heard the term "better red than dead"? I think when push comes to shove, you're going to push every Christian white male capitalist up against the wall so that, you know, Che Guevara could have his way with them.
Dude, what are you talking about? One, I'm not a socialist. Two, I'm not Marxist.
Sure you're
Three,
not.
I'm a liberal. I believe in social democracy, and I believe in like progressive liberalism. Okay, I'm a capitalist still.
Sure.
I still believe in social safety nets, regulations, and a capitalist framework. Right? Like, of course. But I think that there needs to be regulations and safety nets to ensure the bad elements of capitalism are not allowed to prevail.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in terms of my view is not anti-Christian as a whole. My view is simply just saying Christianity should not be used as the basis for our laws, right? Separation of church and state. That's how you live in a democracy with people of different ideological beliefs, with people with different religious views, as you live in a world that is not predicated off of people's religious perspectives, but rather predicated off of a secular understanding of the world. That's the best way to run these laws. Now, that's not anti-Christian as a whole. I don't understand how that's bigoted against Christianity. I don't know what your whole point is with that. I think you're just weaponizing Christianity right now.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the general malaise of using Christian nationalists as an epithet, as if it's wrong to love the country that you're in while you're a Christian. A lot of people have
love the
weaponized
country
the term
while you're Christian.
A lot of people have weaponized the term Christian nationalist, just like they've weaponized the term Zionist. And I understand why Christians and Jews are the enemies of Marxists. I understand it.
Again, stop. Why are you weaponizing the term Marxist against me when I'm not a Marxist?
Sure you're not.
You complained all about the weaponization of terms, and then you just continue to call me a Marxist when I'm not.
Well, I'm just saying you're running interference for Marxists.
I'm not.
Who hate America.
I'm not, dude. I'm not running. You're saying the reason why you're gonna say all these things about me is because there's people who send me money who are anti-Christian. What people are sending me money that are truly anti-Christian?
Mm-hmm.
Like, against all Christianity, not just like the influence of it in the law.
Well,
like, I disagree with Christianity, but that doesn't mean I'm bigoted against Christianity.
Mm-hmm. Sure. If you say so.
No, tell me.
Like, I'm not gonna hold you to trial. Like I said, you have a right to identify as whoever you want. But I pretty much I got my mind made up with this situation. I think there's a lot of people who are congregating at the opposite ends of liberty, capitalism, and religious tolerance, and they're forming a hegemonic identity called leftism, which is Marxist, communist.
Okay, so can you criticize me for me?
Anti-Christianism.
At this point, criticize me for me.
That's rich coming from the political left. Everybody calls everyone racist, sexist, homophobe, and all that stuff. You know, you're asking for people to be treated by the content of their the content of their character instead of the color of their skin. That's a novel idea. I wish more leftists would follow through on that.
Okay, so then you wish more left-wing people were like me? So then you don't criticize me.
No. I think that you haven't been broken yet, and I'm expecting you to be broken into the political left. So that's why it's kind of.
I want to know the criticizing. What's your criticism of my view?
Your view is the what is it? It's the centrist view, but I think you're trending towards. I think your audience is going to force you to the far left eventually.
I'm waiting. So, like, what particular view do you disagree with that I hold to? And I wouldn't consider myself a centrist. I'm a progressive liberal. I'm still like, I'm pretty far left for this country still.
Yeah, exactly. You're a secular progressive, and I think you're trending towards Marxist communists.
I'm not a Marxist or a communist. Can you please just tell me what particular view of mine that you disagree with?
No, I just said trending. I just said trending.
But like, what views do I have that indicate that to you?
I'm not one of your regular followers. I just wanted to say that we started this conversation off on why I voted for Donald Trump, and I believe that Donald Trump is here to protect me from the anti-Christian, anti-Jewish, anti-American, anti-natalist, violent, progressive left. That's why I'm here.
Okay, so and that's not me. So if I can disagree with Trump, be against Trump, and honestly, I think a huge portion of people agree with me. I would probably say that my view is very prevalent within like the Democratic side on most of these issues. Or at least people would agree with 95 to 99% of what I am saying here on the stream, right? Who are on the left. So if that's the true, then why can't you evaluate it based upon my position here? And we can talk about how if it were my position, not some other random position. So what's the criticism of my position?
Because no one is holding the progressive left accountable for their violent rhetoric and their violent actions and their descending into this Marxist communist hatred of society.
I think that's what Trump's doing, and you don't realize it. Trump has called for the execution of some Democrats. Trump has said he's glad that some people are dead who just literally investigated him, like Robert Mueller, and also you said that glad was Rob Reiner's dead. So I can give countless examples of Donald Trump perpetuating that violent rhetoric. I'm not doing that. I don't think that we should engage in that violent rhetoric. I think that violent rhetoric is bad and harmful to our country.
Forget the rhetoric. You know, the guy who did the Pacific Palisades fire was he was a Mangioniist, right? He loved himself some Mangione. You know, the guy that burnt down the factory in Ottawa, California, he was also a Mangioniist. Like, I think right now, I think it's either Republicanism versus Mangionism, if we're going to be perfectly honest. I believe in Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, and a lot of progressive leftists believe that Mangione is the way. Like, we're at opposite ends, and the names that we're calling each other while we're trying to take each other out of the earth, it's inconsequential. Donald Trump did not like the fact that people were plotting against his presidency, that people were setting up his generals for investigation.
So I think that person is held accountable, right? I disagree with the person who's going to be putting houses to fire, which had devastating effects on the entirety of LA, especially because of the fact that these fucking spread across the entirety of LA. They affected the Altadena area. They affected up towards the valley to a greater extent. They affected a plenty of different areas
the Uber driver,
in LA. That is obviously a horrible thing to do. You shouldn't do that. That's atrocious. That person is held accountable by people on our side. You act like people on our side that don't condemn that.
Why is it atrocious? It served
because it fucking burned innocent people's homes.
Yeah, but it served to inflict suffering on the wealthy. Isn't that what you want?
If you're a Mangioniist, it did not just affect the wealthy. And I don't agree with just burning the wealthy's houses.
It caused suffering, though.
But what does that do? What is burning? What does the burning the house of a rich person do?
I'm trying to get to a specific point. If you believe that if you want to eat the rich and if you want to destroy the rich, why not burn down their stuff? It makes perfect sense. My enemies make perfect sense
because the goal is not to just
suffering.
Wait, you're not understanding. You're not understanding. My goal is not to just destroy the rich just because they're rich. My goal is to say that the rich should pay back to the society that made them rich in the first place. It's just pay their fair share. I'm not saying we should just burn
you're
down
an
their
enlightened
houses.
centrist, I guess.
Call me a centrist all you want. Engage with my view.
Yeah. I understand that what you're saying is that it is wrong for people to burn down
of course
the Palisades and the Ottawa camp.
It's not just the Palisades. Altadena, the fucking
Altadena.
Valley. Like, you understand that plenty of people's houses were burned down.
Let's
entire
not
communities devastated. I've listened to people talk. I've listened personally. I've gone to places where I've talked to community members that were affected in these areas and talking to them about their entirety of the area that they grew up in, completely devastated, burnt, destroyed, memories lost, their childhood lost.
But
for literally. For a fire that was spread. That's horrible. That's atrocious.
I'm in agreement.
Why can't you acknowledge that people on my side can disagree with people doing stuff like that?
I'm trying to define the line in the sand, and you're kind of interrupting and going on a speech. What I'm saying is, if you are a person who celebrates a Jewish couple being unalived, celebrates Charlie Kirk, who celebrates fires, multiple fires, of course what you're doing makes absolute sense because you're the enemy of a certain belief structure. I think the leftists, progressive leftists, far left Magionists, if you want to call them that, I think that they know what they're doing. They're here to inflict suffering on the wealthy and on conservative Christians. And me being a conservative Christian who's not wealthy, I think I'll just stay with Donald Trump. How about that?
You can't say there are bad people on the left, the far left, which, by the way, aren't even in power, to then say you support Trump, who actively engages in this violent rhetoric and behavior himself. He's literally said that he's glad that Rob Reiner and Robert Mueller is dead. He's specifically called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and not follow unlawful orders. He's pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots. He's constantly engaged in this violent rhetoric and these violent positions. You cannot overlook those things. You literally say, oh, I'm going to hold the left accountable for these things, which, by the way, these people are in power, but you're not willing to hold the right accountable when they are in power perpetuating these things.
Yeah, I'm not trying to justify war of the words. I think actions speak louder than words. That's all. Donald Trump is going to say exactly the same things that people are saying about him. If you want to say that, oh, can't wait for him to
do you want me to give you countless examples of individual right-wing people committing violence?
Wait.
Do you agree that based on FBI data and agree based on federal data that the far-right domestic terrorists are proportionally more likely to commit domestic terrorism in this country than left-wing domestic terrorists?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, well, that's what the data says. You're just wrong.
What's the data? The data was from the Biden administration?
It's from the Trump administration as well. Like,
No, I think it was from
left-wing violence is still less.
What they did was they actually went into prisons, and remarkably enough, they did not put BLM or any type of left-wing protests. They went into prisons and said every domestic violence situation between a white person was an act of hate crime. I will never trust.
That's not what they said.
Democrat statistics.
You don't even know what statistic I'm referencing, and you're just saying that.
I will. I remember that y'all keep saying it, but I don't buy it. I just don't buy it. I think that the Democratic Party
because it doesn't fit your. The reason why you don't buy it is because it doesn't fit your narrative. You look for things that confirm your confirmation bias. You look for things that confirm your confirmation bias. You don't care about truth. You don't care about reality. You don't care about actually doing what's best for the average person. You care about conforming to your own delusions, your own narrative that makes you feel better about yourself.
Yeah, like I said, I'm watching people worship.
I'm sorry that you can't accept that. I'm telling you the facts right now. I hope someday you'll be able to come back to this and you'll be able to be like,
that's a statistical lie.
I hope you come back someday and you actually listen to what I'm saying right now. Because this is you just confirming your confirmation bias, looking for things that confirm whatever you want. And whenever I give you evidence indicating otherwise, if it doesn't feel good to you, you're not willing to accept it, even if the evidence indicates that. You're not even willing to look into it. You're willing to just assume that it's conspiracy bullshit simply because it called out something that you don't want to accept.
Yeah, but the thing is, here's what's happening, right? One, I do not believe that the crime data statistics that supposed right-wing terror is more prevalent than left-wing terror.
You didn't even look into it. You didn't even look into it. You just assumed it's bullshit.
Allow me to land my plane, sir. Allow me to land my plane. I've watched that statistic being brought up over and over again. They use people who are already in jail. They use white supremacists inside of prisons, and they did not count Black Lives Matter, sir. That's my problem with the
Not
statistical
true. You
analysis.
don't even know what statistic I'm referencing.
I've followed it. I've followed this conversation longer than you have.
Okay, so then explain to me what particular data set and show me. Give me a source for what you're referencing, saying that they didn't include
I told
any
you.
left-wing
Well,
violence.
it's not. No. The only way we're going to get through this is if you and I have multiple correspondence, because I am not going to be able to do fact checking over my cell phone.
You can.
I want
you can look it up right now
multiple
and then just tell me the title.
Yeah, I'm not in a position to do that. But here's the thing.
You have a phone in your hand right now.
I'm just saying that the far right has consolidated their belief structure into a violent, leftist, Marxist, anti-Christian, anti-Jewish, anti-Israel platform. And I, being a Christian American lover, am never going to see eye to eye with them. And I think Kamala Harris was
Can you name
a
one policy that
secretary
Kamala
for-
Harris supports that you disagree with?
Her platform was moving towards blaming supermarkets for price gouging. Remember that?
Okay, so she wanted to address price gouging. How is that
She
bad?
wanted to have a Marxist struggle session where supermarket
not
owners were
Marxism.
going to be. It's a Marxist struggle
That's
session
not
where she was going to blame
Marxism.
supermarkets
To
for
say
the
you want to go
economy.
after price gouging is still a liberal view.
And she was going to bring them in front of Congress to have a Marxist struggle session, just
That's
like
not
they have
Marxism.
on this TikTok.
I know
Okay,
So by the way, you're just weaponizing terms. The whole thing you were criticizing earlier, that people weaponize terms against the right, you're just weaponizing terms against the left and not actually
Yeah, I
engaging
know.
in a criticism of their views. This is called an ad hominem. You're trying to get rid of her credibility by trying to discredit her based upon calling her a Marxist,
Okay.
rather than criticizing
Okay.
the actual basis of her policy positions.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's try this again then. I will not use the term Marxism. Kamala
Okay.
Harris, instead of taking accountability for the multiple incidents that caused inflation, she was going to bring out supermarket owners who work at a 6% profit and drag them in front of Congress so that they could defend themselves. That
So-
was her plan.
What did she do that caused inflation?
Oh, I could tell you incompetent things that she did.
Tell me, what did she do that caused inflation?
Why didn't she support SpaceX?
What? SpaceX, not supporting SpaceX doesn't cause inflation. So what did she do that caused
Yes,
inflation?
it does. Yes, it did. They spent $48 billion. They spent I'm gonna have to get the numbers. They spent somewhere in the lines of I'm just gonna say this. They spent billions of dollars to try to bring internet all over the world, but since they were at odds with Elon Musk, they could have gotten it for $400 million by supporting SpaceX. That is clear incompetence. By the way, SpaceX is the only game in town right now for transcontinental internet, and they could have supported it, but since they have an attitude against Elon, they didn't partner with an American company. They blew away billions, and I think it's somewhere in the lines of $40 billion or something like this. I got to check Ezra Klein's book again. The incompetence of the Democratic Party is legendary.
That has nothing to do with inflation. I asked you, what did she do that caused inflation? You could say that you disagree with her in terms of Starlink,
okay.
right? But that doesn't mean that would be an effect on inflation as a whole. Those are two separate things.
What about giving large sums of money to New York, Chicago, Denver to give migrants a leg up on society, which is pretty much why Donald Trump got so much black vote. Like we in New York,
I don't think this guy can answer my questions. I asked you a very specific question.
I'll answer your question in multiple platforms because the fact
I
is
just want to know what she did that caused inflation.
Allow me to answer a question.
I just want to know what she did that caused inflation.
Allow me to answer your question. Like we have three vectors. One, she didn't make good partnerships with Americans. Two, they flooded the market with cheap cash to take care of illegal immigrants. Three, they flooded the market with cheap green cash, which went to NGOs. Like that, printing money causes inflation. It's just that simple. So you have three vectors of Kamala Harris, or at least the Biden administration, printing money for votes.
Okay, so here's why you're wrong. One, they don't control printing the money. That's controlled by the Federal Reserve. Two, most of the increase in the money supply happened under the Trump administration, not under the Biden administration. Three, They signed off on less debt-related spending compared to the Trump administration by over $4 trillion in the first administration. Trump has signed off on over $11 trillion of debt-related spending between his two administrations so far, which is over $2 trillion of debt-related spending signed into law every single year of his administration.
Yeah, what I'm going to say, what I'm saying about this, Donald Trump has a plan. He's probably going to use bonds to try and lower the debt, but we still have spending issues. What I was answering is, what did Kamala Harris and the Biden administration do to raise inflation? And rather than talk about how she gave hundreds of $billions to NGOs that are not going into any kind of productive labor, hundreds of $billions. So wait, allow me to finish. Hundreds of $1 billion to migrants, and not wanting to work with Americans that she wasn't politically aligned with. Instead, her plan to fight inflation was to bring out supermarket owners and chastise them in front of Congress. That's her plan. That's why I call her the secretary of the deep state. She doesn't even believe the stuff that she believes that she's talking about. There's someone above her that's telling her, you need someone to blame.
All you've got is rhetoric and just talking points. I'm actually trying to criticize these talking points, and they can't hold whenever I bring any basic level of criticism. Okay, so what hundreds of billions of dollars did she put into migrants? What policy?
Well, New York spent $7 billion. Chicago spent $6 billion. Denver probably $4 billion.
State policies, not federal policy. So what policy did she pass?
The state. Wait, hold it. You're not gonna try to protect Kamala Harris from the Biden administration and their dealings, because she herself said that Biden didn't do anything wrong. So she's going to have to fall on her sword on this one. We printed money to take care of a bunch of stuff that we didn't have to take care of. And the
we printed
NGOs,
more money under Trump. You're not acknowledging any of my points.
But that takes Congress to agree with it. It takes Congress. It takes
and
the
Trump
Senate,
signed it into law.
And it takes. No, I'm talking about during the migration of the 2020.
Yeah, that's under Trump.
Not even 2020.
That's in Trump.
Yeah, no. COVID was, excuse me.
2020, Trump was president.
C-19, we had to close border because we had a closed border during C-19. It's not Trump. When Trump was removed from office, everybody flooded in because the promise of Joe Biden is the promise of American citizenship within 2 years.
Which, by the way, didn't happen. So, like, you're just, like, making that up. Secondly, I'm waiting to hear the policy where they gave hundreds of billions to migrants. Like, what policy did Kamala Harris support and pass? They gave hundreds of billions to migrants.
Wait. First of all, Kamala Harris will not be sequestered from the Biden administration. If the Biden administration did it,
the Biden administration did not put hundreds of billions of dollars into migrants.
Yes, he did.
What policy?
Dude, how do you think Donald Trump raised his voting amongst African Americans and Latinos?
I want an answer to my question. If you don't answer my question, I'll just mute you and thank people. So you can answer my question, please.
Okay. No. The Biden administration's immigration policies, the Biden administration policy on not cooperating with American companies, the Biden administration.
I'm waiting. What specific policy put hundreds of billions of dollars into migrants?
The Green New Deal. It was
the Green New Deal is not a policy that ever got passed.
The Green, like, after Joe Biden was leaving office, they gave away money to NGOs. Right? They gave away money to NGOs.
What policy?
Jesus Christ! I gotta go chase after freaking paperwork for this guy. Okay.
No, I'm just asking you. Like, seriously,
okay, I'm wrong.
What policy gave hundreds of billions to
wrong.
migrants, and what policy gave hundreds of billions to NGOs? And you have nothing.
What do you mean? Wait, but you're not denying
what
the fact
policy?
that
Just
they gave
name
the money.
one.
I'm trying to name of the policy. I'll go on Teacup.
Okay, I'll give you time. I'll thank some people in the meantime. Justina, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We absolutely are. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So kind of you. Thank you very much. Jaden, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Diabolical, I get you. As well as Mega, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sarah, thank you for the $5. And Noel, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I have some people to thank over YouTube Super Chat as well. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As always, everybody, for the nearly 4,000 people on here on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. It will help get it out to more people. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Zachary, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Then these people always approach valid criticisms of Democrats and then don't apply any of that logic to Trump or Republicans. It drives me insane. Exactly. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Carl, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm not quite sure what that would be. I'd have to look. I'll have to check. Well, as well as Feisty, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Volgirl, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? Amir, thank you for the $2. Zachary with the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's really ridiculous. Ashley, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Brand, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, just trying to own the libs and drawing a line between him and the libs. As well as Zach, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Thank you. Give me some W's. Zach, I really appreciate the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's seriously so kind of you. Always good to see you, Zach. Thank you so much. As well as Amir, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Emily with the $2. Thank you. Bridget, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. And Kat, thank you for the $10. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay,
What?
yeah, like I'm gonna read you the headline. You're gonna have to draw your own conclusions. With the cost of the border crisis, $150.7 billion and counting. Washington, D.C., the House Budget Committee held a hearing entitled "The Cost of the Budget of the Border Crisis to High End." Ultimately, it's saying that we spent around $400 billion on the border crisis.
This is from the House Budget Committee. This is a Republican source. This is just Republicans in Congress saying this.
Okay. It's not like the Republicans are running the House right now.
Sir, it's quite literally them citing FAIR, which is a far right wing immigration source. It's just a think tank. FAIR is a far right wing it's a far right immigration think tank, anti-immigration think tank. Look it up. Look up FAIR. Far right wing anti-immigration think tank.
Wait. Do I have to accept your editorializing of their character too?
No, you can just look it up.
Do I get to question the data, or do I have to use an ad hom that you're saying that they're right wing?
This isn't an ad hom. I'm simply saying they're bias.
It's an ad hom. My guy,
that's not an ad hom. I'm saying that they're bias. I'm saying that there's a conflict of interest.
Yeah, and that's called. Yeah. You ever heard the expression, if you can't pound the truth, pound the witness. If you can't pound the witness, pound the table, right? That's where we're at right now. You're pounding the table.
Okay. Well, I just want to let you know that I just want to let you know that the increases, by the way, in GDP are not even being categorized within this. Over the past over the next 7 years or so, there's going to be at least a $7 to $10 trillion increase in the GDP, simply just because of the immigration surge under the Biden-Harris administration. And that's according to the government themselves, a nonpartisan source from the government.
GDP means you're spending money. It doesn't mean that you're making money.
No, GDP means growth in the economy, which inevitably then will carry over to tax revenues as well. So in terms of tax revenue, it will create a lot more than $150 billion in revenue.
Yeah,
on a federal, state, and local level.
I guarantee you, if you spend $150 billion, it'll look like the economy is actually doing something when it's not.
Okay, so you're saying that we're spending all this money on what programs did the Biden administration pass?
You're gonna have me chasing through the internet for documents all over again when we both know that the Biden administration.
You said that they passed policies that did this, but you don't know any of them.
Between Biden's spending on immigration, between Biden's spending on his
you don't know what that spending was on
initiative, between Biden not cooperating.
You don't know what the spending was on.
I don't believe in the concept of democratic competency. I think they're just trying to buy votes. That's always been the problem with Democrats.
Sir, you're delusional.
They try to buy votes. Yeah, okay.
You're delusional. You're not engaging with any of these points. You're not actually trying to use an argument. You're not relying on evidence. You're relying upon your feelings. Do you put your feelings over the facts,
I have to go teacup, yeah. You're saying that I shouldn't listen to the Senate, the Congress, because they're conservative.
I'm saying you shouldn't listen to the Republicans in the context of the committee because you wouldn't accept a democratically run committee. No, don't you? Would you accept democratic run committees in Congress?
You're not attacking the data. You're not attacking the data.
would you accept determinations from Democratic-run committees that are citing far left-wing sources and think tanks?
That's a good question. I'll just have to see the data. I'll just have to
You
see
would
the
say
data.
no. Shut the fuck up. You would not accept that. Don't act like you would.
Why are you getting upset?
Because I know damn well. Because everyone knows damn well you wouldn't accept that, and you're just lying.
I'm just no. Okay, what?
It's really Christian to be on the live and sin. You know that you're going to be on Judgment Day judged for that, right?
Okay, wait. Okay, how about this? If the Democrats said that we had a aircraft carrier sank, and I'm like, damn, that's terrible, and I look and it got sank, I'd be like, fine. But if the Mujahideen or whatever, or Hamas and Hezbollah, the Houthis, or wherever one of your allies are saying that,
My allies,
they destroyed the capital, yeah.
He just tried to say that I'm allied with Hamas, by the way.
Well,
Erica, thank you for the money gun. Thank you very much. Do you hear this guy, bro? So he thinks Parker Get a Job is promoting violent rhetoric allied with Hamas and terrorist organizations and whatnot for no reason. He's just going to say that, and he's not going to engage in any of my actual arguments.
I'm trying
he's
to
just going to say that I'm like the worst
sorry.
person ever, but like not actually give me a criticism
apologize.
of any of my views.
I apologize. I'm just going to say that some skepticism is legitimate. I have some skepticism to the Democratic Party, but skepticism to Joe Biden's competency is fair game. That's all I'm saying.
Wait, I think it's totally legitimate to question Joe Biden's level of competency when he was president and running for president of the United States. I think that's important to do. But I think that while you're doing that, you also have to consider that it's significantly worse amongst Trump, right? And that was not true for Kamala Harris. And that if you really cared about that, you would have voted for Kamala Harris over Trump. Maddie, think of the $10 on PayPal.
I don't think so. I think Kamala Harris would have just wrote more checks.
Okay, but she signed off.
I don't think she has an idea in her head. I don't think she has an idea in her head. I think she lacks confidence.
You're just being incredibly
she was
fucked
being
up.
led by the nose.
I think you're only saying that because she's a woman.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, how about this? When President Obama was president and he wanted to go, let's go. I'm going to get universal health care. The Republicans are standing in my way. Hey, McCain, Feingold, all of y'all, come into the office right now. Let's have this out in front of a camera and let's debate the issues. Kamala Harris ain't built like that, sir.
Kamala Harris was willing to debate this. Can you name one adversarial interview that Trump went on? Because I can tell you one that she went on.
ABC.
So he went on an ABC interview?
Yeah, the debate. Look, if you don't know by now, a whistleblower said that Kamala Harris secured not only not asking questions, but also
that was
to
after the
Donald
election.
Trump on certain
the
points.
ABC interviews after the election, not before.
Course.
I'm saying before.
No. I'm talking about during the debate. During the debate.
Wait, the debate doesn't count as an adversarial interview.
Okay, let me put it to
you
this way.
I asked for a single adversarial interview. By the way, Trump said he wouldn't do another debate against her, so he was running away. Because he's scared.
ABC was not only protecting Kamala Harris from certain questions, they were also
wrong.
Fact-checking Donald Trump specifically. This is coming from a whistleblower.
Because he was saying things that were wrong.
Okay.
Dude, he literally said in that debate that there were people coming to our country eating cats and dogs, okay?
Mm-hmm. Here we go. They always go with the cats.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the pets of the people that live here. That's bullshit. Okay, that deserves to be fact-checked. I would argue that he was not fact-checked enough because he lies in basically every statement that he makes.
That's not the case. So you could attack Donald Trump. I'm just saying that Kamala Harris was given a smooth ride by the media.
I disagree. I very much disagree. Yeah, she went on Fox News. She went on 60 Minutes.
She lost anyway. She went on Fox News and she left as soon as the questions got tough. It was Brett Baird. I remember that.
She didn't leave
she did.
middle.
She left.
No, she didn't.
She did not stay for 30 minutes.
She stayed
answered
for the whole
like 3
interview.
Questions. It got contentious. No, she did not.
Yes,
I saw it, bro. It was Brett Baird.
You're lying.
I saw it. It was Brett Baird. I saw the interview.
Yes, and she stayed for the whole debate. Or for the whole interview.
Okay. All right. It's not even agree to disagree. I just think you're lying. But that's okay, though. Kamala Harris
you have no
basis.
You have no source to indicate that you're lying. You just literally lie. You make up things. And you're like, oh, my lie is just going to be evaluated just as equally as your statement that is factually true. No, I'm not going to evaluate something with actual meaningful evidence. The same as I'm going to evaluate a claim that is based on utter bullshit.
What?
You know what? This entire stream...
What is my claim?
Pause. I'm going to pause this for a second. I want you to listen for this for a second. This entire stream... The entire time we've been debating, you've just been spewing lies without evidence, without justification, without knowing the policies, without knowing anything. You don't even
Mangione,
know specifically what you disagree
$400
with the
billion
Democrats
for
on. You
immigrants.
disagree with the Democrats because of some overgeneralization that came from Donald Trump's fear mongering on Truth Social.
Yeah. Look, I, I, I don't want to monopolize too much of your time. I just think that we are moving towards ideological loggerheads, and I will be at the side of the pro-American, pro-liberty, pro-Christian,
That's our side.
pro-Israel.
That's our side, not yours.
And you could go with whatever Mangione believes, whatever male Mangione.
I
in
never
New
did
York
that.
has,
Why are you being
whatever
dishonest?
Hassan Piker has. All the Mangione is.
When in doubt, say Hassan Piker. When in doubt, click Hassan Piker.
He
Wow,
is
so
a vile
effective.
human being. He's the atypical leftist.
You support Trump. I don't want to hear that from you. You are such a joke.
He is. He
Dude,
is.
I would pick.
That's
I would
Hassan
pick.
Piker.
How about this? This will hurt your.
You wish you
hurt
had
your
Hassan
feelings.
Piker's
Watch
height
this.
and money.
If it was Hassan Piker versus Donald Trump, I would vote for Hassan Piker.
I trust that. I really do. I trust you would. Because he's a communist, a Marxist, an anti-Semite, just like I said.
Actually, technically, he's not a communist. He's told me that he's not a communist before. Secondly,
Oh, he's told. Oh, okay.
yeah, secondly, hold
My
up, hold up.
bad.
Secondly, you say he's an
I don't wanna
anti-Semite. I don't
besmirch
think he's
the good name of
anti-Semitic.
Hassan
I think that's
Piker.
wrong. I think that's a nonsense criticism. I have my criticisms, but I don't think that's a legitimate criticism.
I think he's an audience-captured tool of terrorism and Marxism. That's all.
And you will never apply any of the standards that you apply to someone like Hassan Piker to Donald Trump. You will never apply
I'm just saying.
any of the criticisms that you have for any left-wing person to your own side. You are incapable of ever applying any standards to your candidate. Can you name a single thing that Donald Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Not criminal. Not criminal. You know what? Anything that's not criminal that Donald Trump does, I don't care anymore because he's saving my life.
So is there anything that Donald Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Well, it's like I said, it'd be self-evident that I don't support anything like egregious, like
maybe
I
you're
won't say
like
hate
you
side,
would
but
you
murder,
like for example
like if he were to unalive a lot of Democrats, I wouldn't support that.
Okay, how about this? If you knew for certain that if you voted for Donald Trump instead of voting for Kamala Harris, that your daughter would die, and you knew for certain that if you voted for
I
Kamala
already
Harris
said that.
over Donald Trump, that your daughter would live, who would you rather vote for?
Sir, I started the conversation as I'd rather watch my daughter die than vote for Kamala Harris. We started
And you
this
still
conversation.
stand by that.
I still stand by that. That incompetent woman doesn't belong in office.
By the way, Trump is more incompetent. Trump is more violent. And by the way, you would rather your daughter die than vote for Kamala Harris. That's how sick this guy is. And it's not because he cares about the country. It's not because he loves America. It's because he doesn't care about his daughter, it seems. Genuinely. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You actually would rather your daughter literally fucking die. Like, literally fucking die. Than vote for Kamala Harris.
Then vote for Kamala Harris. As long as we understand each other.
Wait, can I ask one more question? If Donald Trump went up to your 10-year-old daughter and said he'd be dating her in 10 years, would you still vote for him?
That's kind of complicated. One, maybe, okay, let's just say if it was 2016 and Donald Trump said that, yeah, I'd probably vote for him still.
Okay.
Yeah.
If Donald Trump assaulted your daughter, and you knew for
That's
certain
a
that
different
happened,
subject.
would you still vote for him?
No, I would probably see him locked up.
Okay. So I don't know why you couldn't draw the line with your daughter dying too.
Because
how about
someone-
this?
because one is
If
words.
Donald Trump killed your daughter, would you still vote for him?
We're talking about crimes versus words.
If
Like,
Donald
that's the
Trump,
thing.
no, hold
Assault-
on. If Donald
assault-
Trump killed,
wait.
If Donald Trump killed your daughter explicitly, would you still vote for him?
Well, no. That would be an act. I'm talking about.
Okay.
You want me to get upset about words, and then you're using acts.
I'm just trying to see-
essay
well,
or
how about this?
So it's like let's keep it a buck. Like
I'm trying to see how far you're willing to go for these things.
Yeah,
By the way,
it is what it is.
Let me Dean wants to come up here and run this too. But Jack, thank you so much for the $20, by the way. Thank you so
Dean?
much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some
The
W's for
Dean?
Jack. And yes, this is the Dean. Jack, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, gosh.
It is crazy, isn't it? Hamster, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Like,
Bro, what the
Dean, do you
fuck
hear
is
this?
this guy's problem?
Yeah.
Dude, come on, bro.
what's up?
I can't believe what I just heard. You said
Yeah.
that if you knew voting for Trump would lead to your daughter's death, and that voting for Harris would not lead to your daughter's death, you would still vote Trump. That's one of the craziest things I've ever heard.
I would still vote for. Yeah, I really would still vote for Trump.
So do you mind if I ask you, is this because you think that if Harris were president, there'd be like something worse than your daughter's death, right? Like she'd just destroy the
Yes.
country.
Yes, absolutely,
Okay.
yes.
So how do you think that she would have destroyed the country? And if you could be like very
Because-
specific.
Because she would have been weak, and her platform, I'm going to say it again, is to just buy votes from people who are her allies. Whether it's going to be Minnesota or Californian fraud, whether it's going to be Iranian, God dang, oh no, we promise we're not building weapons of mass destruction. Kamala Harris's entire platform would have been to print more money to cover up for her incompetence.
So, by the way, Dean, it's Monday. I just realized that. Makes sense.
Yeah,
It's Monday.
It's Monday. It's Monday. That's
Go
it.
ahead, though. You can address that. I've already addressed these points.
Well, I mean, the reason why I asked him that wasn't to like restart the debate that you've already had with him, but more so just to see if like he had like really good reason, right? Like, you know, if this guy would be willing to sacrifice the life of his daughter to ensure that Trump was president, you know, I would expect this guy to think that if Harris won, World War III would like legitimately start. Like no joke. Like World War III would legitimately start. Now, that wasn't the case at all. Like this guy, this guy's willing to sacrifice his daughter because he just thinks that she's weak. Like, okay, that's not really descriptive at all. I don't really even know what that means. I don't know what that means for the country. I don't know what that means for the average American.
It's called hyperbole.
I don't know what that means for the world. You know, like that's just really vague, really elusive, and I don't really think that's like damning enough to help anybody understand why you'd be willing to sacrifice the life of your daughter to prevent her from being president.
Better one child than one country.
So you think that Harris would bring in the death of the country?
Yeah, I think she's an office manager for the deep state. She's just a
Wait,
secretary.
but like, I just
for
want to
the people
clarify.
who
You
are
have
really in
certain
power.
knowledge for sure that your daughter will die. You don't have certain knowledge that she's going to destroy the country. What makes you think that she will
gonna be
destroy the
honest.
country?
Look, no, it's just that I want to be fair to Kamala Harris. I don't think she's a bad person. I just think she's a drunk person. I don't think that she believes in
She's literally not
what
drunk.
she says. I think she's one of those people that have an earpiece and is being told what to say. She's a
That was proven
secretary.
wrong. It's an earring.
She's a secretary.
It was not an
believe,
earpiece.
No, I believe. It's not an insult on her character. I don't think that she's a strong leader. She's not Obama. She's not Trump. She's not even Biden. She doesn't have the courage of her convictions. She was incompetent from day one. People were holding her hand into power, and that's why I don't respect.
You know what's crazy? He hasn't actually given a legitimate criticism yet. He has yet to give a single legitimate criticism. Every single thing that you brought up is just literally utter bullshit. And I just want to clarify, everything that you're saying is simply true about Trump. This is straight up projection.
Mm-hmm.
This is not even true about Kamala Harris. It is projection because you can't acknowledge that Kamala Harris, the woman, is the better candidate.
Yeah,
yeah.
For what you're saying there about projection, that's totally true, right? Like this guy said that,
Okay.
that Kamala Harris would be like a secretary for the deep state doing somebody else's bidding. Well, at least under the Biden-Harris administration, we never had, like, for instance, the head of counterterrorism step down because the administration was controlled by a foreign state, right? You know, like Joe Kent straight up resigned from his position as the head of counterterrorism because he thought that Trump was being controlled by Israel, pressured into starting the war in Iran.
Yeah, here's the problem, though. It's called draining the swamp. It was part of Trump's plan in the beginning to just get rid of all the people who are useless.
He appointed him into that position.
Hey.
So you're
we had
saying,
to deal-
wait, so by the way,
we-
you're saying he appointed the swamp?
No, well, sometimes the swamp was already there. Sometimes
No,
people
Joe
don't
Kent
have
wasn't
what it
already
takes.
there.
So sometimes people don't have what it takes. to
Trump
drain
appointed the
Like-
swamp and
wait,
then
wait,
got
wait,
rid
wait,
of
wait,
it,
wait.
everybody. He's
Remember-
getting rid of the
wait,
swamp,
wait,
but he
wait.
put it there first.
Guys,
Okay.
guys, remember.
He created
remember
it, then he
Paul
got rid of
Ryan?
it.
remember Paul Ryan. We're trying to eliminate Obamacare, and Paul Ryan is like holding his copy of both Atlas Shrugged and the Bible. He was a handsome candidate, but he was a swamp creature. There's swamp creatures on the right too, so they have to go. It's not that complicated, really. It's like
Joe
if
Kent
either you're on the
literally was
side
someone
of
appointed by
liberty,
Trump.
capitalism, and Christianity, Judeo-Christian religious tolerance, or you're on the side of Mangione and Hamas.
That's called a false dichotomy.
Is it?
Yeah,
Is it really?
You think of reality in terms of like cartoonish views. It's crazy. Like you just you literally map reality to be whatever you want. You just like, I can mold the reality into whatever I
see you guys
like.
happy. The only time I see the political left happy is when they're talking about Mangione
Yeah,
or
you've
some
said the
Christian father
same
dying.
bullshit over and over again.
That's my evidence. I only
That's
see
not
you
evidence.
guys happy
That is
when
not
someone
evidence.
is dead.
That's not true for like you were trying to categorize the entire left as this way. Actually, earlier you were trying to say that
You guys
I
are Hassan Piker-ists,
Sir,
man. Come on.
you literally said earlier that I specifically was supporting violent extremism. I was a propagandist for violent extremism and defending violent extremism because I literally said I was Antifa and against fascism.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question. Would you ever break bread with a Muslim?
Under what grounds?
Under the grounds of just loving their neighbor. Love everyone, including your Muslim neighbor.
How
right?
about this? How about this? If a Muslim neighbor invited me for dinner, I would go and I would observe every custom that
No.
he's used to.
Would you
That's
invite
called breaking
them
bread.
for dinner?
That's
Would you
literally
invite them
breaking bread.
Would you invite them for a dinner?
Possibly not.
And see,
I
this
don't entertain.
Sure, this is why I say that I think that the right has just really misconstrued the teachings of the gospel. So you just sound fucking idiotic when you say
It's so
that
crazy,
we
bro.
don't align with Judeo-Christian values, and you do. Jesus was willing to invite anybody to sit down at the dinner table with him.
Could
I mean,
we
one
not-
of his last actions before his crucifixion was to invite one of the Jewish Pharisees, bidding for his death from Pontius Pilate, to become one of his disciples. And you're telling me that you wouldn't even sit across the dinner table or invite a Muslim to sit across the dinner table from you. I think that
by
it's
the way, he
important-
tries
I
to
think
call
that it's
us
important-
anti-Semitic.
I don't wait. Me personally, me as an individual, I don't entertain company like that. So that's why
Yeah,
I
I
said
know,
that.
I know.
If I
and
was
it's like,
invited,
Jesus
if
would,
I was
though.
invited, I would go.
Jesus did. Jesus did.
Yeah,
That's
so you're
good,
you're,
but
you're
that's good, but
actively
that's a
saying
separate
Jesus
point.
was wrong. You're actively saying Jesus was wrong.
Okay. Here's the problem. Here's the problem with trying to use Jesus as the standard. When I said that Judeo-Christian religious tolerance
Are you Christian?
is what I'm going for.
Oh, wait, are you Christian?
No. Absolutely.
There's a problem with using Jesus as the standard, and you're Christian?
No. Wait. In a debate between wait, hold it, gentlemen. Hold it, gentlemen. I don't want you to escape into scripture when we're just talking about actionable policies for a material world. We could have a church talk at church. We're talking about what is best for the country. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Like religion has if you think cross-checking and cross-checking and fact-checking Biden's policies is hard, how hard do you think it's going to be for the two of us to open up the Bible and start talking about scripture? I try to avoid those kind of things. Thank you.
Can you tell me the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Yeah, good one. Not off the top of my head, no.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You can't tell me the gospel?
I probably could look it up, but like I said, I don't want to get involved in a religious debate. This isn't religion we're talking about.
I don't think you
Judeo-Christian
can.
religious.
I think as an atheist, I know more about Christianity than you do.
I don't want to go into the deep water of faith. I don't want to get into the deep water of faith. I just said that Judeo-Christian religious tolerance is
You're
part
literally
of
a Christian that's saying
is the
that Jesus
cornerstone.
is not the standard.
Wait. I'm going to explain to you again the problem. I'm saying that the tolerance for Judeo-Christian beliefs is part and parcel to America.
Actually, I think you're anti-Christian. Look at this anti-Christian, right-wing, woke, incredibly extremist. individual, everybody. Look at this. Look at this on the stream right now, everybody. They're so
I
anti-Christian,
don't like
actually.
Kamala,
They're
my
arguing
guy.
that Jesus is not the standard of truth and morality, actually. It's ridiculous. These people, they don't love Jesus. They don't love Jesus like you should. They don't break bread with everybody like Jesus would. They don't do that, okay, actually. They're anti-Christ, okay? Anti-Christian, okay? They don't want you to do what Jesus would do. They're telling you Jesus wasn't so great. Jesus is actually not the standard, but it's actually the devil,
Cartoonish
okay?
voices
They're telling you
aside,
it's the devil. They're
agree with
telling you
me.
it's Satan, okay?
Cartoonish voices aside, you agree with me that we're not talking about scripture. We're talking about what's good for a nation. I just want the tolerance. I just want the Judeo-Christian religious tolerance. That's it. I don't want to open up the Bible and start looking through scripture with you.
Your view
That's
is
all.
incoherent. Like, utterly incoherent.
Okay.
I don't even know
Okay.
where, I don't think you even know where you are ideologically.
Okay. I just want pro-capitalism, religious tolerance, and individual liberty.
Religious
What's wrong with
tolerance. Wait, he wants religious tolerance. You just said you wouldn't break bread with a Muslim because they're
I
Muslim.
didn't say I wouldn't break bread with a Muslim. I said if I was invited for a dinner, I'd go out with him.
No,
but since
but
I
would you
don't
invite
hold
them over?
dinners, I don't hold dinners.
Okay, so you don't ever hold the dinner where you invite someone over?
Wait. Okay, how
I
about
just don't
this?
believe you.
What is it like? There's a
Have
difference
you ever
between saying that
invited
if
someone?
I'm
Have you
invited,
ever
I would
invited
go.
someone over for dinner? How old are you?
No, I'm 50, but like
How are you
I've
50
went to
years old and you've
functions.
never
I've
invited
gone to
someone over for
functions.
dinner? What?
I don't know. He probably
I've
doesn't-
invited ladies.
he
I'm
probably
a
doesn't
New
have
Yorker.
too many friends. I don't know.
Well,
I don't even say that as like a diss, right? Like I remember growing
No.
up with my dad, and my dad had like no fucking
Okay.
friends, so there's never
That's-
functions,
okay,
you know. He
I'll
could
fall on
just
that
be like a
sword.
lonely 50-year-old.
I'll fall on that sword, which it's just more rational to say if I was invited to a dinner, I would go, but I don't hold dinners. That's all we're talking about. And I'm
Wait,
saying
if
this
you
again.
did hold
all I
dinners, would
care-
you invite a Muslim?
Yes.
Okay. Well, why wouldn't you clarify that?
Men don't party it up. Men usually outsource that shit to women anyway. I don't even know what
I
is the
think you're
point
just
that you want to
projecting.
prove.
You're projecting.
Okay, look, I gotta go. But once again, I believe that Judeo-Christian religious tolerance, neoliberal capitalism, and individual liberty are the tenets of the United States. And I think the other end, they're trending towards Marxism, anti-Semitism, and interpersonal terrorism.
You support a guy that's undermined, the core fundamental values of America, rule of law, our Constitution, our democracy, our core fundamental American values. All of those things Donald Trump has undermined to a greater extent. He's called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. He's tried to say that the election was rigged in 2020 with absolutely no evidence, saying that our systems were rigged against him.
That's
He's
rhetoric.
saying that our systems
That's
are not
rhetoric.
good in being able to determine who is rightfully elected and who isn't. He thinks our democracy isn't functioning properly. He's the true person that is anti-American.
Sir, I worry about what Donald Trump does. You're obsessed with what Donald Trump says. That's the difference between you and I.
No,
I'm
everything
referencing both.
everything that Parker just said, right, was like an action, right, from Trump, right? And also, you should be concerned with what the president says because they're the president, okay? When you hold that much power, when you're literally the most powerful human alive, your words almost, right, become an action.
Gentlemen, I'm
your
sorry
words
to
are
tell
an
you this.
action of the presidency.
Gentlemen, I'm sorry to tell you this. I've hated Donald Trump since the early 80s. I was not only reading the newspaper around the Central Park 5 episode, but I even remember the 21 Jump Street where they made a allegory of it. I understand Donald Trump. He talks a lot of shit, but ultimately he's an American chauvinist. He is the id of the American people. He is our male chauvinist pig. He is the devil that we know, and I don't want that to be supplemented for some Marxist, radical 7th century.
Kamala Harris isn't a Marxist.
Sure, she's not. No, she's not. She's not. She's just a secretary for Marxists.
Okay, so the deep state are Marxists. So you think our country is controlled by Marxists?
Listen, let's just get it straight real quick. I don't understand why the right makes this equivocation. Marxists fucking hate Kamala Harris. Leftists hate Kamala Harris. Socialists hate Kamala Harris. Okay?
Yeah, but they hate everything.
Listen.
But they hate everything too.
Everybody, okay, further left, okay, than like the liberal democratic establishment, either didn't vote for anybody, voted for Jill Stein, or hopefully sucked it up, quote unquote, and voted for Harris. Okay, like I just want to make that one clear. You know, like if you want to say, right, that anybody on the left is like a secretary for socialists and communists, okay, well then like point towards somebody that actually is a socialist. Point towards somebody that actually is a communist. Okay, like point towards maybe like the DSA. Okay, right? Like, but like it just makes no sense because there is a distinction between establishment liberals, progressive liberals, and then like leftists, which would include socialists and communists.
It's not really that complicated. How can I put this? I think the far left, the leftists, they have such a high regard for socialism and Marxism that they don't want to say that they supported Kamala Harris. Like, I refer to you again to Hassan Piker, who came up with the name Cop Mala. He was so instrumental in Donald Trump's victory because he acted as a velvet rope, keeping Kamala Harris from the golden club of socialism. He was the ultra-orthodox pure socialist that said that Kamala Harris wasn't good enough. And he guided us, Trumpians, to victory. So I like when you have purity spirals. I like when you have
So wait, you like Hassan Piker?
No, I like his incompetence.
Okay.
Well, I love his incompetence. His inability to lead, his wishy-washy beliefs. I love all of that because he's going to take the stupid people out of the voting booths where they belong.
I hope that people will hear this and they'll realize that, yeah, maybe that's something that we should consider when we're on the left, by the way, because that's literally what right-wingers think about you on the left when you decide to, like, help out the right-wingers. So, I mean, you kind of are actually making a point, but you're not realizing, while at the same time, that you are the one supporting the people who are harming this country, undermining our values, and making this country a worse off place. Like, you're not the one realizing that.
I go through the same thing.
You actually think the guy representing himself as your Lord and Christ Jesus, or Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, is going to be your savior? You think he's the best candidate?
That's a little hyperbolic. I never.
Do you
said
think
Donald
he should
Trump
be
is my
in office
Lord
in
and Savior.
2028? Would you vote?
Absolutely.
Do you want him to run again?
He's going to be in office in 2028. He leaves out of office in 2029.
Yeah, but do you want him to run again? As I'm asking you.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I like JD Vance. I love JD Vance, a Marine, a skilled Harvard debater, a family man. Can you
name one thing that JD Vance has done as vice president other than hump the couch and go to Disneyland?
Anti-fraud.
Like what specifically?
I don't know why. Like, he is responsible for the president's initiative on anti-fraud. Him and Dr. Oz are going from state to state,
but
cutting
what did
off
he
programs
do specifically?
Don't parse words with me. It is an actionable policy funded by the government for him to go from state to state and cut off all of the leering centers and look, I don't even know why we would make this argument.
What did JD Vance do?
The anti-fraud initiative.
Okay, but like, what did he do to perpetuate the anti-fraud initiative?
They're going around from state to state and cutting off government programs like medical equipment billing that wasn't being fulfilled. They're cutting off leering centers. They're establishing checks and balances. This is not an argument.
What has JD Vance done? You're not answering the question. JD Vance, what has he done? You said he's cutting off all these things. When did he do this?
He grew wings and rainbows came out of his butt, sir.
Thank you very much. Exactly.
Will that be all? Will that be all?
You don't want to answer anymore? You don't want to respond?
Yeah, you're not even
like, I can tell you what Kamala Harris did. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history, including a tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act.
Well,
by the way, I can tell you more about what JD Vance has done than you can.
Right now she's making a tiebreaker on should they watch Netflix or Hulu. So congratulations to her.
Is that supposed to be like an argument? You decided to vote for the fascist rapist, and then he's like, "Oh, Kamala Harris lost," and then he leaves.
Dude, that guy was nuts, man.
Yeah, that was crazy, wasn't it, Dean? Dude, I swear it's Mondays. You're totally right.
It's Monday, bro. That's how it is. All the crazies come out on Monday.
Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right, everyone, give me 1 second. Let's get on to this next person. Megan, by the way, thank you so much for the $10, by the way, for the DNC donation. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Lexi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll actually have to look in further to what you're saying. I actually haven't seen that myself. Jaden, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely crazy. Kat, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, let's hop on to this next individual quick. I have some people to thank over on YouTube. Let's get this next person up here before we do so. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates.
Have all the other guests been crazy, or have they been okay?
They've been crazy, but not as crazy as that last guest. That last guest was pretty crazy. Yo, it's a how old are you?
Oh, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
To an extent. That's not like totally what I'm here to talk about. I just
Like
had
if
a
the
few
election were
questions.
held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would probably vote for Trump, but I'm definitely open to reconsideration.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I would say I support Trump more than Harris because, probably because I just didn't agree with a lot of her policies. I didn't really think she was very. I thought she was more of like a DEI candidate. I saw a lot of what Charlie Kirk talked about with her. I didn't do, to be fair, right? Like, I'm not going to act like I'm completely educated on it, but I did think he had a lot of good points when he was talking about why she was a DEI candidate.
Like
And
what?
so I just didn't like points that Joe Biden said that he did want to have a VP who was black and a woman.
Nope. He just said that he picked a VP that was a woman.
Okay,
And
that
that's
could be
not
true.
DEI
Again,
because he's just describing a characteristic that she had. And by the way, he never mentioned that she was black, by the way.
well, again, this is also not what I'm here to talk about, to be fair, right? Like, this was also like almost 2 years ago at this point. So I really did have more questions
What did
about
you
like
want to talk about?
I did want to talk about like the upcoming election, and I'm willing to like reconsider my vote now because obviously I was not old enough to vote at the last election, and I don't like a lot of what Trump's doing right now. But I did want to hear from like you and Dean, who are obviously more educated on the topic, and if I was to switch to a more like Democratic point of view or a candidate, I wanted to hear what you had to say.
Like on what specifically?
Policies, like why I should vote Democrat instead of Vance and stuff like that.
They're going to help the working class to a greater extent. JD Vance specifically supports things like the Big Beautiful Bill, where most of the tax cuts go to the richest and wealthiest Americans. Right, a trickle-down economic policy historically has not been positive and beneficial to the average American. We can actually see that the Democrats, such as Kamala Harris, support tax decreases on the highest income Americans, over $400,000 a year, and tax decreases on the lowest income Americans by expanding the child tax credit for the first year of a child's life to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. Or we can point to countless things other than that she specifically advocated for that are for the average American and not at the benefit mostly of the rich and wealthy. So acknowledging that now, would you then say that the Democrats would have preferable policy? On the
Yeah, I
economy,
mean,
at
a lot
least?
of that obviously sounds very good, especially for the younger class. Yeah, that's a fair point for sure.
Okay. So, is there anything else you want to talk about or add before I go on to the next person?
Not necessarily. I mean, again, I know I probably could have looked this stuff up on my own, but you guys are very knowledgeable on this stuff, and you're a little bit more in my age group, and I wanted to talk to someone who is educated, and I appreciate what you guys do. I appreciate the debates, and thank you for the information, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate you. I recommend just watching the streams. You'll hear a lot of these arguments when I'm running the streams. Thank you
Yeah, I
very
got
much.
you. Again, it's like a little bit of a first-time thing for me, so I didn't mean to, step into
No,
something that
totally
was
get
more of
you.
a debate sphere, but
Totally get you. Don't worry. Thank you. I appreciate you coming up.
you too, man.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everybody. Let's go on to this next individual real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Dean, how was your Mother's Day?
Oh man, it was awesome. We had a lot of fun. To be blunt, my grandparents are dying right now, and so my
Sorry
mom
to
has
hear
been
that.
spending a lot of her time taking care of them. And yesterday for Mother's Day, it was her first time in like the last 2 weeks to step away. So she really enjoyed it. We went out and grabbed some dinner and some drinks, and it was a blast. Yeah, she had a lot of fun, and that's all that matters.
That's cool. That's cool. I mean, now you finally can legally drink with your mom on Mother's Day and get drinks
Yeah,
with her.
yeah.
So, obviously prayers to you and your family. And dealing with that. That's a lot.
Thanks, man.
Alrighty. Let's get this next individual up here, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 26 years old. I just had a question real quick. I'm not a Trump supporter.
For the people saying prayers, question mark in the chat, that's quite literally just like a... I meant to say that, like, thoughts. Yeah. Obviously, I don't believe it. Oh, gosh. Dean, take a listen to this.
Oh, this guy said he was never going to debate me again because I grilled him so
Yeah,
hard.
what happened? We thought you were never going to come back again.
Yeah.
I told, first off, I didn't hear whatever sad things going on in your life, Dean. I pray for you, my friend. Hope everything's okay. No, Dean, I told you I'm not coming to your live anymore because you don't like to have conversation. Parker, I was going to debate one more time, but Parker blocked me on all my other accounts. So I just want to invite you two to come to my live right now, tax-paying American, because I'm live right now, to come have a real conversation.
You see how he does that? So cringe. He's just cloud chasing. How cringe.
Cloud chaser.
What a cringe. What a cringe kid.
What a cloud chaser.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey,
How old are you?
pussy ass bitch.
Do you support Trump?
Of course he does. Of course he does.
Okay. Why do you support Trump? Hello?
Listen, breathe, buddy. Take a breath. Your cortisol maxing right now. Let's bring it down a level.
Is he gonna unmute? Hello?
He probably doesn't know how to. If you click on your profile picture in the bottom right hand corner of the phone
You got it.
screen, pop up. Okay.
Yeah,
So
what do you
why do you
want?
support Trump?
Because I like you, man.
But why?
I like him, that's why.
Okay, let's just go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's going on, brother?
Do you support Trump?
Hey, sorry to join your live. I just want to say, man.
Appreciate you very much. We are just looking for debates. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
I'm sorry, their microphone honestly is just too low anyway. Just go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? DIR, thank you so much. I really appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you. Let's go to this next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm living in the right.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Trace, thank you so much for the corgi. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 13.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. For the 3,700 people here on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's try to hit the 3,000 likes if we can, everyone. I'd really appreciate it. Let's try to get this next person up here. Do only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Morgan, thank you so much for the bouquet. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Dean, can you please unblock me?
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
My ass stinks. Park.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 18, Parker.
So the next individual, everyone, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Simply think of the fist bump. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
October.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Because he supports Israel more than Kamala.
Wait, what state do you live in?
Mississippi.
And what time is it?
1459.
It is. Wait, no, it isn't.
59? It's not even 59 anywhere.
Yeah, no, it isn't. No.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates.
Well, I mean, maybe
if he was a
look at,
few
like,
minutes behind. I don't know. I think they're trolling if they say that. What's up? How old are you?
Yo, Dean, hit a blinker.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates. Briley, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you. Let's get this next person up here, everyone. We are trying. It is kind of brutal right now. What's up? How old are you?
My ass still stinks.
Disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. What's up? How old are you?
Blinker checkpoint.
Hey, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Please don't send a guest request if you don't meet that criteria on the screen. What's up? How old are you? Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. What's up? How old are you?
Fam sim checkpoint.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. What's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. We're really struggling right now to get a debate. Alrighty, everyone. Give it a second. We're almost there. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 59 on Thursday.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump all day.
Trump all day? Okay, why do you support
Twice on
Trump?
Sunday.
Oh, and twice on Sunday. Wow.
First of all, I almost felt a reason I was listening to you, and I almost felt sorry for you because you cannot get other than freaking 10-year-olds coming up on your stream. What's going on, Burger?
What happened to MAGA? MAGA's dead. That's actually a question for you.
Actually, I have an answer for you. You want to hear it? You may not like it, but you want to hear it?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think everybody's just so bored of hearing the same fucking rhetoric and bullshit. And I can almost by script tell you exactly what you're going to say about his 34 count felony, about how
Steve,
he's a
I have a
adjudicated
question.
rapist. Go ahead.
If people are so bored, why are there 7,500 people here on the TikTok stream and 3,700 people on the YouTube stream?
Well, because 77,000 of them are probably your followers.
So people are not bored.
Well, no, it's called a cult.
If you're
They
entertained,
love
everybody,
watching.
can you type a 3 in the comment section, everyone? Entertained with me dunking on Trump supporters constantly all the time? Type a 3 in the comment section, everybody.
You know what I would say, man?
They're your they're your people. Of course they're gonna.
Wait, Steve. We actually have evidence that you're wrong. Okay, the evidence.
You think these are 7,000 MAGA people you have listening to you?
No. Let me clarify. What I'm saying that you're wrong about is why, like, you can get debates. So I would say the reason why it's hard for me and Parker to get debates is rather because less and less people support Trump. And that's definitely a fact. According to YouGov polls, Rasmussen polls, The Economist polls, today Donald Trump has the lowest approval rating out of any president. in
More
American
rhetoric,
history.
Dean. More rhetoric.
No, that's not rhetoric. That's
It is.
That's
It is.
polling. That's polling,
Heard you say that at least 20,000 times yesterday.
Yeah, and you'll hear
So
me say
I
it
like
again.
how he still doesn't have a response against it. By the way, he's heard it
I
so many
told
times,
you.
but still can't respond.
They're bored with the
Galaxy.
rhetoric.
That's not
my
rhetoric,
point.
though. That's a fact.
But okay, who cares? What's the point?
Who cares? Who
Yeah.
cares that Donald Trump has the lowest approval rating out of any president in history?
Is he still president?
Yeah, he's a shitty one.
Oh, but he's still president, right?
And that's why we're still doing these debates, right?
No, you're doing it for the
wait,
paycheck.
and there's still
Let's keep
people
it
in the
real.
stream. Wait, you're obviously entertained. You stayed in the live, right?
Well, yeah, I'm on vacation, so this is my entertainment.
He's spending his vacation time watching my stream.
It's Monday, buddy. Don't get too crazy.
You're spending your vacation
Your
time
head's getting a
watching
little
my
big,
stream.
Parker. Your head's getting a little big. Relax, buddy.
Wait, but you just said
I've
you're
literally
spending the
been on for
vacation
30
time
minutes
watching
already.
my stream, and you're
30
saying that it's
minutes,
not
Parker.
entertaining and that no one wants to hear
Calm
this
down,
anymore.
little guy.
But apparently you keep hearing it all the time, and you're still coming back.
It's not only you, Parker.
Ashley, thank you for the $5 thanks for keeping us
There
bored
comes
all
the
the time.
fake-
Thank
there
you
comes
so
the
much. I
fake
really
Trump.
appreciate it.
There
Thank you.
comes the
I
fake
really
Trump.
appreciate it. I'm glad I'm able to keep you bored.
Okay, well, hey, you know what? If it wasn't for MAGAs and your debate, that's all. Why is it that's all you look for?
Because I'm debating Trump supporters. That's what I
Because
do. I'm a
that's the
liberal
only
who debates
content
Trump
you got.
supporters.
Let me ask you this. I wanted to ask Dean. You can both answer this. If Kamala would have won and she was president, what would be your content?
If Kamala Harris would have won, well, I would either be arguing against Republicans and arguing specifically on that basis, or I would argue like the topics that I did specifically historically, like what I did under the Biden administration prior. We did plenty of different
You were
social
unknown.
issues.
You just
What's that?
proved my point. You were absolutely unknown, nobody, maybe 100 people watching you before that.
No, I had thousands of people watching me every single day before this.
Negative.
Yeah,
Don't lie.
that is true. I mean,
And Dean,
listen,
Dean, if you're honest, your numbers have fallen the last couple of weeks, buddy. What's going on with you?
my numbers have fallen. What?
Yeah, you used to get 20,000 viewers on TikTok. The last couple of times, you're down to about 8, 9, 10 grand. What's going on, buddy?
No,
Yeah, 10,000 viewers, Dean. That's not enough,
my average concurrent viewership for the last week has been 17,000.
And what was it 2 weeks ago?
I don't know, like 23,000.
Wow, that's a lot. 6,000. What's that about? 8%?
Yeah, and you just
That's
see the
a
nature of
bit
the
more than
internet
8%,
and ebb
but
and
still,
flows of
that's,
viewership.
he just doesn't understand social media. There are ebbs and flows of social media, my guy.
Hey,
I bet when Dean goes live later, he'll have 20,000 viewers.
And if he doesn't,
I bet you he would.
what do you want to bet?
Oh, how much?
I don't bet money, but I don't like taking money
That's
from
what I thought.
children. Well, you think you make a lot of money, but trust me, you don't make more than I do.
Really, how much money do you make?
I'm not going to discuss. I'm 59 years old. I'm not going to discuss my. I
Well,
just know for sure you don't.
you definitely don't make as much money as me.
We mog you, buddy. Steve.
My home is worth
Steve,
way more.
No,
than
he's
you.
just mad that we
No,
money
no,
mog
no.
him. That's why he won't say how much he makes.
Have you ever flew in a PJ to LA to go shopping at Louis Vuitton
Dean
with $1
makes
million
more.
in the
Dean, I
Coach
can say-
duffel bag?
Dean's probably closer.
Okay. Have you ever done that, Steve-O?
I
Have
could
you
if
ever
I
done
wanted
that?
to, Dean.
No, your ego's the problem. Your ego's the
good.
problem. You haven't
All
done
right,
it.
look at your
Ego's the
profile
problem.
picture. My ego's a problem.
B&W, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the more money than Steve could ever have. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Right, Dean?
Yeah,
Hey, Steve.
yeah, your ego's the problem.
Yeah, look at your
That's
profile
right.
picture, buddy.
Yeah. You're scared because I mug you, Steve. Your ego's the problem.
Stacy, thank you so much for the
You're mogging a
$20 for
60-year-old,
giving you
buddy.
more money than Steve. Thank you so much. Give it some W's for
You're mogging
Stacy in
a
the comment
60-year-old,
section right
Dean.
now. For the
about
$20,
ego.
thank you so much on Venmo for giving me more money than Steve. Thank you so much. Hey, Steve,
All right, let's talk-
why don't you
hey,
just say
hey,
it, bro?
let's
Why are
talk-
you scared, bro?
Let's talk politics. This is getting boring.
Then actually make an argument.
Well, we weren't talking about politics.
You decided to bring this up. This was you. You
know.
literally randomly said, dude,
I felt
you
sorry
definitely
for
don't
you.
make
You
as much
couldn't
money
get-
as me.
you
Dean,
couldn't
what's
get-
happening to your viewership, Dean? You're losing viewers.
Look at you. Look how you're crashing out, Parker. What's wrong
That's not
with
me
you, bro?
crashing out. That's me telling you what you did.
crashing out. You look like a little girl right now. What's going
Wow,
on with
okay,
you?
so just the misogyny?
And now
you think
it's
it's-
misogyny? That's so stupid, dude. Grow
That's
up,
true.
please. Why? Because you act like a little girl?
No, because you're misogynistic and you think that being a girl is an insult.
No, I said you. For you, acting like a little girl is an insult. Get it right, buddy.
But you're saying girl in of itself. Why didn't you just say little kid?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you're crying like a little girl. How is that making a girl bad?
Am I crying right now? Also,
you're
that's
right, you're
again like
crashing
you
out.
just
I
trying to
see
say that
your
only
eyes
little girls
watering
cry,
up. You're
which is like
watering up.
another dumb thing to point to.
You're starting, but come on, you're crashing out.
This isn't me crashing out, Steve. I was
Oh.
impersonating you. So if me impersonating you is crashing out, then that means you were crashing out, genius.
Oh, really? Do you really think I'm crashing out, buddy? Come on.
Yeah, I
I'm
do think
actually
you're crashing
smiling.
out.
I'm actually smiling.
Really? I feel like you're crashing out.
Anyways,
I feel like you're gonna get a problem, Steve.
Let me ask you a serious question.
Dean, do you feel like Steve's crashing out? I feel like Steve's crashing out.
Yeah, I'm so angry. Can you calm down? Can you breathe?
You guys done?
Yeah, it's like, Steve, this is ridiculous. Like, Jacqueline, thank you so much for the $10 for you bore me so much, Parker. I'm here every day. Keep up the boring work. Thank you so much. Sammy, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the jungle, Tom. Thank you so much for the supporting the boring work. Kimbaloo, thank you so much. I really appreciate the wave lights. Thank you so much for supporting the boring work. Jennifer, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much for supporting the boring stream. Thank you so much for F Steve. I really appreciate it. Cassie, thank you for the $1 for supporting the boring stream. Thank you so much.
Oh, Dean. I wanted to
Janice,
ask,
thank you for the $5 for supporting the boring stream and drinking the callers' tears. Thank you so much.
You want me to stay on, or you want me to get off?
You can do whatever you want, man. You're already getting cooked, regardless. I think you're. I mean, it might be better for you to leave at this point because you're getting cooked so badly that it's making you look so bad.
Unless you want to just go through another 100 fucking 10-year-olds calling you in.
Well, do you not actually want to make an argument? I'm waiting for you to make an
I'm trying,
argument,
but
but
you
all
won't
you've
shut
done
up.
is just
You
cry
will
on
not
the
shut up.
stream,
Look at
crash
you're
out,
crashing out.
show that you're
Crashing out.
obsessed with Dean and I,
Still going.
and say
I
that you
wanna
go
ask you
and
a
watch my
question.
streams all the time, even though you say it's boring.
Dean, the other day you made an argument, and it was really interesting, and I wanted to talk to you about it, but I didn't want to wait forever on your stream. But you made an argument when you were talking about abortion, and you were saying that you believe that it should be a state law that a 9-year-old who gets pregnant by getting...
Steve, thank you so much. Or not Steve. Princess Diana, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much for Steve is 59 and doesn't know that men cry too, just because it sounds like he's crying. Literally. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. W's for Princess Diana for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Jay Clark, thank you for the Galaxy. I really appreciate it as well. Thank you.
Dean, I want to ask you something serious.
Okay.
All right. I don't know. No, not last week. I think, yeah, maybe last week you were making an argument with somebody. Actually, one of your a guy that you debate a lot. I forget his name. He's a pretty known guy. And you made an argument that you think it should be mandatory abortion for a 9-year-old that had gotten pregnant by being raped, correct?
Yes.
And you know what? And
hey, Steve, do you have a second account?
Me? Oh, yeah. But I'm never going to give that to you.
Well, I just have to kick you because it's harassment and bullying.
For me, bullying you?
Yeah, apparently you were bullying me, so. I don't know how. Apparently he was bullying me. Trop, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. Or it was because he was saying he has more money than me. That's what it was. Rima, thank you for the $3 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for as boring as watching paint dry on a wall. See y'all at Dean's Lab today and tomorrow and the next day. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's get on to this next individual. That guy was a crash out. Dude, I swear it's like every person today.
I wish that he didn't get that flag because I would love to talk to him about that. Yeah, like I do think that like when kids are raped and impregnated that the state should force them to get an abortion. And I'd love to hear a counter argument.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request. If you meet that criteria on the screen, we are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
are Charlie Cook.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As always, everybody, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
If it was today, I guess I'd still vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
You know, it is kind of a general question. It's really funny. I've just been listening to you guys' stream. You guys are having a really difficult time. So let's have like an actual conversation. First of all, I know you guys are really big on Kamala Harris. I had a lot of friends that were Democrats in the last election. I think if you guys would really steer away from people like Harris and maybe towards people that might actually stand a chance to win this election, like I get that you guys support Kamala Harris and you guys like her, but now that she's out of the picture, you guys can admit like she wasn't the greatest candidate, right?
Well, we can admit that we agree with progressives to a greater extent, like such as AOC, but that doesn't mean that we can't acknowledge that she was a better option
But what
within the
about
context
what
of the
about
actual last election cycle. Plus, she has a very good high support level within the Democratic Party right now. Like it's similar to like Vance, like they're the leading candidates within the context of the primary votes right now, right? In terms of polling.
well, in terms of polling,
Yeah.
but don't you guys like? Wouldn't you? But you guys personally might be happier maybe if there was like a stronger candidate.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
said.
yeah. Like, listen, like we're more of like progressive liberals, so I mean, we'd prefer somebody a little bit further.
Well,
on
who
the
would you
progressive
prefer?
left.
Who would you prefer?
Well, before we get there, what I wanted to add on here is that although I'd prefer a more progressive person on the left, I will say out of like the more establishment Dims, I think Harris is my favorite, honestly.
Really?
But yeah, I don't know. There's something about her that I really tend to enjoy that I don't see in many other establishment liberals. But you know, a little on that more progressive left, I don't know. I would like to see somebody like Mamdani run for president. Of course, he can't, but you know, somebody like him.
I was more of an Andrew Yang guy myself. I kind of liked Andrew Yang.
Okay, so then why wouldn't you align more with Harris than Trump? Because that's definitely what Yang did.
Well, I mean, there's people that endorse their party. I don't think he would actually. I think that would be radically different.
Ooh,
radically
or,
different.
or like a Tallarico. I think that Tallarico could really kill it. Like I don't know, like I feel like Tallarico kind of gives like Andy Bashir vibes, but you know, a little bit further to the left, and I like that because you know there's a lot of purple approval there. I mean, it's somebody that the right can hop on board with, and guess what? He hasn't taken any money from PACs. He's you know staunch advocate against you know class issues that exist in America. That's something that we need more of. Hopefully, we end up seeing somebody like that run.
I think it's healthy to have a Republican in for a while, a Democrat in for a while. I voted for Democrats. I voted for Republicans. I just don't know. I think watching the Democrats, watching you guys just kind of die on these hills over and over again, it's kind of sad because
What
it's
hills?
like, well, just you guys are, we're gonna go forward and we're gonna be talking Kamala Harris again.
I think that you're just being dishonest.
Why?
Because I explained why. Did my explanation not make sense?
Well, but you guys really think like
We're trying to get people to say in retrospect, I made the wrong decision. So carrying over into the next election cycle, I'm going to think differently. Or also, I want to vote for Democrats to provide more checks and balances. I want to provide more. I want to vote for Democrats in the midterm so that there are more checks and balances against people like Trump.
You guys run Kamala Harris again, you're going to lose.
I think Kamala Harris would beat JD Vance.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I do think that she would. I already told you I would agree with the progressive to a greater extent, but I do think that she would beat JD Vance.
I think you guys really need to jump off this Kamala Harris train and try to get onto something else.
I think that you're just like purposefully not acknowledging what I'm saying.
No, I'm acknowledging it. I just think it's failed before. I think Democrats really need to get off like this way that they've been trying to handle.
Did you not hear me? I would prefer a progressive. How many more times do I need to say this? But I'm saying that Kamala Harris is better than the Republican candidate. That's all I'm saying.
Well, right now there isn't a Republican candidate.
I'm talking about, like, if we were to say Trump, Vance,
okay, so
Rubio,
I know
Trump
you guys
Jr.
are really big in hypotheticals. So we'll talk hypothetically.
Of fucking course, that's what we're talking about.
Okay. Well, hey, keep going down the road you guys are going. It'll be great when you guys
You're not
lose
criticizing
again.
any of my perspectives. You're not criticizing anyone's perspective. You're just
Why do I
saying
have to
Kamala
I'm
Harris
not
bad. That's all you're
criticizing-
saying right
I'm
now.
not criticizing anything. Why do I have to criticize you?
We're in a debate. You criticize each other's view. In a
Okay,
debate.
a debate does not mean criticism.
What are you talking
You don't
about?
have to
In a
criticize
debate, you
each other to have
criticize
a
each
debate.
other's
You
view.
can have a debate without criticizing people.
Yes, you cannot. Wait.
Well, you guys can.
Can you tell me what a debate is?
People can have opposing views. We don't have to criticize each other.
Yeah, criticize each other's view.
That's fine. I mean,
That's
listen,
what you do in
guys
a
do
debate.
TikTok
That when you
debates.
run an argument, you're criticizing
Hey,
the other person's
that's fine.
perspective.
You guys do TikTok debates, and that's what you think debates are, and that's cool. You guys, what's going to be really great is when you and Parker grow up and actually get into the world. Well, when you and Dean grow up.
What year will I be grown up? What age?
Oh, I have no idea. What are you, like 22?
No, what age will I be grown up?
Oh, like just people can be I mean, the age doesn't matter when you guys like actually maturely grow up.
Okay, so how do I lack maturity?
Oh, just your basic overall personality.
Like, what about me?
Oh, just the way you guys think, the way you guys talk, the way you
What
guys
about the way that I
debate.
think and talk means that I'm immature?
What about the way that you guys talk?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, you guys don't debate. You try to go for you try to win an argument. You don't debate.
That's what a debate is.
Well, that's what you guys think a debate is. People actually like to carry through actual ideas and things and have points, not try to like slam dunk on someone. Like that's your guys' definition of what you think a debate is, but it's not what an actual debate is. You guys wouldn't actually win a real debate. This is why you go on TikTok in the first place.
So debate, can you define it?
Well, we know what a debate is.
Can you define it?
Can I define it?
Yes.
Like I could say what I think a debate is. You're going to criticize anything that I say.
Just tell me, what is a debate?
Well, like me and you, when I came on here, I was like, hey, let's have a debate. We'll talk about who, Trump or Kamala, and we debate our sides.
And you didn't do that. You just criticized. You just said Kamala bad the whole time. So can you tell me, what is a debate?
I didn't even say. I'm just saying, if you guys run Kamala
Can you just define it?
Can
you define it? Define debate. I'm just asking you to do that real quick.
I already told you what I thought a debate was.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
You can't use the word debate within the definition of debate. So what is a debate?
When two people or when multiple people get together, have a conversation, opposing sides, and they make points.
That's what we're doing right now. So
Yeah,
what
so
we're doing
do you
objectively
want me
is
to
a
define
debate.
it again? Do I need
You're
to
just
define it
trying to
again?
act like it's not a debate to try to take away the relevancy of the debates we're engaging in. Now, can you give me an actual argument instead of just trying to like bring this like irrelevant criticism?
What I'm saying is, if you guys run Kamala again, you're going to lose.
Okay. Outside of that, can you give me like a policy of hers you disagree with?
I mean, first of all, we really don't even know a lot about Kamala. She didn't really give a lot of interviews. She didn't really talk about a lot of things. She talked very anti-Trump rhetoric, which is what people voted for.
Can you name a policy that you disagree with her on?
Oh, I didn't like her stance on a lot of things. I didn't like her stance on immigration. I don't like her stance on a lot of social issues.
What policy?
Their open border policy?
They did not have open border policy. Okay, she wanted to criminalize undocumented entry and wanted to make the legal. She wanted to criminalize undocumented entry and make the legal process go quicker. And in the criminalization of undocumented entry, she wants to prioritize going after those that have committed violent and serious offenses over going after those that have just come to the country to work.
And why didn't they do that?
They did, right? They tried to do the bipartisan border bill, and Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that very bill because he cared more about running on the border being an issue than actually fixing or finding solutions for the conditions at the border.
They didn't need to do it.
Wow, you're cutting me off instead of listening to my actual argument. Nice debate strategy.
Well, because everyone's already heard you guys' boring arguments.
Then why aren't you responding? So what's my argument? State back what my argument was.
They tried to pass a bill. Trump got in front of it. Blah, blah, blah. At the very end of the term, when they had all this time to do all this stuff, we get it.
That's true, though.
They didn't need
Donald
a bill
Trump said, "Blame it on me if the border bill." Sir, Trump said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails."
No, they didn't need a bill in the first place. They could.
Trump said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails." Do you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that.
He did say that. Do you want to bet?
Oh, fine.
How much do you want to bet? He did say that.
And what did Trump do the first day he got in office?
Wait, do you want to admit it? He said that. He said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails."
Maybe he said, "Fine, blame me if the bill fails." They didn't need a bill in the first place. You're not understanding that.
So then to clarify, right? The bill that the Democrats were trying to get done was going to get passed. Donald Trump said, "Blame it on me if the bill fails," because he called people in Congress to undermine that very bill. So how can you say they did nothing when what they did was undermined by Trump so that he could run on the border being an issue?
You guys really think that they couldn't have done anything about the border if they didn't pass that one bill?
They also did an executive order inevitably, but that's not long term, and that removed the incentive to then actually literally
Okay, so
engage
they
in.
waited
Listen,
to
the
the
reason why
end
they
of the
didn't want to do it through
term.
executive is because it can be shot down by the Supreme Court. It's not long term, and also in terms of the legislation, right? They wanted to provide or create an incentive so that there is Congress coming together to get unprecedented levels of immigration reform passed through the context of the law that hasn't happened in over 30 years. Okay,
True
so
that.
and that was going to happen, and Donald Trump undermined that. So all of those things I think were really relevant on behalf of the Democrats in office, and it was something that Republicans were working with them on, and Donald Trump undermined that. You cannot overlook that. So me just saying like, oh, I've heard this argument from you before, does not provide a dispute against my argument, does not serve as a critique against my argument. And for you to act like I'm the one that's immature and I'm not engaging in debates when you provided no actual legitimate intellectual criticism of my worldview here or of my perspective here, and simply you're just saying you don't like it because you've heard me say it before, shows the actual one that's immature is you, and that you were just projecting. How am I this much younger than you and I'm still more mature than you? That's absurd.
I didn't tell you how old I was.
Sound older than me.
Oh, really?
Am I wrong?
You're probably what, like 42 to 55?
I really love that you guys
How old are you?
actually think.
How old are you?
I'm in my late 30s.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're still older than
Okay.
us. That's the point we made.
Okay, wow, yeah, I have a good opinion.
Wow,
Listen,
you're acting like such
you
a
guys
mature
really-
adult. So mature.
Yeah, okay. You guys really think that the Democrats wanted to fix the border but couldn't because of Trump?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's
Yes.
not what we think, it's what we know, right? So, I mean, this bipartisan border bill that Donald Trump torpedoed
Trump
included
had no
billions of
power.
dollars.
Trump had
Yes, he
no
did.
power.
Yes, he did.
Not when the Democrats were in office.
Yes, he did.
What power did Trump have when
Over the
Democrats were in
Republicans.
office?
Over
Good
the
question.
Republicans. So he can
Yeah, the
influence the
power-
Republicans because they
Oh, yeah.
yeah, because if they go
power-
against Trump, he can argue like he did against Massey. Like he did the whole shebang with Massey where he literally like tries to oust him from the party. He literally threatens that with every single one of the Republicans
the
that
whole
they do what
border
he
crisis
wants.
is the Republicans' fault.
What's up?
Everything, the whole border crisis, everything that happened there. That
I actually do.
Most people now actually agree with
Can I
the
tell
fact
you?
that they're
Can I tell you?
glad.
Let me
But
tell you,
they
I
did
actually
make
do
it
fault the
happen.
Republicans more than the Democrats for the border crisis. The reason why is, well, first and foremost, all right, we have to consider what led to an incentive for immigration in the first place. All right, and that was the pandemic. It destroyed the socioeconomic standards of plenty of countries south of America. Now we need to evaluate the incentive for undocumented immigration over legal immigration. And I kind of place a lot of that blame on Trump because he was going news station to news station, social media to social media, saying that the borders were just wide on open and anybody and everybody could come right on through. So when you have the ex-president of the United States of America sending this message to the rest of the world that the borders are open, people are going to what? Flood the borders. And then when inevitably people did quote unquote flood the borders, the Biden-Harris administration started working with the Republicans in Congress, and they were able to achieve a bipartisan border bill for the first time in modern American history. I mean, it's such a contentious issue. And we got a bipartisan bill, like holy shit. And then Donald Trump turned around, told the Republicans to torpedo it because he wanted the issue to continue to exist so then he could run on fixing it. Yeah, I absolutely do place more blame on the Republicans than the Democrats.
Hello?
No, I'm still here. Just we'll see what happens in the next coming elections if you guys stay on this track.
Oh wow, yeah, lack of a response.
Do
to
you
everything
see
that I
how he
just said.
provides no
Yeah.
intellectual criticism and just repeats the same point he made earlier? This guy is
Well, I
such a
mean,
mature debater. Like Rob,
the
he's
reason-
really professional.
The reason why he didn't like provide any intellectual criticism to the argument I gave is because he knows in the back of his head, even though we won't explicitly admit it, that I'm right. How can you criticize something that you don't disagree with?
Wow. Are you just stunned silent, bro?
No, I'm still here.
Why are you just sitting here silent, dude? This is getting awkward.
Well, because we're not. You guys aren't. That's fine. You guys have your view on what you think Trump did.
And
that's
this is a
fine.
debate. Aren't you supposed to tell us why you disagree?
I already did. We're not going to come to a. We're not going to come to a consensus.
So apparently you don't understand how to do a debate.
You never told me why you disagreed with my position that the Democrats hold less blame than the Republicans for the crisis.
I did. I said we didn't need a bill in the first place. If the Democrats really wanted to close the border, they would have done it.
Oh, I disagree with that. So we definitely do need a bill. We still do today. I understand that you want to say we don't need a bill because Donald Trump was able to reduce undocumented entry by like 95% without one. But the means that Donald Trump has used to reduce undocumented entry so drastically hasn't even been EOs. Okay, it's just been scaring undocumented entry away by violating both the human, constitutional, natural rights of the undocumented immigrants already here. Like, yeah, when we are like black bagging college students, okay, when we're black bagging college students in the middle of nowhere and then illegally like pushing them to an ICE detention center 1,000 miles away against the order from a judge, or when we're illegally deporting people no due process to be tortured literally, not metaphorically, in CCOT, you know, when we're executing American citizens and then having the presidential administration defend it, and when we're pulling from the Mein Kampf, calling immigrants to poison the blood of our country and fear-mongering about the nature of who these people are, calling them all rapists, criminals, and escapees from prisons, yeah, like, inevitably, people are going to be scared to come in. And I don't think that the means justify the end here, because I don't think anything could justify human rights abuse. I don't think anything can justify Donald Trump playing dictator, positioning himself above the Constitution to unconstitutionally reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants to be deported, right? It's just a mess.
Yeah, and I've heard all these talking points, but he didn't need a bill to do it, did he?
No, he just needed human rights abuse.
Right, that's what we were talking about, though. I said you guys didn't need a bill. You said we needed a bill, and then you explained how we didn't need a bill.
Okay, but like you think that's a good alternative. We think that that's an alternative you wouldn't even put on the table of consideration.
Right. Yeah, it's like either you pass a bill or you abuse human rights and like elect a president who wants to terminate the Constitution.
Yeah, like I think I would rather engage in diplomatic negotiation amongst Democrats and Republicans that we were doing prior. We'd have significantly better work in Congress happening if it wasn't Donald Trump dividing our politics. If it wasn't Donald Trump trying to put a wedge between you and your fellow Americans to prevent you from loving thy neighbor. Right? I mean, like, dude, you understand that Donald Trump's undermined our ability to work together. It's not us.
You guys don't think Democrats use division, huh?
When have we used division like Trump?
When have the Democrats used division?
Give me
like
any
Trump?
examples, yeah.
You guys use the same rhetoric. He's a Nazi. Right? That's not rhetoric. That's not
I'm
like
just
Trump.
curious. Can you show me one leader in the Democratic Party calling Trump a Nazi?
Yeah, give me one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Nice.
Stunned.
Stunned.
Right.
Remember when Donald Trump called all Democrats terrorists? Remember when he called for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress? Remember when he laughed and mocked the death of people like Rob Rayner and Mueller? Remember that?
Hey, Dean, actually, I know someone in government that has called Donald Trump Hitler. JD Vance.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. I know somebody else, too. RFK Jr.
Oh.
Oh, shit.
What administration are they a part of? The Trump administration? Oh, okay. It doesn't seem like it's Democrats doing it. It seems like it's your own side, my guy.
Oh, yeah, yikes.
Oh, so no Democrats are doing it?
Name one. Who can say where the road goes, where the day goes? He's got absolutely jack shit nothing. Are you embarrassed, bro?
No, I'm not embarrassed.
How?
How am I not embarrassed?
Yeah.
Because we're just having a debate.
And you just provided nothing.
I'm providing nothing because you guys clearly aren't looking for... Well, that's the other part about the debate. Is like you guys aren't looking to change your mind on anything.
We are looking to change people's minds, right?
Right.
And if you happen to make an argument, we will consider it if it's reasonable. But you haven't made a reasonable argument yet. So, of course, from your perspective, it's going to seem like we're not willing to take into consideration your perspective. Well, because you've provided no reasonable argument. If you did, we would be able to take that into consideration.
So when Biden goes on TV and he says, Donald Trump said that there were fine people on both sides and he's a white supremacist, when that's not what Donald Trump said, and he still says it to this day, what is that?
Can you show me a clip of Biden calling Donald Trump a white supremacist?
Well, I could say that he talks about how he supports white supremacists.
Yeah, you think that he implied it. Well, I mean, I think it's fair to imply that Donald Trump supports white supremacy. I think that's fair. I think that's true.
Yeah. Would you disagree with that?
Well, that Donald Trump supports white supremacy?
I think that we see that at multiple points throughout Donald Trump's life and at multiple points throughout his administration, for sure. I mean,
and continually.
He depicted the two most successful black people in the history of this country as apes, monkeys, on his True Social months ago, and he's authorizing ICE agents to use somebody's race as an identifying factor for an undocumented immigrant. And I mean, even just in his personal life, he was sued by the New York State Justice Department for refusing to rent to black people because they're black people in violation of the Civil Rights Act. That sounds like white supremacy to me. Oh, not to mention the whole voting rights, order from the Supreme Court a week or two ago. I mean, now that they do not have to consider race in drawing districts in states, we're seeing that even some of the states in America with the heaviest black populations are now having their predominantly black districts wiped off the map. So, I mean, now black people are kind of losing that voice electorately speaking. So, I mean, that's pretty bad.
So can we go back to my question about Biden?
Well, I mean, you just said that Biden implied Trump's white supremacist. I say based.
Well, when I'm saying when Democrats use these talking points that they know aren't true.
Wait, what do you mean? It's literally true. Donald Trump is perpetuating that. Do you want to respond to Dean's argument at all?
The only politician who continually uses talking points they know are false is Trump. How long has he been saying that he won 2024?
I mean, you guys really think Trump is the first president and the only president that says things that are false?
Oh, so when it's about Trump, every president does it.
No. I'm just saying. I didn't say every.
He's definitely the first president in American history to deny the outcome of an election and try to rig it and steal it back.
No, he's not the first president in history to deny the outcome.
Can you name one other president in history that's tried to do exactly what Trump did?
Yeah, and you didn't listen to the second part of my sentence.
No, I said other presidents have denied outcomes of elections.
Yeah, but have they tried to undermine the democracy by sending false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, to try to steal the election when there was no evidence indicating that they won?
Well, there was definitely false. There was definitely things being done on the Democratic side.
Okay, so you think the election in 2020 was rigged?
I didn't say I think it's rigged.
Okay, so then you agree that Donald Trump had no basis to say that at all?
Well, you see, I don't agree with both of those things. I don't think saying that he has no basis, and I don't think that it was completely rigged.
So if you have no evidence of it being rigged, that means you have no basis.
I think there's a lot of stuff that go on in elections all the time.
Yeah, did Donald Trump have evidence they rigged it? No, right? Meaning he had no basis for that perspective. Because you need evidence as a basis for that perspective.
Yeah, I think there's people claim a lot of different things. The Democrats are trying to say that Russia interfered in the 2016 election.
They just investigated it, okay, and they determined that there was no collusion between Trump and Russia.
Right.
But there was collusion amongst members of the Trump administration
how long
and
did
Russia.
They say that there was?
And also there was specific interference on behalf of Russia in the election. That's true. That was proven. And also then Donald Trump said he was glad when Robert Mueller died. And then Donald Trump said that he was glad when Robert Mueller died simply just because he investigated that.
Well, yeah, okay. So Trump's an asshole. We get that he was a jerk and he said something bad.
But like liberals should have lost their jobs if they made a joke about Charlie Kirk's death.
I didn't say that.
Okay, so you don't think that they should have lost their jobs?
I don't think anyone should have lost their jobs. No.
Okay. So do you think that a president should lose their job if they call for the deaths of their political opponents?
call for the death or be happy that someone died. That's two different things.
No, if they call for the deaths, like if they straight up repost someone saying HANG them, George Washington would. Would you say that you would stop supporting him if he did that?
I wouldn't be happy that he did it. Would I completely stop supporting someone based on one thing that they did? Probably not.
Calling for the execution of Democrats. No, you wouldn't. Okay, so can you name anything he could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Guys, I told you in the very beginning that I voted for Democrats and I voted for Republicans.
Yeah, so
could
you tell me something that he could do?
For between Trump and Kamala. I said Trump.
How
And now
about
I'm
this?
trying
Is there
to tell you
something that
guys,
he could do that would get you to vote for Kamala Harris over him?
Oh boy.
Kamala
Hey,
Harris.
Parker, I'm gonna go ahead and start my own live stream. I can't really take much more of this guy. He's
I get you.
annoying me.
Yeah,
I appreciate you, man. Have a good stream.
Yeah, I appreciate you for letting me up. Have a good one.
Of course.
Why is it always about what Trump would do and not what Kamala would do?
Because I'm asking you from your own side if there's anything that
Well,
you
I
could
would like
possibly
for
do that would
Kamala
get you to
to
vote
actually come
otherwise.
up with something to give me to vote for her for.
There are plenty of things I could tell you, like expansion of the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals
Oh
out
yeah,
of
even
pocket.
know that's not going to happen. These are all promises that would never have happened.
No, these are definitely things that could happen. All of those were
They
were
could
within
happen.
reach.
They wouldn't.
No,
Democrats
all of
promise-
those are things that would
Democrats
likely get
promise this
passed
shit
through.
all the time. and
All
they
of
never
those
do.
things are things that you could get Republican support on. Okay, those are things that would go bipartisan. Okay,
Yeah,
none of those things are completely out of the ability. If I wanted to bring up the most progressive
course they're
things,
on the
I could
ability.
have
It
brought
doesn't
up
mean they
like
couldn't happen.
the things that might not be able to be passed. But I brought up specifically things that would get passed very likely because of the fact that they have bipartisan support.
Yeah, you're naming a bunch of stuff that they say are going to happen and could possibly happen. They wouldn't happen. They haven't happened historically.
So again, that's because of the fact that you know that when a president runs on something, gets elected, it increases the likelihood that that will get voted on in Congress. Plus, she'll be able to argue for it from the position of the presidency, which, by the way, under the Democrats' administration, they were working with the other side, working together to be able to get things done. They would negotiate to get something done. That's what they were doing, and that's what they would continue to do. They had proven that they had done that in the past, and they were going to continue it. And you said, "Oh no, I don't believe that they're going to do it at all," even though they passed some of the most bipartisan legislation.
I don't believe that they would do it because they haven't done it historically.
What do you mean? They did do it historically. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue, or not, sorry, I guess I can also say the American Rescue Plan, the Bipartisan Safe Risk Communities Act, the Violence Against Women Act. Those are all policies that they passed under their administration.
Oh, shit.
Do you have a response to any of those points?
So if you don't have, if it's not Kamala Harris, and I know Dean said Mandami, you would want him to run for president. Who would be your second pick?
Well, I want AOC. AOC is the someone who might likely run.
And what do you like about AOC?
She's more progressive.
How so?
Expanding access to healthcare, universal access to healthcare, expanding childcare programs to a universal childcare program, fighting climate change, distancing ourselves from horrible allies around the world that are destabilizing our relations all around the world, engaging us in military conflict all around the world, not to the benefit of our nation.
Oh, what about like Gavin Newsom or Pritzker? You like those guys?
I'd prefer them over Trump and prefer them over the Republicans, but I would
Well, I
prefer
think
the
you'd prefer anyone
progressives
over
over
Trump.
them.
Would you prefer Vance over Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Well, like I said, I really hope Democrats can come around and get somebody that can actually win.
Okay. Well, I gave you countless examples. Do you want to engage with any of those points?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, you had those points and you gave me those examples, and that's fine. It didn't work for her the first time. You had those same points then.
What do you mean didn't work the first time? You're just saying that we lost the last election, therefore you won't listen to anything that I'm saying?
No, I'm saying you have the same points that you would have made if I said Trump or Kamala beforehand. She's already lost. She's already lost on these points. So
who would you
who
vote
are the
for?
Democrats going
Who would
to
you rather
run?
vote for, Buttigieg or Vance?
I don't know. I would actually like to see that debate. It'd be fun. I like Buttigieg.
Okay. I genuinely, I will never understand these people. Like, what is the fucking difference between Kamala Harris and Buttigieg and Pete Buttigieg? Like, seriously, there's literally no fucking distinction in terms of their ideological beliefs that would get you to then fucking have such a different perspective on Kamala Harris that you do on Pete Buttigieg. It's fucking nuts, dude. It's like actually fucking nuts. Like, literally, to me, it's gotta be like misogynoir. Like, there's no fucking other explanation. Right? Like, there's so many fucking people that do this. It's ridiculous to me. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. I think Dean is hopping on his live right now, so he might not be live on YouTube quite yet. He'll probably be hopping on a second, so I'll answer a few questions until he completely hops on to YouTube and everything like that, because I don't think he's done so on YouTube yet. So I'll answer questions until we do so. Thank you, everyone, for joining me in the stream. I really appreciate it today. Thank you, everyone, so much. If you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate that thumbs up. Maybe we can get to 3,000 likes before we end the stream. I have a few people to thank. If you have any questions, you can ask me over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat, or you can also ask me over the TikTok or YouTube chat. I'll try to get to as many as I possibly can. Kelly, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know. Literally, it's so ridiculous. That was such a horrible conversation. Tom, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And he was dying on the hill for them too, right? That's insane, Carlson. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the 77 cents. Andrew, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kids are W's for them. Thank you for the kind words. And Marina, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you can ask me again over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat. We're going to be on here answering questions until Dean hops on, probably around then. So if you have any questions, make sure to ask me over those places right now. That's the best place I'll be able to answer people's questions. What? I'm so confused. Do you actually answer questions in this chat? Yes, I do. I just answered yours. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I don't support Trump, but
Okay. I'm so confused. Sorry, it was just a weird comment. But yeah, if you have any questions, you can ask me over YouTube Super Chat, Venmo, PayPal. That's typically the way I can best answer them. Otherwise, I'll try to answer questions in the chat. Have you had a good day, Parker? Have you been staying hydrated? Yes, I have. Today's been obviously crazy. Like, I feel like Mondays always are crazy as fuck. Always are crazy as fuck. It's pretty nuts. It's pretty nuts. Love your handle. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Marina, thank you for the $2. Thank you for who's your favorite troll? Farm Sim kid. Liz, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. He's like pretty progressive. I don't know a whole lot about him, but just generally good because he's pretty progressive is what I've heard. Ben Shapiro's coming to Toronto next week. Right to the mayor to keep him out. Yeah, good luck for you on that. Good luck for you there. I like how chill you guys debate these idiots. It's kind of crazy. I try to keep my cool. It's hard to sometimes because people are fucking nuts. People are fucking nuts. When did you start debating? I've been debating since, like, I think, like, 2020, I'd probably say. I started debating, like, random people on Omegle. That's what I would do. For an Aries, you are patient? Yeah, that's really funny, isn't it? That's really funny. What do you think of Rokana? I like Rokana. Rokana's cool. Love him. Vic, thank you for the $3. Thank you very much from Canada. Opinion Alberta separate movement. I don't think they legally can. But yeah, it's always interesting. It's always interesting to have people who argue for that. It's pretty crazy. Liz, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you for envy your patience. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Mike, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much, Mike. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my gosh. That's fucking hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. Thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate that. That's great work. W's for Mike. Thank you so much. Great work. Taiwanese, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. That's great. Thank you so much. Amazing. They said graduating with my degree in HR and employment law. Love watching the stream. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good for you. That's great. That's absolutely amazing. Steph, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For California governor, I'm voting for Steyer. I would prefer to vote for Katie Porter, but I don't think she has the support necessary to like get into the top 2 candidates because it's top 2. The only Democrats that have a chance are either Steyer or Becerra, and I think that Steyer is ideologically better than Becerra, but I'd still vote for either or over the Republican nominee. Jenna Rose, thank you for the $4. Thank you very much. Not So Air Diet makes a bunch of stuff. They're pretty cool. Oh, for foot's sake, thank you for the $5. Thank you for you to use the desktop device to honor the peace of sacrament. Jesus. As well as Marina, thank you for the $2. Thank you for who's your favorite. I already responded to that, actually. If you have any questions, again, you can ask me over YouTube, Super Chat, Venmo, or PayPal is the best places to do so. Like the stream or I'll haunt your dreams. That's actually so real. Canadians love Trump? No fucking way. That's a Trump supporting Canadian in my chat on YouTube. Absolutely diabolical. Dragon Ball Radiant, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Pin the comment telling people not to say kick. It doesn't get to me too much. If people say it, it's not that big of a deal to me. Sometimes it's just like when the entire chat's spamming it, like for example, I feel like it gets to me with some people, but it's not a big deal. It's not something I think about often. Nothing. Think of the $5. Would you and Dean start a daily parody Dude Bro podcast so you can trick Republican nominees into coming on as guests and get roasted? That'd be funny. Maybe I'll do something like that alone. I don't know if we'd be able to set that up together. Electra, thank you for the $1. I definitely would. Absolutely. I definitely would. Madden, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. Favorite non-alcoholic beverage? I always am like a big sparkling. I like sparkling lemonades. I'll probably go with that. I always have sparkling apple juice, but sparkling lemonade is fire. Okay, absolutely fire. Ocelot, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for if you could choose to never have any trolls again or keep things the same. What would you pick? Never have trolls. I'm sorry, but I would totally pick that. I would totally pick that. Shannon, thank you so much for the $3. Parker, can you please do the voice? You bring me hope. Do you mean the Trump voice? Is that what you meant? Stella, thank you for the $2, by the way. Thank you so much for, hey, I can't give you more. I'm saving up for each year. Well, don't worry. Just don't even send it to me in the first place if you're saving up. I just appreciate you being here. I appreciate you being here. Let me check this. Anna, thank you so much for the $2. How did you and Dean meet? Through a mutual. And he used to watch my streams. Janet, yes, I did see that. I saw that earlier. Thank you so much, Janet. Let me try to catch up with everything. I'm trying to catch up. I apologize. Again, if you have any questions, Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat, I'm probably going to hop off here very, very soon. So if you have any last questions, make sure to ask me. Archer, thank you so much for the $10. It's been pretty good so far. It's been pretty good. They said Alberta has a path to separation, but the odds are very slim. It weighs heavily on whether the treaties are upheld and constitutional amendment, which requires 7 out of 10 provinces representing 50% of the population to pass. So I guess we'll see. Janet, thank you so much for the $1.50. Thank you very much. Thank you. Of course. Minecraft stream soon? Maybe. Inspired you to get into politics? Civics class in high school, I'd probably say. Let me see how many likes we have on the YouTube stream, actually. I think we're just over 2,200. That's pretty sick. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Marvel or DC? I'm definitely DC. What's our highest donation? I think I've got a $1,000 donation before. It was crazy. How much to get you a new tree? $1,000 actually. Okay, 1,000. I'm just kidding. So I wouldn't. I don't know. I guess if someone gave me 1,000, I would do it. But I just like I wouldn't go out of my way just to like do that anyway. I'm not gonna do it for any amount of money. I was just making a joke. But Sonny, thank you for the £2. Thank you very much. Rowan, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Could you rate my dog in your profile picture? He just says he's a fan of you. Your dog? Your dog is a 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 dog. 100%. 100%. Let me make sure to catch up here fully. Oh my gosh, it like literally sometimes it like doesn't show me the message. It's so weird why it doesn't show me the message. Okay, now it's not loading. Alrighty, everyone. I think it just might be time to call it for today. If you have any last questions, you can ask me real quick. Otherwise, I'm probably going to call it right now. Alrighty. Lornell, thank you for the 50 cents. They said, do you elevated via Yart or actual bud? I always do Yart, always. I think I'm fully caught up. All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for coming through. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Have a good day, everyone. I'll see y'all later. You can go check out the videos. I'll post my YouTube videos right now if you want to go see them.